Please welcome our fellow umpires, Chris Anthony and Paul Lightfall, and England led by Greg Stokes.
Welcome to Headingley. It's day 2 of the first test match between England and India. We welcome your company wherever you're listening. All corners of the world, as we heard yesterday. We're just a couple of minutes away now. We've had the traditional musical entree, and now the players are making their way onto the field. The England players are on the field. The batsmen, overnight batsman Pant and Shubman Gill, making their way out to the middle. It's another baking hot day. The sun is belting down. The ground, this wonderful old lady of the north, the Headingley, is not full, surprisingly. I find it surprising, but alongside me, Steve Harmison will tell us why. There are some corporate hospitality boxes away to our left, 30 of them roughly, and Steve Harmison visited them all individually yesterday to entertain and inform and earn a bit of extra cash. But they're not full today. Morning, Army.
Good morning, Manners. Good morning to everybody. Yep, cash is king, as Kevin Peterson and Darren Goff would say. It makes the world go round, and yeah, we've only got 15 to do today, apparently. So I've just been across to the big suite over the other side, the Howard suite, and yesterday there must have been 350. Today, about 180. But Yorkshire, you are a very, very big traditional club cricket area, and Headingley will always be less full on a Saturday and Sunday because a lot of people from Yorkshire have their own cricket clubs to go to.
First delivery from Bryden Cast is short, and it's pulled away behind square on the leg side down to the long leg, and the first run of the morning brings up 360 for 3. I mean, I suppose the most famous club league is outside of England is the Lancashire League, I suppose, isn't it? I mean, that's employed some of the greatest cricketers known to man and woman who played in the Lancashire League. But Yorkshire club cricket is massively strong. It's interesting. I've never put 2 and 2 together before, and until you explained it to me, that it's the height of summer, and club cricket is thriving, and many people prefer to spend the day at their own cricket club rather than Headingley.
Yeah, at their own cricket club, and a lot of people will be the volunteers at their own cricket club. So people that'll come to watch Test match, they'll be brushing a wicket at half time, and they'll be painting the lines and stuff like that. They've all got their own jobs to do.
Cars in again to Pant, who just seems to have an unnatural amount of time. He did yesterday as well, but Cars has banged that one in. Honestly, I mean, it looks like he's bowled a tennis ball. This is a brand new ball.
It is a brand new ball. Just think the wicket seems to have deadened. But saying that, man, that first ball, what a great start for the day. It was a good bouncer to Shubman Gill. It was a fast bouncer. It was a good height. It was up round about the helmet. Shubman Gill rolled the wrist and played it lovely.
Here is Cast once again to Pant outside the off stump and left alone. Didn't seem to have much pace, really. I mean, it wasn't. I don't know. Yesterday, if anything, it seemed a bit too paced. When the ball got older, it seemed to have no pace at all. Carry was all right, wasn't it?
Yeah, carry was good. Yeah, when you pitched it up, you kissed the surface. The carry was good. There wasn't a great deal of lateral movement yesterday. The ball didn't swing that much. Surprisingly as well, man, with the rough areas, it didn't reverse swing.
Here is Cast once more to Pant, who's back and across to another back of a length delivery and defending it out into the offside.
have to pick you up on something you said yesterday, Manners.
I imagined that there was some right. Do you remember? I thought I saw the beginnings of some reverse swing.
Yeah, you did. And that probably was, but I think you said yesterday afternoon, this is one of the nicest commentary positions you've commentated in. Not for the first half an hour, it's not when the sun's where it is. I am absolutely beaming here.
No, you I meant the fact that we were outside and elevated and had a great view and there was a nice breeze, but I did say that for the first hour, the next delivery is defended again by Rishabh Pant. I did say that the first half hour was quite arduous. It's a test of stamina. At least the players get to run around and chase a ball to distract them. We're kind of stuck in the sun.
Yeah, I thought there was a little bit more of a breeze this morning than there was yesterday morning. There was nothing yesterday morning. I thought there was a little bit of a breeze. Look at the flags to our left, and yeah, they're blowing quite hard, quite decent. So there might be a breeze there. I was hoping it would go across the ground to see if we could get some lateral movement.
Carson again outside the off stump. Pant leaves alone, and there's no run. I wonder when, and I won't be the only one wondering this, when Rishabh Pant's going to put his party hat on and entertain us. He will at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I mean, the Barmy Army have just sang their song and give their rendition, and the players have gone up. The bugler was in full force, so I wonder when Rishabh Pant's going to get the bugler to sound himself in his own ears, because it just seems to come every now and again, doesn't it? It goes quiet passages, and then it just seems as though somebody's sitting on his shoulders playing a trumpet. And he's away again. Bang! The first ball of the last over last night. I mean, I still can't believe it. Sitting here last night, thinking, right, preparing what I'm going to say, giving England a bit of stick. The bowlers haven't bowled that well. The last over's always, as you know, Manners, it's a dot affair, isn't it, really? And then he's hit the first ball over the top of Zach Crawley's head, who's 6'5", who's 70 metres away, more or less one-handed. And you're thinking, what on earth is he doing? But this is what we love, Rishabh Pant.
Quite incredible, and just absolutely random. He just suddenly smashed one, run down the wicket, and thump it back past the bowler just for no apparent reason. Chris Woakes with the second over of the morning, and he's running into Shubman Gill, pushing it out towards cover, and there's no run. Just tell us why there's a deep square leg out there.
Possibly for the drag down, give him a little bit of protection on the leg side. Possibly what I think England, probably England, what they did wrong yesterday was bowl a touch wider with the brand new ball. I think Ben Stokes is saying bowl straight. So you've got protection. Carson's at mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off are relatively straight, and they've got cover out at deep square leg.
Here is Woakes once again, and it's driven beautifully by Shubman Gill for 4. What an off drive. Glorious. Glorious. Ben Stokes diving to his right, couldn't get a hand to it. It was very full. I mean, it was certainly drivable length. You know, I asked you about deep square leg, and you came very, very close to saying he's there for the bad ball.
Yeah, and there was a few yesterday, and then you were right. You know, I didn't want to sort of throw Chris Woakes under the bus even further, but that was a long half volley. Did you hear the sound of that bat?
Honestly, it was a crack, wasn't it? Here's Woakes once again. It's back of a length. It's not drivable. It's defended up to mid-on. I mean, it really was a rifle crack.
It was. I just wonder. I mean, I've been in this position many times before. You probably commentated on one of the games when Graham Smith got that double 100 at Lloyd's. We're the 1 down, 2 down at the end of day 1, and then you come out the next morning and you think, right, today's a new day. We're up for it. We're going to get a wicket. We're giving ourselves a pat on the back. Yesterday was just forget yesterday. Let's start a new day. Put a few balls in a good area. Get them off to a good start. See if we can put them under pressure. The batter coming in and starting again. And then you bowl a ball and he bangs it for 4 like he just done. I'd imagine every fielder's just gone, oh my word, here we go again. I did as a bowler.
I must say the portents are not good. I mean, it was the sound, it was the clinical crispness of the execution, and there is a man, Ben Duckett, he's fielding in front of the non-striker, at mid-off, short mid-off. It's over-pitched again from Wokes, and it's clipped by Shubman Gill, very nicely fielded at mid-wicket by Bryden Cast, diving away to his left. Good athletic stop there. So Duckett is on the drive at short mid-off. And should Shubman Gill repeat the shot, again be all the way along the ground. So he didn't hit that one in the air. There are two orthodox slips: a cover mid-off, short mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and this time it's pushed away square on the offside to point. There's no run. India 364 for 3. 5 runs to the good this morning. Shubman Gill up to 132. Rishabh Pant 65. What would the factors be if England don't take the remaining 7 wickets? What would the factors be that Shubman Gill and his senior cohorts be considering when it comes to a declaration?
It'll come down, for me then it will come down to time. It will come down to when they declare rather than the number.
Wokes in once again, and everything hit the middle of the bat yesterday, almost everything, and everything so far this morning has hit the middle of the bat as Shubman Gill defends. 132. I'm assuming they probably haven't given it much thought at all at this stage. I mean, it's, you know, if you've been given the keys to a candy shop, it's gonna,
you're not worrying about going out the back door, are you?
No, exactly. You're just gonna stay there and fill your pockets.
You fill your boots and you're waiting on the time you think the teacher's coming back to lock the cupboard. Yeah, and I think that would be my understanding would be, or my reasonings would be, it would be time. Weather forecast. There's a weather forecast just. There's rain around later on tonight. I think it's a few sort of thundery showers that might come into effect on when they think it'll be a good time to bowl.
Bryden Cast running in, down the wicket comes Rishabh Pant, and that was a slog. I'm afraid. Sometimes he runs down the wicket and plays the most clinical, thrashing cover drive. That was just a wild head-up slog.
Yeah. As Norman Gifford used to say to me, if you can't see the ball, you're not going to hit it. So if you've got a chance of hitting it, you've got to look at it. And unfortunately, as that ball went past Rishabh Pant, he was looking at the sky. His head was all over the shot. When he comes down a wicket, he does normally come down, and then his body movement goes into the ball. There, his body movement was going into the ball before he came down.
Cast in again to Rishabh Pant, leaves one alone down the leg side, and it's taken by Jamie Smith. Did Bryden Cast, was that a slower ball? I mean, it's bounced 2 yards in front of Jamie Smith.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't seem to be as consistent from the rugby stand end than it is from the Kirkstall Lane end. It just seems as though the back of a length ball is dying. That might not be a good sign for England, that this pitch might break up with the heat and no moisture in it. But yeah, there's a couple this morning of Cast who hasn't quite getting behind it. It's just died a bit.
Cast in again. It's another short one, pulled away. Very, very fine. He's just got a little bit of glove, which it wasn't glove. It's gone too quick for that. I think maybe just a little bottom edge, but he's just got enough on it to beat Jamie Smith down the leg side, and it's gone for 4. It was short, it was quick, and it's 4. And India move up to 368 for 3. A little top edge, maybe.
Yeah, a little top edge. I think it did like the other side of the bat, the shoulder side of the bat. He's run around the corner, never in danger from Smith's point of view to catch it, and just helped it around the corner. But yeah, I think you look at day 2, don't you, and think, right, round about the tea time you start making decisions.
Pant now pushes one square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. Is it a eggs in one basket situation? I mean, do you think India will consider just going monstrous, going more beyond 600 and looking to force a follow-on, maybe?
Not so much a force a follow-on. I think if I was India, I'd be wanting to make sure England field the maximum time I can make them field to win this game, which would be, if it is around tea time and you do declare.
Here is Bryden Cast again, and Rishabh Pant pushes it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You'd still be ahead of the game if England bat first and don't make you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, from a following on point of view. So if England get past the following on, then from an India's point of view, then great, yeah, we'll get them back in the field for another 60 overs, 70 overs, make them put their boots on, go through it, and then the declaration comes. We try to win the game on sort of day 5 with Jadeja. So, you hold all the cards in this situation if India can be still batting around tea time.
His broadcast from football stand end, and that one beats the edge, beats the outside edge. How about that? Clip that one, Scott. Of the highlights package, one just beat the outside edge. Rishabh Pant can't believe it either, and he's walked down the pitch, and he's standing around about where he thinks that ball pitched, and he's turned around and looked at the stumps thinking, somebody move them. Anyway, I think, Harmy, if India can, I mean, if Shubman Gill makes 250 and Rishabh Pant makes 150, and if India can, I think they'll bat an hour beyond tea and give themselves a short session, an hour and a half.
Yeah, I agree with that. I get that. Yeah, tea time, make it. If you're still going at tea time, that's when you start throwing ideas around the dressing room. Young captain, experienced captain as a coach in Gautam Gambhir. There's a big factor in this. Will they want to make England follow on with Jasprit Bumra and his body and make him go through that? I don't think so.
Here's Wokes, pushed away, squared the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I wasn't thinking. I was thinking that they'd bat for whatever, 3 hours, three and a half hours. I mean, you said last night, worst case scenarios that India make 500 and 400. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
or 600 and 400.
Yeah, exactly. Keep England, make sure England's out there, but they haven't got an R. Ashwin. They haven't got a second spinner in their unit.
Here's Wokes again, and pushed out towards short mid-off, fielded by Ducket, no run.
If you're taking games into modern games, don't go on a day 5. That's why there's a lot of talk about 4-day test matches. But when games go into day 5, yes, the pitch should naturally disintegrate, and that's when a second spinner would come in. I would imagine in the Indian dressing room they'd have been trying to find a way of getting Kuldeep Yadav into the team, but obviously they couldn't. They've got the 4 seamers. But if they go into day 5, Jadeja then becomes even more effective. And for me, first test match, if I was India captain and controlling the game where it potentially could go for them, I'd want to make England suffer and be out there as long as I possibly can keep them.
Here's Wokes again, and pushed out towards point again, and there's no run. You and I are huge Kuldeep Yadav fans. We enjoy watching him bowl, and there's nothing more exciting than, well, I mean, left arm wrist spinner is just naturally exciting and compelling to watch, but if they were concerned about their batting depth, which they have been, there's also the option of Washington Sundar, who's become actually a really attacking off spinner.
Yeah, really attacking off spinner. Good batter as well. His numbers are very, very good.
Exactly. Imagine having him batting at 8 or something. It's pushed away by Shubman Gill again towards mid-wicket. It's gone straight to the field at Brighton-Cross, and there's no run.
Whenever they come to England, I mean, Ashwin is always the frontline spinner. Sometimes Jadeja's missed out, and in games in Australia, Jadeja's missed out. Not got the greatest record away, but we said last night he's the frontline spin bowler. That's different altogether. But if they get to get Kuldeep Yadav in, they might play Sundar as well, and Jadeja miss out.
Here's Wokes, and banged in short, pushed out towards mid-on, straight to Josh Tongue, and there's no run. 368 for 3. Shubman Gill 132, Rishabh Pant 69. If you've happened to wander into an internet cafe and you're hearing the commentary and you're wondering where it's coming from, you are on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It's day 2 of our commentary. You'll be listening somewhere in the world, around the world. We had many messages from people around the world yesterday, very welcome messages. Pushed out defensively again by Shubman Gill. Once more Ducket fields, and there's no run, and guess what, the 12th man's on the field for the second time today, and it's 18 minutes into the day's play, but he's coming on with a legitimate, he's got It's a new pair of boots. Someone's changing their boots, Harvey.
Yeah, Brian Carse is changing his boots. The thing with Carse is, I've seen him this morning. He's got a problem with the blister on his toe. He's got a hole cut out in one of I think it's his left boot, and possibly that hole's just opened up that little bit more. His foot's moving too much, and run the risk of aggravating or potentially blistering that. What was horrendous, by the way. You've seen it in India. We're 3 overs behind already. Wow.
We're 18 minutes into the day's playing with 3 overs behind. Can that be possible?
Well, anything's possible with the modern day player who needs a drink every 5 minutes. And yeah, I mean, it was bizarre last night as well. I think between 6 and 6:30 last night, the 12th man from the other side came on 4 times. So because of that, yeah, the reason why we lost 6 overs yesterday. But Brian Carse has got his boots on. He's ready to go. Neil Manthorp has jumped out. Jon Norman has jumped in.
Brian Carse steaming in, and this is definitely played through the gap between second slip and backward point by Rishabh Pant. All the time in the world to lean back, open the face of the bat up a touch, and places through the gap and away for 4 more, and that brings up the 150 partnership as well. India really picking up where they left off yesterday, but just feels to me, Harmy, that whereas yesterday they were quite happy just to sit on England a little bit, now we're seeing Rishabh Pant as we know him. He's going to go for pretty much everything now.
Yeah, he gave England a run around yesterday. I think England will be okay this morning. I think they've put the ball in some good areas. Their bounce has been quite effective, even though India have played some good shots. But there has been a bit of an improvement.
Down the track, and Carl sees him coming, bounces Rishabh Pant, really digs this in. It sails over Rishabh Pant's head. He's not the tallest, but even Zach Crawley would have struggled to have got anything on that, and Paul Rifle signals a wide. 373 for 3.
Yeah, you see them coming. It was a wide. I've got no problem with that. But when you see a batter coming at you like that, you have to readjust and sometimes think it's harsh. You talk about wides in one-day games when the batter moves off the leg side.
The battle's on, and Rishabh Pant's going to take another one. Just glancing this delivery on the hip down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Josh Tong just in front of us. What a picture we have here. I mean, it's hot, and you are not dressed for the
No,
weather.
I'm not.
I mean, you're all in black plimsolls, black jeans, and a black sweater, which is buttoned up with a collar, and it's got sleeves. Harmy, you're from the north.
Yeah, no. The problem is I'm red underneath, and I need to cover up. Yesterday, I went too far yesterday with the short sleeve, so I am stinging. My body is stinging with sunburn.
You're a one-man sauna today as Carse is in, and this is left alone by Shubman Gill.
Might do me a favour, actually.
Yes, that'd be quite slimming.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I mean, the sun needs to come out for about 40 days and 40 nights for me to slim.
I don't know, it's pretty powerful, that sun.
Yeah, it's...
Look at Scott, our producer Scott. He's brought 2 crisp white shirts, 2 golf shirts. He's got basically a change of clothing.
Yeah, but I bet you in Scott's room, everything's nice and neat, folded, tidy, everything like that, socks in there.
I think Scott sleeps
mine just gets
on
picked
top
up
of
off the
his
floor.
bed,
Yes.
on top of the duvet, which he covers in plastic. You can hear the sound of the ball hitting the middle of Shubman Gill's bat as he plays defensively. Upright stance behind the crease and back down where the ball came.
Did you hear the sound of the 4 you hit before?
Yes, I did.
Hey, man, is talking about it.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I couldn't quite hear what you were saying.
It was more or less down the road of you sort of battle cry at the start. Tomorrow's a new day. Everything's here. And then after about 4 balls, he hits one through extra cover like that. You could just see the shoulders go. Oh no, not again.
It's like that scene from Star Wars, isn't it? When Chewie and Han Solo go running down the corridor, and then the next scene is them running, pursued by about 1 million stormtroopers. Carse again. This is cut into the ground by Shubman Gill. Bounces short of first slip, but Jamie Smith stops the ball. Yeah, India look hungry this morning, didn't they? They look as hungry as you did last night when that pizza turned up.
Yes, I'm pleased I got the pizza, because I went after play last night. I had a beer here, a bit of
Really?
pizza. Yeah, went up the
Surprised
road,
me.
left my car in the car park, went up the road, had a beer with Ryan Seibom and Simon Jones.
Yeah,
And
because
went-
you hadn't seen them enough
No, I
yesterday.
hadn't. And then went to the hotel, got there for 9:30, and the bloke on the bar, when I was looking at the menu, was laughing at me because the kitchen had just closed.
It's Carls, and this is punch to point. Good looking shot from Shubman Gill up on his toes and drills this just in front of Zach Crawley, who fields at second attempt. Missed out there, just, I don't know, 4 or 5 yards either side, and that would have a whistle to the boundary. But as it is, it's a dot ball to end the over. 374 for 3. Sun's out at Headingley. The guns are out. Fancy dress. Is that a brass band over there? I can't quite see. The red.
In the red, yeah, it looks like.
Something's glistening. Something golden. Is that a tuba or something? Or have I got that wrong? Either way, it's Saturday, so that's dress-up day, I think. Or maybe that's how they dress here.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fancy dress. I
Tell
mean,
you-
that Western Terrace is unbelievable. Fielding here, even as a home player, you get some abuse. I once dived over. I was very good at diving over balls and going for 4. I dived over one to be given a barrage of abuse as the ball went back onto the field, saying how badly I was at fielding and bowling and everything like that. And I turned around and it was Superman and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I was like looking at them and thinking, yeah, what's the point?
I've just been told by our producer Scott, it's not a brass band, they're lobsters. You know what?
I go and sit there then.
We got one up here. They're pointing at us, asking the same thing. Chris Wokes continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end, and this is defended by Rishabh Pant, who comes forward, pushes his ball up to mid-off. Gary Morgan sent a stat out, our statistician, and being the professional I am, I've left my phone in the other room and I can't read it. But essentially, it's something along the lines of, it's not the first time that England have bowled 85 overs, or less than 86 overs on day one of a test match. And this came off the back of us talking about over 80 yesterday. We're not going to go down that route again. As Wokes is in, and this is just pushed into the covers. All the fielders are back, and that's a comfortable single. India moved to 375 for 3. But it did make me wonder that maybe it's a tactic. Maybe you're leaving 5 overs with the new ball for the next day. Well, not 5 overs, you've got more than 5 overs, but take 5 overs with the second new ball on day one, and then you leave yourself a new cherry for the start of the second day.
I don't mind that, on one condition. The overs are bold. The overs are bold. I mean, you can't lose 5 on one day, 10 on the 8 on the next day. You end up losing 30 overs a test match, and that's not good enough for the paying public.
No, it isn't, and I don't think anyone's ever going to admit to doing such a thing. Good length delivery from Wokes, which is defended as Ducket close to the stumps. He feels it short cover, no run.
Yeah, and I think that's always the frustration, that ticket prices are what they are. It's expensive to bring a family to a test match. It's a great occasion. Having played in so many in this country, you want to entertain, and if you're, I'm not saying they're cheating the public, because they're seeing some fantastic cricket, but when you're 5 overs short, that's half an hour's cricket. That's a lot.
Wokes again, defended again. Ben Duckett's just moved a touch straighter. He's at a short mid-off, no run. Yeah, it was. So you went out last night and you turned up, and no food at the inn.
No, me and Ryan were.
I mean, you
very
had just
upset.
eaten about 6 slices of pizza.
I know, but I'm 20 stone, and the body needs fuel. Just had a couple of pints instead.
So you didn't stick around for long then, just 20 minutes or so. It's defended into the covers by Shubman Gill, who's playing at his own pace today. 132 not out. How good must it feel, Harmy? I ask this of you, knowing that you've never experienced it, but how good must it feel to walk out at the start of a day's play on day 2 of a test match overseas when you have already got 127 runs? I mean, that must feel good.
Yeah, you're right. I've never felt that, but I've been in a room when people have done that, and it's. I mean, they just come in 10 foot tall, don't they?
Oh, I bet. Slower delivery from Wokes, and again it's defended by Shubman Gill. This is going to frustrate England. I suppose you know, whilst Pant is peppering the boundary, they're not going to like it, but at least he's going to be giving them a chance. But the way that Shubman Gill shaped up at the start of day 2 suggests he's in it for the long haul, and he's quite happy just to push these bowlers into 4th and 5th spells, not 2nd and 3rd. And if that happens, and India are still batting by tea and just after, they're looking at 600, 650. It's still a while off that yet, but start of day 2, if you're an England cricket fan, well, you'd be slightly concerned. We've got Ben Duckett going down to a fly slip, or where is he going to be? He's about 10 yards. Is he going to continue pacing to the boundary? We'll have to see, but
yeah, he's on sort of 3rd slip line on 5 yards in from the boundary.
Yeah,
it's the top edge that Pant runs down the wicket at.
Here is Cass, and he's not got this right. He's just tickled fine for another single, and that means Ben Duckett is going to have to run all the way from a deep 3rd slip, or a 3rd all the way over. He's exchanging positions. Remember when Jonathan Trott used to do that? He used to go from fine leg to fine leg.
Jack Leach used to do it as well.
Fine leg to 3rd between every over, or left-handed, right-hand. I mean, how many steps did he get in?
He did it in New Zealand, didn't we? We were there a few years ago. Yeah, you were on that trip a couple of years ago when.
Yeah, the 2023 one.
Yeah, Jack went from fine leg to fine leg. It was ridiculous.
Here is Bryden Cass bowling over the wicket, and Ben Duckett, who's now at that deep backward point, or deep gully actually. Deep gully position, fields. No run. Bob Heapy says it's looking like rain in Preston. And Alex Lyon says, loving the Star Wars references. Well, I tell you what, Alex Lyon 100, if you like Star Wars references, you're in luck. I flew to Sri Lanka recently, and it was the only film I watched on the way home. Oh, it's a shot from Shubman Gill, all the time in the world. They'll only take a single. It's a short delivery from Cass, and he's kind of paddle pulled this into the ground in front of short mid-wicket and away for a run, but just all the time in the world to get into position.
He did that yesterday, didn't he? When England went to that short ball tactic, he didn't try and hit it too hard. He waited for the ball to get to the highest point that he could make the impact, and he was just rolled his wrists over the top of it. He looks as though he's got so much time. He is stylish, and that's the beauty of the skill sets of Shubman Gill. He is sometimes lethargical, but boy, the timing, the touch is unbelievable this last 2 days.
Straight again from Cass on the body of Rishabh Pant. He takes his hand off one hand off the bat, hits him high up, but in control of the shot, and he'll take a single down to deep backwards square. Another run, another over passes, another one without a wicket. Kieran says, Harmy, is it true you forgot your pads but took your dartboard to New Zealand? And Kieran, you need to tell us something, because I saw Harsha Bogle yesterday, and I recounted the tale of when you had a decision to make at the start of an ODI tour, I think, to India. Batting pads or dartboard? Cut away, and it's half stopped by Zach Crawley at point, diving to his left. He's got 2 hands to it. It's going to prevent the boundary, but it'll only save a single. 3 more runs to the score. Shubman Gill moves to 136.
Yes, Kieran, guilty. I did take me bat and pads, and I did take me dartboard. And then when I got to the sort of the zip in the bag up point of view, neither of them fit in. So it was a decision that needed to be made. Michael Vaughan and Marcus Trescothick were on that trip. Obviously, Trez is a left-hander. And not known to me, Vaughan was going home, didn't leave his pads, and I ended up having to bat with the left-handed pads on.
Well, there you go. It wasn't Vaughan. I knew he was in the tail somewhere. Dot ball to finish the over.
Got injured, didn't he?
So I saw Harsha, and we were talking. I can't even remember why it came out. And I spoke to Harsha, and I told him the story of you with a decision to make. You know, we've all been there. You know, you've got your 23 kg. You know, and your missus or your partners put in 5 pairs of shorts that all look exactly the same. a jumper, even though you're going to the other side of the world where it's hot, but you never know, right? And so you're in a position where you can't get all your stuff in, and something had to give, and it was the batting pads.
It was the batting pads. It was an easy decision to make, because at the time I think I'd only batted 3 times in ODI cricket in about 35 ODIs. So because of that, I thought, right, them blue ones will not be needed. I'll just use Varney's, because Varney's not very good in one-day cricket, and he'd be out before the fourth wicket, so I'll get his. Perfect. And then I think the first week of that tour, Michael Vaughan gets injured, Andrew Flintoff ends up captain, Marcus Trescothick, no, it wasn't, Trez went home, didn't he? That's right, Trez went home, so I ended up having to use somebody else's blue pads. That's where I got a call off my sponsor saying, why have you got such and such as pads on? It's like, unfortunately, I brought my dartboard, but the dartboard company was the same company as my batting company, so there were...
How is that possible?
They own Unicorn, Gunnar Moore, and the Crown Green Bowls, all the same company, so fantastic company, looked after me well for 18 years, and supplied the lads with darts for a very, very good tour, which Cookie and all them after me, they got looked after as well.
Here's Chris Wokes, tucked away to the leg side for another single. Harmy's off. He's lost a kg. And there's a little bit of confusion in the outfield. Either way, 2 runs added to the score. 382 for 3 if you're joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Shubman Gill has moved on from 127. He is now 135. And Rishabh Pant was 65 not out. He's added 14 to his overnight score. Chris Wokes and Bryden Cast given second new ball duties, much like they were given first. No timing in this front foot push through the covers from Rishabh Pant. It's fielded. Chris Wokes continues, 382 for 3. Nirav Patel says, just an Indian fan, sorry for ignorance, but where is Ollie Robinson? Is he injured or out of form? Well, he's neither. He's out of favour. He actually hasn't played a test for England since the 4th test. Oh, where was that? Was it Ranchi? Wokes again. This is a slower Yorker, and Rishabh Pant sees it all the way. Just punches this to close in catching fielder at short cover. I think it's Harry Brook. He didn't have the best of returns to the England setup and hasn't been seen since, but if you're a Sussex fan, you'll be able to see him regularly, and he's been bowling very well today. It's a real shame for him, and probably for England actually, because they could have done with some of his control yesterday and skills. This is left alone, 2 wide from Wokes. Pleased to say Jeremy Coney's back with us. Harmy in his black sweater has been replaced.
Yeah.
That's much more the attire.
It's more thoughtful.
I'd say so. It's almost like you come...
It's a woolen black jersey too.
Oh, Jeremy, it's almost like you come from a country where it's hot more than once a year.
We're used to it. Yep. We are. Good morning anyway, John.
Yeah, good morning to you.
Morning to all.
This is cut to the right of point. And it's good one-hand take by Harry Brook.
Yeah, Harmy. He got burnt, didn't he, the day before the match began here?
He did.
And he went down, what is it, Sudbury? Or was it the school? His son was playing as well. And, Sudbury? Sedborough.
Our producer...
that's about 4 places he was. He was a very busy man.
Our producer has got the habit of mouthing instruction or information to us,
difficult.
even though we've got headphones on.
Yeah.
Tucked away for another single, down to long leg where it's fielded by Shoaib Bashir.
Anyway, he got burned, didn't he? All his arms got burned.
Well, he fell asleep in the sun.
Oh,
right?
well, right.
So he's only really got himself to blame, and now he's wearing a black jumper.
And there's the dartboard that he takes on tour that I just heard him at the back there. There's that so he can drink. Because there is a lot of pints going around a dartboard generally, isn't there?
Well, there certainly was back in the day. Jockey Wilson, you remember him? Eric Bristow?
Yeah.
When I was watching, Keith Deller.
He liked to get all the lads into
John
his
Lowe,
room, didn't he? He probably had a few things like films and all sorts of things
right.
like that.
It'll be deep film club, darts club. What about you
come to
guys when
Harmy's
you were on
room.
tour?
Yeah.
Did you all? I guess you must have roomed in with.
When we were in
When you were touring?
Pakistan,
There must have been
lots of
two in a
films,
room.
Lots of films. Yes, definitely 2 in a room. Sometimes in new hotels where you'd go to your bathroom and there would be sort of 5 or 6 taps trying to operate the one shower that was there, and it wouldn't operate your one.
Here is Wakes again. Shubman Gill coming forward, just tries to open the face and cut this. There's no one down at third, so if he got it through or past the one solitary slip, that would have been good value for his shot, but he didn't quite guide it where he wanted. It's a no ball.
Pitch has changed colour, everybody. Straw colour, russet. Now, nothing the same as yesterday where there were hints of green, so none of the wells of moisture being accessed any longer. It's drier, and we're going to see this for the rest of the test match, drier and drier.
This time Shubman Gill does direct the ball in the direction which he tried to in the last delivery, and he's going to pick up 4 as well. There's a lone wide-ish slip. It's very lonely. It's not often a slip is in a lonely fielding position, but he is today. Gambling a little bit, and then there is a deep gully, and Shubman Gill has just bisected the 2. The ball hasn't raced to the boundary. It's just had enough oomph on it.
Yeah, but it's a very clever steering stroke from Gill. He started with a delicious off drive to get himself underway the second day from the bowling of Wokes, and there he's just got one that's a little wider, allowed the ball to come and hit the ball on the, just angled it on the top of it as it goes past, and it's found that gap as you described, John, and away to third man. The fielder's setting is different this morning. There's not the 3 slips, deepish gully leg slip that we saw, well, probably for most of the day really yesterday. You do wonder whether that was worth it, because it allowed for lots of gaps, and probably I don't know whether, well, Stokes obviously isn't concerned about that, but it probably costing maybe 80 to 100 runs, I would say, because there were plenty of boundaries through the covers yesterday.
Wow.
And at 25, yeah, I would say 100 runs over the day's play, and that in itself is okay. I mean, England might be happy with that, but if you don't pick up wickets alongside that method, then you start to get into a wee bit of uneasiness, I think, as a captain and a side.
Well, he's back. The leg slips back.
Yeah.
There's a third or a deep second slip. There's a gully and a point. And down the track comes Rishabh Pant, and he's going to pick up 4. Fine leg, can't chase that down. Pant moves to 84, the score 393 for 3.
We saw a lot of this yesterday, John, with the short ball attack, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
And it wasn't that effective. It just shows you do need to have a lot of control. You can't just have tall bowlers running in and whacking it in short and getting no ball for height, and batsmen choosing, you know, whether to play it or not. You're not really putting lots of pressure on. It's not like Neil Wagner from New Zealand, for example.
Yeah.
Left arm bowler.
Cast again, and this time does get one to go past the outside edge.
Left arm bowler, skiddy. Left arm, so for a right-hander coming out of that slightly blind spot area as well, finding a part of the pitch that always was targeting your front shoulder, never over your head, and it usually squared you up slightly so you had your chest facing the bowler and you're left in a slightly awkward position using your hands to try and play the ball rather than get out of the way. And so many of the wickets for Neil Wagner in New Zealand were from that short pitch bowling with an older ball.
Yeah, absolutely. He was a one-off though, wasn't he?
Certainly was.
And this is part of the problem that we saw from England yesterday. They were mixing up the length so much. They were too short, they were a little bit wayward in line, and there was always a release ball.
Well,
always.
They need 7 wickets here, don't they? They've got to get these wickets. I mean, India, from their point of view, they can just keep going. There's no need for them you know, to reduce what they could possibly achieve, because I think you want your runs in your first innings.
Cloud cover, and Rishabh Pant takes cover too short. Rishabh Pant ducks, and the ball zips through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps.
There's no need for India at this point to declare or to go for it. They can just continue to build here. Why would they not? I mean, they might want to, because it just, if England bat well, you might have a deficit even. And so you want to reduce that chance of that deficit if you are in a position in the first innings batting first. Get as many as you can. It's to get the runs now that's important.
Cast again, it's straight and it's defended into the leg side.
I mean, we don't know what this pitch is going to do really. We suspect that it's going to be a bit of a batting pitch most of the time and fairly flat, and it certainly will be today and tomorrow, I would think. It may become drier and drier and get a bit more variable as the game goes on with bounce. It may even give a little bit of turn where you get player traffic running up and down and follow through from the right arm over and you know, right arm round as well. But really, you get your runs when you can.
This is Cast again. It's on the pads of Rishabh Pant. Says, asks a question politely, a pull rifle, but nothing there. End of the over, 393 for 3, and India started in a position of strength, and that has continued today. Shubman Gill's moved to 139. Rishabh Pant is 84, and you're listening to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, live coverage of every day, every ball of every session of every day of this 5-test series between England and India. Aidan McLaughlin, told you he never sleeps, has gone in contact with us. He says, if Harmy brought a dartboard on tour, Jeremy, you'd bring a guitar.
Yeah, I did. I was given $50 in Australia to go and tidy up my appearance, my very first tour. It wasn't a haircut, he wasn't there, I'm not talking about it. It was more, my favourite bat was it came out of the club bag at Onslow where I played, and it did have an indelible ink, Onslow CC, on the back of the bat, so I couldn't get rid of it. It's not as if I could sand it off. And it also had number 12 on it as well, because it was the 12th bat that the club had purchased that year, and that wasn't suitable really for international matches, they felt. So certainly the manager didn't think so. So go and tidy things up, get some new boots. I went back with a guitar.
Did you used to get on with David Gower? Manners is coming in. I'm hogging the mic. This is left alone by Shubman Gill.
Well, I didn't fly aircraft, if that's what you're talking about, over the ground.
I can see you in it. What are that, Tiger Moth?
The biplane.
The biplane, the
yeah.
scarf, being caught in the breeze. No?
Well, yes. Women chasing the plane. No, none of that. Down the runway.
Good morning again from Chicago to you, Blissero.
Chicago.
A
good musical too.
I've been to Chicago, stayed there for a week. Driven by Shubman Gill. Over-pitched by Chris Wokes, but it's fielded at extra cover.
Very interesting cover field, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got perhaps a point and an extra cover who are deeper.
Yeah.
And then two catches in between those two, one at a cover point is looking for the drive and the push, and then the captain Stokes also at sort of cover, and then another man almost in the way of the follow-through of Wokes.
Yeah, that's
right
Wokes.
beside the pitch.
Wokes again. This is too wide and left alone by Shubman Gill. No run. Yeah.
So what's that? Is it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 with the slip in there as well. 7-2 offside field. I've never been quite keen on those 7-2 fields. They look quite attacking, but in fact, what it says to the bowler is that you're generally going to be pitching the ball, and it says it certainly to the batsman, outside the off stump. That's where all your cover is, all the fielders are.
Yeah, and that last delivery was too wide and just left alone, and the same thing's happened here again. Shubman Gill sees the field placement, he knows where the ball's going to come, he's not going to go chasing it, and so that's 2 deliveries in a row he's just left alone.
About the only thing it does is it just tests the patience maybe of the Indian batsman, and not to go after those. Sometimes you can chop it on even though it's quite wide.
I'd understand testing the patience of Rishabh Pant maybe, but then the left-hander the angle wouldn't be quite the same, forward and defended by Shubman Gill.
Well,
5 dot balls.
Shubman Gill has the opportunity today if he's good enough, and for the Indian side generally, there are runs there, and he could end up with a very big total if he just quietly bats on and bats on, but doesn't need to take too many risks.
What is the strangest thing another player has brought on tour? Now, I'll leave that one with you. I'm going to be heading off after this delivery. A parrot, maybe, is an animal on tour? Their own dog? Push to point. India 393 for 3. And I'll also let Jeremy just...
Herds of wildebeest sweeping through the
Well,
suburbs.
funnily enough, Manu showed us a picture of some wildebeest that was in his mum's garden. John Maxted says, "Hi, guys. My name's John Maxted. Really enjoying your cricket commentary. I live in..." Can you say this place? Because I can't pronounce it.
Oh, Te Awamutu.
Of course, Te Awamutu. Manners is coming in.
New Zealand, yep. North Island, famous place where the Finn brothers came from, the band in New Zealand. Crowded house. Manners is preparing himself. He's been there doing push-ups. He's run the canal this morning. He's swum the canal this morning. He's ready to go. Look at him. Lovely. Where did he get those shades too? They're pretty smart, aren't they? Welcome.
Thank you very much indeed, Jerry. I'm not sure that from a health and safety aspect that swimming in the air canal would be a good move. What is interesting though is that on the path that I ran, it's called the Transpennine Trail, and so I'm assuming that it'll end up in Manchester. I'd like to do that one day. You with your new hip, give it another couple of weeks, you can come with me. Now then, Shoaib Bashir, and it's a little paddle scoop sweep from Rishabh Pant. Down on one knee, and he has literally scooped it over slip for 4.
It's a very clever stroke, isn't it? Because it's a controlled fall to the offside from Pant. The bent knee, as you say, going down onto the bent knee, but it allowed him, of course, to get under the ball as the body got lower and lower, and he just helped it over leg slip. Terrific stroke.
So cleverly done. Premeditated, of course, and superbly executed. Here is Bashir, and again to Rishabh Pant, hits him on the pad. Bit of turn, I fancy, and fielded by Ben Duckett at backward point. 397 for 3. Rishabh Pant is 88 not out. Did you see there was an interesting little piece of statistical history? Number of times India have had 3 centurions in the same innings in an overseas test match. There are some familiar names there that won't come as a surprise to you. Down the wicket comes Pant now, not quite getting to the pitch of it. I think Shoaib Bashir may have seen him coming and dragged it down, and Pant slaps it to extra cover straight to the captain Ben Stokes, and there's no run.
And who were they? Who were the 3?
Well, it's 3 times.
Oh, 3, yeah.
Yes, three times they've had 3 centurions in an overseas test match, and I shall endeavour to find that statistic. But there are some pretty familiar names: Mohammad Azharuddin, Sachin Tendulkar, Sunil Gavaskar. No great surprise. Chris Shrikant was in there as well. Jimmy Amarnath.
What a player he was. Jimmy Amarnath, number 3, quite often. Always looked to have so much time, you know. he'd have a little breakfast before the ball arrived.
Oh, pull shot from Rishabh Pant, hit it very hard, it was a drag down, it's gone for 6. He does that every now and then, Shoaib Bashir, he's dragged it down. Do you know what, he might have been sold a dummy by Rishabh Pant, and it brings up the 400. I think Pant feigned to go down the wicket and then stood in his crease, retreated, and Bashir's dragged it down, I think. I think that might have been a little piece of productive trickery from Rishabh Pant, who moves into the 90s. 94.
Well, he was on 65 when he started the day today, so he scored pretty quickly. And this is, for England, this is trouble. If Pant takes to Shoaib Bashir, he bowled a lot of overs yesterday, 21 I think, and he's rested the quicks.
Here's Bashir again. Pant pulls once more, this time along the ground and straight to the fielder in the deep. And they go through for a single. Is that it's a 12th man? Is that Gus Atkinson on the field? I'm trying to work out who that is at deep back and square leg. I'll be able to tell you in a second.
He's wearing 86.
I think it's Gus Atkinson.
I thought, has he recovered enough, has he, to come out and field?
Well, perhaps not. Maybe he's not with the squad.
But that will cause worry. And here's a belated move, I think, to bring Stokes in again.
Is it Potts? Matthew Potts?
Could be.
Anyway, back to that 3 times India have had 3 centurions in overseas test matches. The first was in 1986 against Australia at Sydney, Gavaskar, Srikanth and Amanath. 11 years later.
Well, they're right at the top of the order too, though, that lot.
Indeed. 11 years later, 1997 against Sri Lanka in Colombo, the R. Premadasa Stadium. Navjot Sidhu, Sachin Tendulkar, Mohammad Azharuddin. It's a decent trio, isn't it? Ben Stokes thundering in from the Kirkstall lane end outside the off stump and left alone by Rishabh Pant. And the only other time in the 2000s, 2002 against England, guess where? Here, Headingley. Rahul Dravid, Sachin Tendulkar and Sourav Ganguly.
Tendulkar, he's feasted upon different attacks, hasn't he? Yeah, I don't know what you think about. They've had some good players, haven't they, India? There's no doubt about that. I wondered whether Stokes should have come in much earlier than this.
Stokes in bouncer, little paddle pull shot from Rishabh Pant, makes no contact. That was quick. Rishabh Pant was genuinely hurried by that. He was beaten for pace by Ben Stokes. That was a quick bouncer.
Well, yesterday he came in and he swung the ball a little bit, and he always leans over if he's bowling to a right-hander, leans to the offside when he's bowling over the wicket. And he actually angles it back into you so it seems as though it's going to go towards leg stump, but then it swings away, so you've got 2 angles to deal with as a batsman.
Here's Stokes once again and pushed defensively out towards mid-wicket, straight to the field and no run. The 12th man is Sam Cook.
Working on the chain gang.
Yeah. Finally got there in the end. And we had some more messages. We have had some more messages on the message panel. I've just managed to delete it. No, I haven't. I just moved it out of the way. Right, Ben Stokes, what's his plan here? He's got a wide slip. First slip is a little bit wider than normal. Then there's maybe a 4th slip. Here's Stokes again, bowls to Pant, who flicks it off his pads out towards deep square leg. So long leg, deep square, catching mid-wicket, mid-on. It's changed now for the right-hander, but he's got a man out at deep square leg.
What Stokes can do, though, you mentioned the pace. Yes, he's got that, 83, 84, 85, that's kind of speed. He's also able to bowl a length, whereas I think a lot of the other bowlers that we watched yesterday, and they're a little bit modest, I thought, all the bowling yesterday for England, just dragging it down a little bit too short and allowing batsmen time to see it. and they're not under pressure quite so much. And unfortunately, it was a lot of the bowling from England.
Stokes in to Gill, driven through extra cover for 4. That's a beautiful shot. He has the elegance that we associate very often with left-handers. It doesn't make any sense, really. I mean, the left-handers aren't naturally more elegant than right-handers, but it does seem that way sometimes. But that was just sumptuous from Shubman Gill. It was, I have to say, pretty much a long half volley from Ben Stokes, but just gloriously put away. Shubman Gill he's in for the long ride. He's the Indian captain. He's not going to give it away. He batted beautifully yesterday, chanceless century, and he's now beaten outside the off stump, right on cue. Thank you, Ben. That was a wonderful delivery. It might just have shaped away. Remember, this ball is still pretty new. A couple of messages. We had a message from Ho Chi Minh City yesterday, and now pretty much very much in the same region. Loving the commentary from Siem Reap in Cambodia. Just need a wicket. Our Kiwi mate Colin is getting cocky, especially after the Lions yesterday. That's from Dad ANS. Here's one for you, Jerry. Listening to you from Auckland, New Zealand. No need to qualify where Auckland is. We're all aware of that. Is Shoaib Bashir, Jerry, the best spinner England have? He averages 48 with the ball in first-class cricket! Exclamation mark.
Well, he doesn't even play for the county that
Doesn't play first-class cricket.
No, well,
other than tests. Here is Bashir again, and Rishabh Pant works it away off his hip out towards mid-wicket, and they go through for a single as Joe Root fields. 409, 410 for 3.
well, he's actually contracted to Somerset, isn't he? And I think
On loan to Glamorgan.
Yes, well, he's been on loan to several other counties over the past few seasons, and he hasn't picked up many county wickets. I mean, he had a very high average before, but what they like, and they being the England directors, if you like, are attributes, not figures. They don't mind that at all.
Here is Shoaib Bashir again to Shubman Gill, defends.
They like the tall spinner that drives the ball into the pitch. They like bowlers who bowl 85 miles an hour. Ben Stokes and the Attributes. It sounds like an old 60s rock band, doesn't it? And that's the sort of the template that they actually impose on their side.
Bashir, and again Shubman Gill comes forward and defends once again. It's a much more of a scientific approach to selection. I mean, gone are the days where you read the county averages in the back page of the Times and select your team from the numbers. Here is Bashir once again, and that's pushed away out on the onside, no run. And to be fair, England have got many selections that were probably inappropriate. You know, the anomalies of batsmen scoring a lot of runs on a flat pitch in a certain part of the country, and then he's suddenly elevated into the Test team and isn't ready. Doesn't have the all-round game. Bowlers as well. Here is Bashir once again. It's short and it's pulled away by Shubman Gill just for a single. So that's where it comes from, isn't it? So science.
Yeah, I think it is. They know what they would like to see. They look at the sorts of bowlers when they go and play away from home. They look at the sorts of bowlers and the pace that they bowl, and the size of the bowlers, and what they do. And they like Shoaib Bashir because he gives the ball a bit of a rip, and they like him because he's tall, and so he gets bounce and he gets overspin as well. So the ball drops on you as a batsman.
Here's Bashir, that's a wonderful delivery. Turn and bounce there. And Rishabh Pant is troubled briefly. There's a throw, and it's a throw at the stumps, and I think is it Harry Brook who's yeah, he's taken a blow on the left hand, and he's going to rush off, and hopefully it's just a little bit of a graze, maybe. It's just caught the edge of the fingernail. The ground staff are coming on because it's drinks after a first hour's play, and India have had a very productive first hour of the second day. They're up to 412 for 3.
Yeah, another good session, wasn't it, for the Indian players? No further wickets for England. That's the first thing to say. And the runs that perhaps occurred yesterday to form the strong base for a total like this was already there. And Shubman Gill has looked untroubled, you'd have to say, this morning in continuing his innings from about 120, I think he was 127 at the start of play. He's moved on now to 144, and Pant, who started at 65, has gone into the 90s. 98 is that, I can see there up on the scoreboard now. So both batsmen, left and right hand, one on the front foot, particularly Gill. Pant generally looking to play off the back foot and attack off the back foot on the leg side and cutting. So it's been left and right hand, short and full balls. Nothing's really changed for England. It's not as if any of the bowlers have come down as if you're going to breakfast and you're looking for something and you're patting your pockets, that sort of thing. It's, oh, now I've found my length. None of them have yet found their length of what is to bowl on this pitch. I don't think you would say that there has been, you know, a solid delivery that you could say, there's the ball that pays my insurance every week. There's my stock ball that I respond to, and that's how I live. You can do all the fancy stuff that gets you the swimming pool, but the stock ball pays for the food and for every other bill, and I haven't seen that from many bowlers yet.
Thank you very much indeed to Jeremy Coney. Time for a cup of tea for Jerry. I'm just keeping an eye out. We're actually 2 floors above the players' balcony, and just trying to see whether Harry Brook is receiving a little bit of medical aid, a band-aid, quite literally, for that finger that seemed to, the ball drew blood from. It's drinks, that's what's happening at Headingley, with the England players attempting to regroup. A couple of them, 3 or 4 of them, actually went to the change room during the drinks break, so maybe the 12th, 13th and 14th men didn't bring their drink of choice out to them, or maybe they just went for a bathroom break. But it's been a warm and muggy morning so far, but it is now clouding over, and depending on which weather app you look at, there are thunderstorms predicted somewhere between, as I say, depending on which forecast you look at, chances of thunder showers varying quite dramatically between 30% and 80%, but away to our right the cloud is building up, and it certainly has the feel of that heavy humidity yesterday and this morning. It has the feel of thunderstorm in the air, not imminent by any means at all. I'm joined now by David Bumble Lloyd, and I have a burning question for you which doesn't feature the weather at all, Bumble, but first of all, good morning, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Am I on now?
Yep.
Yeah, there we are, yeah. What about the weather? The one thing that's on my mind is Ben Stokes and the attributes. Ben Stokes and the attributes.
It's got a ring to it, hasn't it?
He just said, Jeremy said it's a group from the 60s. What's your burning question?
I went for a run this morning along the canal.
Oh, right.
And I thoroughly enjoyed it. I ran yesterday before, on Friday evening. No, we started on Thursday evening. I ran into the city along the canal, and that was very interesting, but I preferred to run towards the countryside, and then there are signs along the canal path. The drinks are done. Ben Stokes is continuing. It's full and wide outside the off stump, left alone by Rishabh Pant. India remain 412 for 3. There are signs. The canal path is called the Trans-Pennine Trail, and
yes.
So if I did a Forrest Gump and kept running,
yes,
would I end up in Manchester?
Yes, you would. Yeah, you'd certainly get into Lancashire. Absolutely. And so you're on the canal, so that would be the Leeds-Liverpool canal. And
So
the
the
clue is that it goes from Leeds to Liverpool.
Is that why they named it that? Here's Ben Stokes once again around the wicket to Rishabh Pant in the 90s. Slower ball and beautifully bowled. There's a real loop to it. I mean, slower ball. And caught me by surprise. Rishabh Pant momentarily nonplussed, but did manage to recover and just dabbed it out square of the wicket on the offside for a single. How far is it to
Liverpool?
Yeah, is it would that be 60, 70 miles?
60. I'm going to guess 115 miles.
A bit more than a jog then. I'd need to pack more than
I
sandwiches.
I'll have to look. I'll look when I go off. I'll have a look. How far is it? By canal. That is by canal. Not by road or rail. By canal.
Still absolutely marvel at the canals and the locks and the engineering and the bridges and just amazing. Here is Stokes again outside the off stump to the captain. Shubman Gill leaves it alone. I mean, these, you know, they were just post-industrial revolution. I mean, it's 150 years old.
There's a chap on TV, and it's something around about 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and the programme is called Canal Diaries, and a lad is in one of these narrowboat canal barges. It is a wonderful, wonderful programme. Fabulous. Have they got anybody out, by the way, this morning?
No.
All right.
Rishabh Pant's on 99. That's the story of the moment. Shubman Gill's on strike though. He's on 144, and he pushes that one firmly straight back past Stokes, and it's fielded by Chris Wokes, and there's no run. It's just staggering. And there's the canal that goes through the centre of Leeds, and there's the River Aire below it, which must be
River Aire. Yes.
It must be 200 feet below it.
Yes.
The canals are just, and the lock system is, I just find it quite staggering. And the bridges, the arches, the railways as well. All of those, they're all made with, you know, bricks, not single bricks. There must be trillions of them. Here's Stokes again, edged and falls short of gully. Good pace, good aggression, good hostility from Ben Stokes, good delivery. I think well played in the end by Shubman Gill, but that one bounced a bit.
It did, and it's a good length ball, and both batters are prodding the pitch round about where it pitched. It leapt at him, but he did so well, and you will do, 144 on the board. He kept it down towards that gully position where Ben Duckett is. Duckett is quite deep, but he did so well to keep it down. It leapt at him.
413 for 3. Here's Ben Stokes once again charging in, and this time Gill gets on top of it and guides it to Ducket in the gully. And there's no run. Well bowled. Ben Stokes looked comfortably the pick of the attack yesterday. He has figures of 2 for 49.
Just pace-wise, and we talk about the other big guys like Carson, Tom. I reckon that Ben Stokes is right up there with them. He looks fit, he looks strong, and we talked yesterday about he says that he's going to be more sensible, and so the spells that he does, not too long, but I think he looks in great shape after his injury woes, and it's his knee, and they must have got it right because he is charging in.
Shoaib Bashir has been less of a threat, but he has bowled a couple of very good balls, as he tends to do. I mean, he's still at the stage of his career where he bowls a couple of bad balls every couple of overs, but he also bowls wicket-taking balls, which is rarer for an off-spinner. He bowled a beauty to Rishabh Pant. He's on 99, Rishabh Pant. There's a leg slip. Down the wicket he comes, and he clears long on, down to the boundary for 6. He reaches his 7th Test 100 with a 6. What a shot from Rishabh Pant. He's doing the cartwheel or the handstand to celebrate. The gloves came off. He celebrates in style. What a way to get there. Brilliant, brilliant. Played within himself. for the most of yesterday, but now acknowledges the applause, turns and bows to all four corners of the ground. What a showman.
Well, he did a forward flip from nowhere. He very nonchalantly took his gloves off, he took his helmet off, he did a forward flip, and then he's tucked his bat under his arm, rather like a regimental sergeant major, put his stuff back on. He's taking guard again now, with one arm up his back. He looks very, very military. What a showman. What about the shot? He goes dancing down the pitch and launched it into the Western Terrace. I love it.
Absolutely brilliant. He only had one hand on the bat when at the end of his follow-through. Just brilliant. There's a leg slip and an orthodox slip as Bashir tries to recover his composure after that, and Rishabh Pant pushes it out on the onside, no run.
There's a social media called That's So Village. That has to go on. I've never seen anything like it. He nonchalantly took his kit off, his gloves and his helmet, then did a forward flip, stood with his hands in the air, shoved his bat under his arm. I wanted a band to play then, a brass band.
Sensational, absolutely brilliant. 148 balls. He's gone again, he's gone downtown. Has he cleared it? He's two fielders converging on it, and he's just managed to evade both of them. Zach Crawley was running around from long on, and Joe Root backpedaling from mid-off. He was 3/4 of the way back. They were both converging on it. The only question now is whether it went for 4 or 6.
Well, they're both interested. It's mid-off who's hovering. He's not back onto the boundary, mid-on is. And they both charged after it. He looked anxious. Rishabh Pant, as everybody's looking at the big screen now as to see, did it go for 4 or 6? Has it been palmed over? And there it is, it's gone for 6. Another 6.
200 partnership with that 6. 425 for 3. The pain continues for England, and we were talking momentarily about the possibility of India having 3 centurions in the same Test innings for the 4th time. It's just worth repeating. 1986 against Australia at the SCG, Gavaskar, Srikanth and Jimmy Amarnath, Mahinda, as Bashir is in again. Pant defends. 1997, our Premadasa Stadium against Sri Lanka, Navjot Sidhu, Sachin Tendulkar and Mohammad Azharuddin. And 23 years ago at Headingley, Dravid, Tendulkar and Ganguly. And now, 2025, Headingley, Jaiswal, Gill, Pant. Sweep shot out towards deep square leg, and it's just, he's got a top edge there, and he's got a little bit lucky, I fancy. It's just over the head of Joe Root at mid-wicket. Was that a little top edge?
Yeah, it was. It might have been the toe end of the bat, and it loops over Joe Root at mid-wicket. He wasn't anywhere near it really, probably about 4 metres, 5 metres away from it. And so it looks as if Pant now has really decided to step on the gas. He's going to play some shots. There's a buzz around the ground. We don't want any rain. This cricket is marvellous.
There's the feel of thunderstorm in the air to me, as that's pushed away defensively by Shubman Gill. This is his career best, 144. Rishabh Pant now 112.
His previous best was 128, I think, at Shubman Gill. But he looks a wonderful player. You look at his Test match average, round about 35. It's going to be way over that. And I think this is good for India, that they've got a young captain and a young team. It looks like they're having fun out there. It really does. And the other thing of note, with the IPL and all the razzmatazz that goes on there, you still need, at Test match cricket, you need a solid defence. And these younger Indian batters have shown that. They really have shown they can be stout in defence, but they don't miss. They do not miss a scoring opportunity. Ben Stokes again.
And they celebrate their centuries with somersaults. Here is Ben Stokes, and this is driven, pushed to point, to mid-off, where there's a shot at the stumps from... who is that? Who's that fielder there who just threw the stumps at the non-strikers end? I think punt would have
Ben
been
Cox. That's Ben
Jordan,
Cox.
Jordan
Cox. Jordan Cox, sorry, beg your pardon.
Jordan Cox is on the field.
Who's off? I should think it's Chris Wokes.
Could be Chris
who's off.
Wokes. Yeah. He went off after his spell yesterday. 100 overs bowled by England. This is the start of the 101st. England would have been praying for rain maybe, which might come, and praying for wickets, which haven't. Rishabh Pant's gone past 100 and he might even catch up with Shubman Gill at this rate. This is too short and wide and left alone by Shubman Gill, who's moved steadily enough on to 144. He's added, 17 runs to his overnight score? But at the other end, it's been fun and games. All the fun of the fair, Bumble.
Well, he's an entertainer, isn't he?
Well, he is.
Absolute entertainer, and I've never seen anything extraordinary as he celebrated. But to talk about the shot, he played that shot one-handed, hits it into the Western Terrace, and then just stood there. I thought he was going to undress it, and he just started taking bits of clothing off.
And Shubman Gill didn't walk to him to celebrate, and I was wondering why not. This is punched off the back foot, opens the face of the bat as Shubman Gill, and they'll take 2 to deep point from the bowling of Ben Stokes, who once again has looked England's most threatening bowler, and that's not really what you want to be saying. He's bowling, he's in his 16th over today. We were talking about this yesterday.
Do you know, I noted that with Shubman Gill. Usually they get together and they start celebrating. He let him have his moment, didn't he? It's your moment, as if they knew.
Yes.
This is what he's going to do.
I think they did. I think he told them before they walked out there. How are you going to celebrate, Rishabh? And he said, I'm going to do a somersault. I'm going to do somersault. He went on the backflip. Yorker dug out by Gill. He moves to 147.
It was a front flip, wasn't it?
It was a front flip.
Back flip.
A somersault doesn't do it justice.
No.
It was a front flip. You're right.
But he'd taken all the clothing off. He took his glove, took his helmet, so slowly, not quickly, as though the crowd erupted and everybody's standing and applauding.
I was thinking he was about to kiss the turf. I thought that's why Shubman Gill was just standing back. He was going to pay his respects, but no.
Did you notice how he tucked his bat under his arm?
Yeah, he did.
Like a sergeant major leading a band.
All of this after smashing one into the Western Terrace for 6, and it gets there's a footnote as Rishabh Pant tries to, on the back foot, almost slog pull, straight pull. It's a slog and it's not timed, and it could have gone pretty much anywhere. It's just kind of squirted to mid-on for a dot ball. 430 for 3.
England won't mind that he's playing these extravagant shots now. He's lobbed one over Joe Root at mid-wicket. He hit that 6, which we had to look, has it gone for 6? Yeah, it's just gone over the fielder's head. He really is starting to play some shots now.
This is brilliant stuff from Rishabh Pant as Stokes is in. And again, this is pushed to mid-off. No run, fielded by Jordan Cox. And that's the end of Ben Stokes' 16th over. He's taken 2 wickets, 2 of the 3 to fall. 2 for 53. Shoaib Bashir has been hit into the stands on a couple of occasions this morning. England starting out behind the game. Well, I'm not even sure they were thinking. I know they don't play for draws, but I think they're going to have to here.
I don't think they'll be thinking that.
It's
the way that they go. That they'll be thinking. I think you've got to still see in a 5-day game, how can we win this match? And the third innings, whatever it is, the third innings, cricketers are always suspicious about the third innings. You can be vulnerable.
Yeah,
and if you bowled out for 60, now the team batting second has a chance of coming back into the game. We've had another hold-up as gloves were changed. I hate that. I do hate that with a passion. We just had a break.
England gave up 500 against New Zealand at, I'm going to say Trent Bridge, a couple of years ago. 500 New Zealand scored in first innings and New Zealand lost the game. So you're right. I don't think they're quite contemplating a draw just yet. As Shoaib Bashir is in, bowling over the wicket. He's predominantly been bowling round it. He's bowling over the wicket to Shubman Gill, who is 3 away from 150. I was asking Jeremy Coney if he's ever seen or he could remember a batter in history that reminds him of the way Rishabh Pant goes about his cricket. As this is pushed back to the bowler by Shubman Gill. He's got a leg slip and a slip in place, no run, and he couldn't think of one. I struggled to think of a comparison to Ben Duckett as an opening bat in English cricket history. I can't quite think of somebody that he reminds me of, and I certainly can't think of anybody that Rishabh Pant reminds me of, as Shubman Gill gets down on one knee and tries to smash this on the sweep, but it bounces a bit more than he thinks and it hits him high up on the chest.
He's a one-off, isn't he, Rishabh Pant? I should think he's horrible to play against. You might get the odd word, wait till we get you on a green, and well, you don't see a green in these days. He gets under your skin.
But he does it with a smile, though, doesn't he?
That's the worst. They're the worst.
Plays back in his crease this time, and orthodox defensive block from Gill. Actually, that didn't hit Gill. That sweep shot, or attempted sweep from Gill to the last delivery, it didn't hit him on the chest. It actually hit him just on the arm, not that far from the glove. Bashir is in again, and Shubman Gill has picked out deep square leg, and finally England pick up a wicket, and Shubman Gill's fine innings has got to come to an end. Caught in the deep for 147, Shubman Bashir strikes for the first time in the innings. He gets a pat on the back from Rishabh Pant. He wanted to follow up Pant's heroics. He reached a century with a sixth. Gill fancied reaching 150 with the same, but he didn't get quite enough on it. Josh Tonga with the catch, and the crowd here at Headingley get to their feet to applaud India's Test skipper, who has to make his way. Finally, he's beaten, but not before registering 147. India 430 for 4.
Well, a real significant innings for India's young captain. I just sense that this is a team that's going places. I like the way that, as he was dismissed, Pant ran all the way down, followed him off, patted him on the head, patted him on the back. Well done, skipper. That's telling me that they are a together team. I think we're going to see a lot and be entertained by this side. The dismissal, that's the longest boundary. Josh Tong was a deep square leg, and he flicked it. He didn't hit it, he's flicked that, and as soon as he hit it, he knew he hadn't got enough on it. And so England at long last, have made a breakthrough and got a new batter. Might be just a man for a crisis. Nair, 430 for 4. Well played, Indian skipper.
And a fascinating story is just about to restart. An 8-year gap. He hasn't played for India since 2017, and yet he walks to the crease with a batting average in the 60s. But he's going to be nervy. Karun Nair about to face his first delivery, and he pushes his back to the right of Shubman Bashir, who fields, and that'll be the end of a wicket maiden. Applause here at Headingley for the success. England's first today. Shubman Bashir has struck. India 430 for 4.
Well, they needed that, England, just to give the team a lift out there in the field. It's hard work, it's muggy, it's sultry, it's humid. Get a new batter in, there should be a real lift. And I'm just looking who's going to bowl it, and it will be Ben Stokes. He's going to carry on. I think he's looked impressive. He's got good pace. That's been a surprise that they've got him fit, or he's got himself fit. Get a new batter in.
Yeah, we had this yesterday, didn't we, with Sai Sudarsan coming in 7 minutes before the lunch break on debut, and I think Stokes kept himself on. He's only bowled the 3 overs today, so here he is now, and it's Rishabh Pant who is shouldering arms and letting this one travel through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Rishabh Pant, 113, and now we'll see how he goes about things, because with Shubman Gill at the other end, we saw the Rishabh Pant we all know and love, or have done for the last hour and 27 minutes. But I wonder if he just changes his game a touch. Maybe now it's about seeing Stokes off and just making sure Karen Nair can get off the mark and maybe see off 10, 20 deliveries and just get set, because he's going to be, you know, despite his age, he's 33, he's going to be nervy today. Stokes again is in, touch wider of the crease, and this is defended by Punt back down the track.
Well, he might just let him bed in. He had a new batter in, and the way that Pant has been playing all these expansive shots, he might just drop anchor for a little while, let the new batter get acclimatised to what's going on out here and the pace of the bowling, the atmosphere around the ground, the weather. It is muggy. Very, very sultry day.
Yeah, it is. It feels a little clammy now. It was very hot. It looks like it's raining in the distance over there, actually, as Stokes is in again. This is an attempted guiding shot from Rishabh Pant. It's very compact. Just tries to just direct this ball to the right of that deep gully where Ben Duckett is fielding, but it goes straight to him. Fields on the bounce.
John, I've got to tell you that I'm not great, and this is not great for radio, and I'm not great on northeast, southwest.
Well, you're talking to the wrong person, I'm afraid.
This is on radio. It's not coming from over there, it's coming from over there. That's where it tends to come from, and I think that's the Pennines. That'd be Lancashire.
Here is Stokes, left alone by Rishabh Pant. Would that mean that's Wakefield? Is Wakefield over
south.
there?
Wakefield is south, I do know that. I'm a guest of Philip Hodson, who's the vice chairman of Yorkshire County Cricket Club today, and he's from Wakefield, and he's down south. Not down south.
Not my south.
Not your south. No.
Well, I'm terrible. I went to New York about 25 years ago, and I got lost, as I get lost everywhere.
Newark. Where did you say?
New York.
Oh, sorry,
America.
Newark. I thought
not
you
Newark.
been to Newark.
I've been to Newark. It's in Lincolnshire, isn't it? Driven by Rishabh Pant, that answers the question. Is he going to see Ben Stokes off? No. He's going to drive him maybe 3 or 4 metres to the right of the bowler. Was that in the air?
Oh yeah,
Bumble?
Yeah,
it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, mid-off, and that's Chris Walks who's back on the field. He's quite wide. If he'd have been straight, he'd have gone straight to him. It's not. It's in the air, round about chest high.
Yeah, that is about, I don't know, 3 metres to the right of Ben Stokes, and it at catchable height. But he hit it hard as he cuts this time powerfully along the ground to Zach Crawley, who is at deep backward point. One more run to the score, and that was a 4 from that hard hit from the bat of Rishabh Pant, and that means that Punt takes a strike for the start of the next over as well. Smart batting, 435 for 4. So I was in New York, right, back in about 1998 or something, I can't remember, and I got lost. I was waiting to meet my brother, and I was just walking around, so I thought I'd ask a friendly police officer directions to how to get to wherever I was trying to get to. I can't remember where that was, and he said, sure, I won't do the accent. And he said, go north 2 blocks, east for a block.
No, you've lost me now.
I smiled politely.
Yeah, thanks very much.
And just made my way. Absolutely no idea.
I'm the same with that Google Maps, that you get the error, and I'm always going the wrong way, where the error spotted turn round, come the other way.
Waiting for an Uber, trying to work out which way the Uber's come. I'm like one of those. Bashir is in, and Rishabh Pant clears his front leg. The crowd will tell you. I think it's been taken by the guy in the high vis. It has Bumble. He's got both hands in the air, and that's one to tell the kids. What did you do at work today? Well, I caught Rishabh Pant in the Western Terrace.
It should be out. That should be out. What a brilliant catch. On duty, high vis, take a catch.
the crowd, who weren't situated right by him, have just seen on the big screen, and there's a miss stumping from Jamie Smith and Bumble. I mean, We are at the circus. Rishabh Pant's come down the track. He has tried to slog sweep Shoaib Bashir to either Wakefield or the Pennines, whichever way it is. He's out of his crease, he's missed the ball, and so has Jamie Smith. And in and amongst all the fun, as Rishabh Pant turns to try and get back behind his crease, the bat slips out of his hand like a bar of soap, and it lands at, well, about 10 yards shy of Ollie Pope, who's fielding it short. Fine man, or fine leg. Ridiculous. What next? Just leave it alone.
The significant thing about all that, missed stumping. He's miles down. He's gone charging down. He's lost his bat. He's thrown his bat to leg slip. Missed stumping.
Rishabh Pant has had a life. Gets forward and just pushes this to the right of mid-wicket. Well, Jamie Smith, he's fielding up to behind the stumps to the spinner, and that's hit him quite high up on the chest, isn't it? But Rishabh Pant was out of his ground, his bat was out of his hands. There's no way he was getting back, but unfortunately the chance has gone. Crowd catch to short cover. I mean, 4 minutes ago we were wondering whether Rishabh Pant would just allow Karun Nair the chance to bed in.
No chance. No.
Well, he is bedding in at the non-striker's end. He's seen a lot of deliveries. Last ball of the over, and Rishabh Pant just will take strike. There's a shot at the stumps of the non-striker's end. Thankfully, there is a fielder backing up because Shoaib Bashir was not behind the stumps, and that means that Rishabh Pant will continue taking the strike. 442 for 4.
And it's a plan. He's just looking around the field. I'll get my single there. We see the big shots that he plays. That last ball of the over, he's just looking for a single to get strike again. The stumpings and stumpings, sometimes that you just drag out there, and it's a wonderful piece of work by the wicketkeeper just to nip a veil off. He's down the pitch. He's gone 2 yards at least, a couple of metres down the pitch. He hits the wicketkeeper. I'm not sure that he got a glove on it. It was a big chance.
Yeah, it was. We haven't seen a decent replay of it. Just want to see, how unsighted was Smith. Did he see it all the way? I mean, Rishabh Pant started coming down the track early. Ben Stokes to continue, start of his 5th over of this spell, and this has just helped. Eased into the leg side. All the time in the world. That's a cultured shot from Rishabh Pant, who just plays back, rides the bounce, and smashes that square of the wicket on the leg side on the pull for 4.
It's not a bouncer, it's just short of a length. He'd liked it to be much higher than that. He pulls it away.
Rolls the wrists as well, keeps it down.
Just like slow motion, really.
It was a bit. More warning signs for England. They have taken a wicket. But Rishabh Pant has moved on to 129. He jabs the ball, or rather the bat down on the ball, and it's fielded at deep gully. 446 for 4. You should have been replaced by now, shouldn't you, Bumble? You're doing overtime now.
He's hovering behind me. He's Jeremy, and I'm looking. Oh, there it is. There's his crutch. his crutch is there. He's had this. Has he said everything about his new hip? Titanium, titanium hip.
He has mentioned it.
Yeah, I've got a titanium knee.
Does it set the old alarms off?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they don't believe
at
you.
the
I've got
airport.
a metal knee. Oh well, we'll decide that.
Here is Stokes cut away by Rishabh Pant, and Karun Nair will face a delivery. He's only faced one. 446 for 4, and the chatter between Ben Stokes and Rishabh Pant continues.
Yeah. They're chatting away all the time, and he's explaining the shots that he's playing.
Yeah, Jeremy's had a hip op, hasn't he? Sounds like a rapper.
We're back again with Ben Stokes and the attributes group that I think he's going to manage them.
From hip op to Ben Stokes and the attributes.
You always get asked that, who would you like to meet? I'd like to meet Angus Young, the guitarist from AC/DC.
Yeah.
What a performer. Only a little guy as well.
There's a shorts.
He's lived life.
He'd do well here, actually, in shorts. Oh, I tell you what, Karun Nair has had a little bit of fortune there. He's tried to play with a straight bat defensively, but it's just beaten him. Touch more bounce or pace, and he's just guided this ball down. It's bounced not that far from the stumps.
Bounced over the stumps, I think.
Let's have a look. Oh, it has as well. It's bounced down and over off stump. Oh, and it's just landed at the back of leg stump. So it's travelled across them. He's had a little look down at the bails. That's the bit of luck that Sai Siddharthan didn't get yesterday. Possibly. Oh yeah, ready to 2 slips. Gully in place, and this is down the leg side and taken by Jamie Smith. Big moment in the last over, a missed stumping. It was comical. Bats flying everywhere. Bat advancing down the track, but the end result was a dot ball and a missed stumping from Jamie Smith. It would have meant a second wicket from Shoaib Bashir in quick succession.
It would.
Who's just reached his century, by the way.
And the other thing is that you get 2 new batters in just before lunch.
Which we saw yesterday, didn't we? We saw what happens with KL Rahul out just on the stroke of lunch, and one, as Geoffrey always said, Geoffrey Boycott was here yesterday, you were saying? Is he here today?
Yeah, he's down with me.
Oh, driven and caught! What an exceptional catch by Ollie Pope at short cover, fully stretched to his left. He has just plucked out an absolute worldie of a grab to dismiss Karun Nair. What a catch that was.
It's an absolute screamer, is this. Ben Stokes full of length. Nair driving, and he gets a thick outside edge. He doesn't absolutely nail it, but he's flying through the air one-handed, and he clutches this out of the air, acrobatic style. It's a wonderful catch. It's that little bit of magic that you need as a team to get a new batter in just before this lunch break. 4:47 for 5. How they wish it would have been Pant, but they've got a new batter in. Sensational catch.
Well, catches win matches, and that could be a turning point. An incredible catch. There was almost a pause when the crowd were asking themselves whether Ollie Pope had either caught that on the bump ball, whether he'd actually missed it and he was whistling to the boundary. What actually eventuated was it was a catch for the ages. Absolutely brilliant from Ollie Pope. And Ben Stokes has struck for the 3rd time, but he is going to give that one to the fielder. Jeremy's back with us. Wow.
Athletic catch, wasn't it? In the covers.
I'd say.
Almost 450. He's been out there for nigh on 4 sessions. It's a good attempt. Punter's receiving some attention too as he's down on the ground.
Well, he's the 3rd Indian batter, because Shubman Gill and Jaiswal both received a little bit of work on the lower back. All 3 have gone past 100 as well. So, you know, maybe there's a connection there.
It's interesting, isn't it, that there's been 300s and a couple of ducks as well.
Funny looking scorecard, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's the 2 batters who've come in, the debutant and the guy who hasn't played for 8 years, who've hit the ducks.
That was a good catch, though. He struck it relatively cleanly.
It was a phenomenal catch. It was one of those, I was just describing it as you're putting your cans on, there was just a little pause where the crowd, and myself included, were just thinking, you know, sometimes you think that you wonder, has he taken the catch, or is the ball, am I about to see the ball crash into the boundary, or has he hit it on the, is it a bump ball? And the reaction was almost quite nonchalant as well, wasn't it? It was only when Karun Nair started trudging off that you realise, boy oh boy, that is a grab. He's taken it. And well, of course there was a selection dilemma for England. Well, depending on who you talk to.
third wicket for Stokes too.
Yes, third wicket for Stokes, which is a good thing and a bad thing, I'd say, for reasons that we have discussed. I don't think that the plan was for Stokes to have bowled 18 overs in this innings when he inserted India yesterday. And the fact that he has been so threatening, the most threatening of all the bowlers across the course of the 2 days. But that missed stumping as well, that's a moment, because, you know, again, Shoaib Bashir to have picked up the 2 set batters in quick succession, I would have done him, done him a lot of good. And of course, would have meant that possibly India will be 6 down by now with two new batters at the crease, and then suddenly England are dreaming of maybe bowling them out for this side of, I don't know, 520.
Yeah, and Pant was on the ground, wasn't he? He'd thrown his bat on the ground quite a long way out of his crease.
Yeah.
Whether Smith was distracted by all that, I don't know, but didn't complete the stumping.
Josh Tongue is going to come in to replace Shoaib Bashir. Are you surprised by that? I thought Bashir's bowled relatively well, but maybe he has been taken downtown a couple of times by Rishabh Pant as he loses his footing, not for the first time, as he almost throws himself to the offside and tries to trying to heave the ball down towards the fine leg boundary, or maybe between fine leg and deep square leg. Either way, it's just a single, and that brings Jadeja on strike. He's about to face his first delivery. Maybe that's why, it's a new batter. Maybe he's trying to give him the hurry up here.
It's that collapsing hook, isn't it, that he goes down on the knee, and falls over quite deliberately, and to just create the angle for himself so he can help the ball on its way. Fine.
2 slips in place with the gully and a backward point for the new batter Jadeja, as Josh Tongue is in, and he will get off the mark straight away with a straight full delivery, which is punched down the ground for a single. 4-4-9 for 5.
And England now working their way towards the latter end of the Indian batting lineup. I know it's only 5 down, but after Jadeja, Shardul Thakur, of course, he can still hold the bat.
Well, it's kind of one of the reasons he's playing, isn't it? As much for his batting as his bowling, would you say?
He's more of I think he's regarded as a bowling all-rounder, just swings the ball away from a right hand, but he's only medium pace.
Yeah, Reddy's more of a batting all-rounder, isn't he?
Yes.
Well, he's struck on the pad. There's a shout for leg before, but bowlers joining in with keeper, which is the wrong way round. And it's given short shrift by umpire Paul Rifle. But here we are, 16 minutes until the lunch break, much like we were yesterday. 2 quick wickets for England, and it's just got them back into the session and the game. They can add another one and they'll feel relatively happy with how the morning session has gone. Still a lot of work to do. It's just Tongue is in again. There's a shout from the crowd this time, but nothing given. We don't get the speed gun up here, do we? Well, it just looks like he's bowling a little faster. Hurrying Rishabh Pant up a touch, but that might just be my eyes deceiving me. 4-4-9 for 5. If you're joining us, welcome to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We continue to have a lot of listeners and viewers all over the world. Someone messaging in from Myanmar was defended by Rishabh Pant. We've had the threat of rain, but so far so good. Yeah, Myanmar Simon says, I'm listening from Yangon in Myanmar. Given the colonial history of Myanmar, or Burma as it used to be called, I'm a little surprised that the Burmese haven't taken to cricket like their neighbours in India or Bangladesh. Yep.
Quite hard to play in those forests over there.
Yeah, it is quite wet, isn't it? Oh, I tell you what, there's a slip from Rishabh Pant, and he loses his batting glove as well. How's that happened? He's slow to get off the mark, get away from his crease. Fielder comes in from short cover. He completes the single okay, but another entertaining page in this at times jaw-dropping and quite frankly unbelievable chapter that we've witnessed this morning. by Rishabh Pant.
I think people don't realise just what a good batsman he is, though. I mean, he's got something like 9 90s or 7 or 8 90s, hasn't he? In addition to the number of 100, which is the most hundreds for an Indian keeper, I think, probably 7 or 8, ahead of MS Dhoni. So, I mean, he's really a very, very useful. Some people might say number 5 is a little bit high for a wicket keeper, but he's certainly proved his worth here in this innings. The surprising wicket for me today was Gill. I mean, he had played with such surety right throughout his innings, and so compact, and playing his drives and getting on top of all the pull shots, and then he's just lifted one from Bashir and picked out backward square, sort of about 4 or 5 metres from the boundary. So in England delighted that they've been able to take a couple of wickets in this session. Stokes still bowling into his 19th over of the innings. 3 for 63 for him so far. It's a good effort. He has looked the most dangerous. He bowls his bouncer. He can bowl a good full solid length as well. He's got a bit of swing. Still running in.
He is, and continuing to look England's best bowler, and goes past the outside edge of Rishabh Pant's bat. Amazing. That's it's 132 not out, and the ball has hit the middle of the bat and it's hardly deviated, and yet Stokes somehow is able to beat the bat of Rishabh Pant. He's just gone past MS Dhoni twice in the course of this innings. That was his 7th Test 100 as a designated keeper, surpassing Dhoni's 6th, and also number of 6s. Top of the list, Virender Sehwag with 90 for India, Rohit Sharma with 88, and Stokes is in again to Rishabh Pant, tucked away nicely off his pads. He's run the first quite hard. He wanted to come back for the second. He won't be able to. Ben Duckett tidies up down there, and Rishabh Pant's now moved into 3rd place with 79 sixes. MS Dhoni had 78. I mean, I find it intriguing measurement. I mean, it doesn't really mean that. Like Tim Southey's 5th on the all-time list, I think, 5th or 6th, which, you know, he's quite proud about, really, isn't he?
Yes, I remember his last Test match at Hamilton. He was looking for the 100, wasn't he? He came out swinging wildly to try and get there.
Yeah, it would have been more than a cameo had he got there. I think he needed 7 or something. but he was going to not die wondering. Ben Stokes is now just helping the umpires with some movement behind the bowler's arm, telling people to sit down and stop moving. 2 slips in a gully. Here's Stokes again to Rishabh Pant, flicked away in the air. No, it's not. It's Ravindra Jadeja. And it was very, very close to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket, who dived away to his right. That's Sam Cook, isn't it? No, it's Ollie Pope again. Get it right in the end. Ollie Pope attempting to produce another extraordinary catch. Diving to his right, just unable to get there. Stokes was down on his haunches. He knew it was close.
Yeah, he's gone to with his left hand, hasn't he? Diving the front hand, so he's going to have to turn that away rather than perhaps going with the right, but maybe he felt that was the closer hand to go with. Another, you know, extraordinary dive to try and get to that catch.
Field now spread for Rishabh Pant, and it's pushed away. He takes single. He's been offered a single and he takes it straight away. Ben Stokes is not averse to the odd one-handed reverse cup himself, is he? So I think he would have appreciated what Ollie Pope was trying to do. I think producer Scott is worried about the weather.
He is. He's brought out several towels. He's got none in his bedroom at all at the moment now. And they're now being spread over all the equipment. None over us, of course.
I must say
not worried about us.
Rain is not imminent. There's rain about. There's rain forecast, but it's definitely not imminent. Stokes in again. Bowls to Ravindra Jadeja, who defends it and then asks permission to field it. Stokes says, "Oh, go on then." So Jadeja picks it up and tosses it to him. Pant 134. Jadeja has 2. Stokes into his about to complete his 19th over, has 3 for 66, comfortably the pick of the bowlers. I must say that Chris Woakes, Bryden Carson, Josh Tongue have not had very good test matches, particularly Woakes, who's a new ball specialist and does swing it and does pride himself on taking early wickets with the new ball. But the radar was on the blink during this first innings as Stokes is in once again. It's defended by Jadeja out on the onside and there's no run. Jadeja sells his wicket very dearly, so England won't be getting any gifts from him. He's an obdurate, dour batsman. He can be devastating in the T20 format, but at test level he is very much the old school. 453 for 5, Jeremy. I dare say India won't still yet even remotely be thinking about a declaration, but should they be batting at T, what would be going through their mind? What criteria would they use to decide?
I think it probably will depend on, is there a break? You know, can they get to a position where you might have to bat for 15 minutes, where you can't actually get a chance to start?
Josh Tongue continues now, and it hits Pant on the thigh pad. Do you know what? There's suddenly that seems to be a little bit more life in the pitch and the overheads.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, really?
Well, it just draws. Well, we spoke about this yesterday, didn't we? It just overheads just do something in England. I can't explain it. No one can. But suddenly the ball just starts to do a little bit of squat, just in terms of bounce or a little bit of sideways. It hasn't been so much sideways, I don't think. But Punt hasn't been hit on the pads quite so much as we've seen in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit cooler. It's a couple of degrees cooler. There's a breeze. There's some grey cloud above, and suddenly the cricket ball seems to
Towels
wake
have
up.
come out.
The pitch wakes up. Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's got him. Rishabh Pant got into a terrible tangle with that. He was all over the place. He's completely misread the length. He's reviewed it, but I have to say that Paul Rifle had his finger up in a flash. Pistol, they call him, and he was pistol quick there with the finger. Up it went. Josh Tongue has got him. Rishabh Pant's got a terrible tangle. I think he was trying to leave it initially.
Yeah, he was certainly well back in the crease. It's a shortish ball from Tongue. It's nipped back. It's hit him. Actually, he's squared up, but it's hit him above the knee roll as he's moved across the crease, and he's looking to try and just angle it maybe into the onside for a single. Missed it. I don't think there's any edge at all on the ball, so we're just going to have to go through the process again.
Height's the only thing, isn't it? But it's hitting. It's hitting. Do you know what? I just think Rishabh Pant was so confused by the situation that he got himself into. He couldn't understand how he's misread it so dramatically. But he's getting a standing ovation. And I have to say, it's thoroughly deserved. And good on him for milking it. He's loving it. I think that's fabulous. Do you know what? If there's 20,000 people prepared to stand up and applaud you, acknowledge it. And he did. Well played.
Such a good entertainer, isn't he? Really, it's one of those players that people come to watch, and the crowd kind of lean forward and scratch themselves just a little when he arrives out in the middle, and he played one bold stroke very early in his innings off Ben Stokes back over his head, and then he went into a restrained period for quite some time to go from about 220 to 300. There's the first ball, and played back by Shuttle Thakur to mid-on, no run, and and then we've seen some outrageous strokes, haven't we, from him, falling over, falling down, strokes going with the ball, little flicks, huge strokes down the ground. Terrific innings.
Magnificent. Here's Josh Tongue bowling to Shardul Thakur outside the off stump, left alone. There's no run. You were chatting to John about whether batting or bowling was Shardul Thakur's strength, and I saw him take his career best. Very, very helpful conditions at the Wanderers in Johannesburg. Green seaming pitch, thunderous grey clouds, ball swinging and seaming. Took 6 for 60 odd. Here's Josh Tongue, bouncer. Oh gosh, that's harmlessly wide. It should be called a wide actually. It's a no ball called from umpire Paul Rifle, but Shardul Thakur career best 7 for 61. But then, you know, India played against India A in a 4-day game.
Yes.
At Beckenham.
They're going to warm up, yes.
And Shardul Thakur on the 3rd day was playing for India A against the frontline Indian seam attack. Smashed 100 off 78 balls. Here's Thakur forward to the next one from Tongue, pushes it to mid-wicket. Oh, and there's a shy at the stumps and a direct hit from Ben Stokes from Bryden Carse. And there's a big appeal, and England are seriously interested. They think they've got Thakur run out. Excellent work from Bryden Carse.
You can't state too much. A direct hit can count. He's running hard, certainly. He knows he's in trouble. Reaching out. Has he got there? Yes, he has. He's made it. And he's a little lucky. It was a good throw from sort of mid-wicket, moving into the ball, and then a direct hit. So another run to India, but not out.
He needs to work on his running the bat in technique. It was only about a foot in front of him. Yeah, but he's struggling. He had to hit the accelerator, and well fielded Bryden Carse, but it's a single, and Shardul Thakur is off the mark. Jadeja has 2. India are 454 for 6, and Ben Stokes has the last over. He's got the ball in his hand. We've got time for one more over before the lunch break. The scoreboard clock's showing us 12:59. It is Stokes outside the off stump and left alone by Thakur and taken by Jamie Smith.
Not bad pace, is it, for the 7th over in a row from Stokes?
This is a direct quote from Ben Stokes before the season began.
If
anybody
sees, shoot me with an arrow or something.
If anybody sees me bowling more than 5 overs in a spell, shoot me. This is the 2nd time he's done it in this test match.
Well, you better take aim, because this is 7.
I think, you know, he'll say, I felt good. I wasn't there were no concerns. You know, I was bowling well. The team needed me. That's a low full toss, and it's missed by Shardul Thakur. His eyes must have lit up there. It was shin high full toss outside the off stump. He tried to hit the cover off it, and he's missed it. Beaten for pace. 454 for 6. England with an orthodox looking field now, with 3 slips and a gully. Ollie Pope at cover, taken an absolute screamer today. Just magnificent catch. Get rid of Karan Nair. There's an unfortunate symmetry about the 2 debutants. Both made 4-ball noughts. Sai Siddharthan and Karan Nair. Here's Stokes again outside the off stump, left alone by Shardul Thakur. So on the subject of is he a bowling all-rounder or a batting all-rounder, I think he's pretty good at both. But I mean, there are very few bowlers you say it doesn't matter about the conditions, like Jasprit Bumra, like he doesn't need helpful conditions. Shardul Thakur does need a bit of assistance, I think. Needs to be some swing in the air, a bit of grass on the pitch. As you said, he's medium pace, and so he's not a threat, so there's no assistance. Swing and a catch! Edge! 4 wickets for Ben Stokes! Shardul Thakur has taken the bait. It's there for the drive. He's had a swish at it without moving his feet. Edge into the gloves of Jamie Smith, and now England have made proper inroads on the stroke of lunch. They will take lunch now, but it's suddenly 454 for 7.
Well, that's England's session then, isn't it, really? It's quite wide. He's chased it. If anything, that's that angle back into the right-hander and then moves away with the swing. And the length was good there from Stokes. He raises a hand as he knows, and it's taken comfortably by Smith, the keeper. And Stokes again has created another wicket for England. He's been the dangerous bowler, certainly, for them. 4 for 66 for him now. And the 4th wicket of the session.
Yeah, Jon Norman, just half an hour ago, was reminding us that England conceded 500 against New Zealand at Trent Bridge a couple of summers ago and won the Test match. And, you know, because India have scored so quickly and helped by the relentless attack of England, attacking fielding settings, aggressive fielding settings, lots of gaps, lots of runs to be scored and taken, and because the scoring rate's been so high, well over 4 and over, there is a great deal of time left in this Test match. And I think certainly for the first 25 years of my cricket broadcasting career, when a team got to 400, there was no way back for the other team, and you know, that sort of shifted to 450. But there is a way back, actually. I mean, if England do knock over the last 3 Indian wickets quite soon after lunch, there is so much time. They themselves score so quickly. So this game is...
it's certainly alive.
England have unlocked it.
Certainly alive. And that's been the session that's really done it. I mean, starting at 3 down with Gill and Pant at the crease. And they got through the first hour rather nicely. Neither really troubled too much. But this last hour, it's belonged to England. And it's really associated with Stokes again. Yes, certainly. The off-spinner got rid of, you know, Bashir getting rid of Gill really counted. And then Stokes coming in, and he's been the one who's created a bit. Tongue has picked up his first wicket as well. So that's a really nice last 50 minutes, really, for the England side. They've struggled and battled with length, and they've been hit around this very fast outfield by a number of players from India, but they fought back here nicely in this day 2 first session. So you're right, I think that they are still in with a chance here to chase this total down, unless India can somehow, through, I suppose, Jadeja, he's going to be the one who's going to have to shepherd this tail through. If they can get to 500, that's now 46 runs away though, so let's see how they go. It's going to be a very interesting second session of this match in the second day.
Yeah, just Jasprit Bumra, Mohammad Siraj and Prasidh Krishna to come, and it's a measure of the inability of Prasidh Krishna as a batsman that Mohammad Siraj is going to appear ahead of him. So yeah, I mean, we know Bumra can do a bit of batting, but it's going to be very much down to Jadeja if India do get to 500. It's 454 for 7 at lunch. 4 wickets in the session for England. Unexpected, it must be said, after the first hour in which Shubman Gill and Rishabh Pant looked absolutely untroubled. So it's not just 4 wickets in the session, it's 4 wickets in the last in an hour. 454 for 7. We'll be back after a spot of lunch ourselves with the second session right here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But for now, we'll take a short break.
IG is the official investment platform for the cricket for this summer. Watch out for IG and the University Cricket Net Facilities as part of the Anecdotes initiative. In partnership with England Cricket, IG is committed to investing in public cricket nets across England and Wales, helping local communities to build strong foundations on and off the pitch to grow the game for generations to come. IG is the official investment platform of England Cricket. Invested, your capital is endless. Newcastle, get ready to stand out for your country. England Cricket 25, 26 hits and landing. Designed to bring energy to every innings. The king features dynamic detailing and bold current costs, making sure you're unmistakably good. With performance to the range in glazed lightly premium fabrics, ergonomic cuts, bringing players and fans to life, freedom of movement and all-day comfort. Finished with replying prints and shots to the left of this kick. It's great for those who trade in purpose. Whether the men's, women's and junior sizes, I call to all. The England Cricket 25, 26 kits are available now. In store at talkSPORT.com. Introducing our other country film highway stories, Thurston masterpiece, where strength and sophistication are perfectly balanced. Expertly conceived and crafted by Brother, master of materials, digital timing partner, and we need cricket. Secures a special timepiece today by visiting Brother.com or contacting an authorised Brother retailer. And what's up with placing a fast bowler on the following wicket, making a catch over the boundary. Standing a steady point for an opening batter. Ducket is moving house, and that's why you need Cooper, the cricket's official property partner, on your side. Tools and insights to help you get ahead, with high, with steady, with a moving, with Cooper. After this session, we'll be getting underway at 1:42. Time now for some highlights for this morning's play. Regulations is a tangular length of cricketing calendar that provides players, officials, fans, employees, and volunteers to celebrate inclusion in the UK's LGBTQ community. Started by the charity Circle in 2013, it began with the asked players to lace their boots with rainbow coloured laces to heighten awareness. This has grown into an annual national event across many sports. Cricket this year will take place on Tuesday the 17th of June, Sunday the 22nd. Another elite game is taking place across the week that will celebrate rainbow laces, which is led by Tony Last Minute and officials. Here today, day 2 of England against India in this philosophy test. It's not just about the elite games, we want every club to have an opportunity to celebrate. The easy thing is to get into a toolkit, which shows why your club can get involved with sharing content on your social platforms, so hosting your own rainbow laces game. Throughout the whole of the summer, ECT's Innovate and Play campaigns promoting informal cricket and inspiring the next generation to play anywhere, anytime. In the superstars, Joe Root, Lauren Bell and Mark Wood, who used to play in the world's biggest arenas, have stood up to challenge. Releasing the code of the game, /play. So takes time to remind the regulations to stay off the playing area at all times. Anyone who goes off the playing area will be ejected by the prosecution and exclusion from cricket grounds around the world. Strongly appreciate these measures are in place for the safety of everyone, particularly players and match officials. Spectators shall show the games which conduct or add towards any player, match official, steward or other spectator in a manner to defends, insult, discriminates, or threatens that person with any form of discrimination. Having interest in safety and security, we kindly ask you to keep your bags and belongings with you at all times. We have some unattended as well please keep an eye on the play and areas during warm-ups, and the players criticals commenting hard each to the crowd, and bad behaviour is spoiled dangerous. Contact our security team could be easily by texting respect to 68650 for messages concerned, or by speaking to your nearest school. Dedicated to the rest of the game, if you wish to challenge it for the If you want priority ticket access for future England internationals, all you have to do is join the We Are England Cricket Supporters Club, free of charge today. Your chance to beat the queues and get early access to tickets. Find out more and join online at ecb.co.uk. And the We Are England Cricket team have been around the ground this morning. Let's see what they and you have been up to. turning to the field, Chris Gaffney and Paul Rifle. In front of England, led by Ben Stokes. Two for India, Ravi Jadeja on 2, and the incoming batter, Jasper Bumra.
Welcome back to Headingley, wherever you may be listening to us around the world. We're about to start after lunch on the second day of the first test match between England and India. England had a tremendous session in the first 2 hours of the day. There's a little bit of rain in the air, a few spots of rain just lingering, loitering in the air, but the covers were on during the lunch break. I'm glad to say that there's nothing that should keep us from starting on time, but just a few spots of rain here and there. Wonderful session for England, as I was saying. 4 wickets. Ben Stokes with figures of 4 for 66 at the moment has been comfortably the most threatening of the England seam bowlers. Shoaib Bashir has a wicket as well. Josh Tongue has a wicket as well. He's bowled a little better than he did yesterday. Here we go, first delivery on strike is Jasprit Bumra down the leg side, and left alone by Bumra. 2 pretty much non-batters to come in Mohammad Siraj and Prasid Krishna. But Jasprit Bumra, those of you who may remember India's last time on English soil, the one-off test match, well, it was actually the 5th test match of a 5-test series. It was played 12 months later at Edgbaston. Jasprit Bumra broke a world record, most runs in an over of test cricket. That was against Stuart Broad. Here is Stokes again, bowls. Bumra leaves alone outside the off stump. There were just 2 balls left in that over. Ben Stokes' 20th of the innings. Yeah, very interesting to see whether he gives himself another 1 or 2. But 20's already a significant workload. But then there have been 110 in the innings, 109 in the innings. So he's had to do his share. Now then, who will it be? Shoaib Bashir, it looks like. Yes, he is. He's going to take over. Ravi Jadeja is... I was talking earlier about Ravi Jadeja selling his wicket very dearly. Jeremy Coney's alongside me in Test cricket. He does enjoy a long bat. And there are some that say he also enjoys a not out. So he does need to score some runs, really. I mean, there's no point just batting and hoping that Jasprit Bumra, Prasid Krishna and Mohammad Siraj can get a job done with the bat. He needs to score runs, and Jasprit Bumra doesn't need protecting, but maybe the other 2 might, as Bashir is in then to Jadeja outside the off stump, left alone.
Well, he's played a lot of test cricket, hasn't he, Jadeja? 80 tests, something like that, and over 3,000 test runs, so he can certainly hold a bat. And certainly they'll be looking to him.
Bashir in, and that's flighted very nicely, drifts into the block hole, and it's sort of half driven, half blocked by Jadeja.
The lights just coming on as well here at Yorkshire with those distinctive flowers they have, of course, in their crest.
Here is Bashir once more, and Jadeja pushes it away behind square on the leg side. I think he's well, I think he's been in the top 3 multi-format all-rounders for 7 or 8 years. In Test cricket, it's a measure of, genuine the genuineness of your all-round status if that's pushed away defensively by Jadeja, if your batting average is higher than your bowling average, and if it's considerably different, then Jadeja, is what a point I'm getting to, is that he averages almost 35 with the bat and just over 24 with the ball. 300 test wickets.
He's a captain's dream, really, also in the park.
Pushed away firmly, but no run to cover.
The movement in the park, getting to the ball, and he's a very strong man, actually, to be able to get the ball down as quickly as he does and turn it as well at a good pace. That speaks of some strength to do that, and a core.
Quicker one from Bashir. Look, just like he changed his action there. I don't know whether he came over the top of it, but it just looked like his action was slightly different. He does have a significant number of variations, you know, for a 21-year-old off-spinner. He's got a long, long way to go and a lot of learning to do, but I wouldn't say that he's got any trick balls, but, you know, he's certainly got the variations, hasn't he? There are more as an off-spinner.
Yeah, he's got the arm ball that we see, and that one there might have been just slightly more round arm. What did you say to me, though, that he feels that this team, he's in his happy place, was it?
That's what he said.
In the England side, it's his happy place.
After the Zimbabwe Test match, he took 9 wickets in the match, and he was asked about because as you said, he's actually on contract to Somerset, who have said they're not going to renew it for next year. He was on loan to Glamorgan, for whom he took 2 wickets at 180. And he was asked about that and how he manages to perform so well for England, given the confusion about his county contract, or lack of one. The new bowler is Josh Tongue, and the first delivery flicks off Bumra's pads and deflects away past the keeper, between the keeper and the leg slip, Ollie Pope, down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. And he just smiled and said, well, playing for England, I'm in my happy place. Amazing. 58 wickets. And people say, yeah, well, you know, they have come at 44, but you know, if you know Ben Stokes, you know that he couldn't care less how much wickets cost. He just wants them. He'll pay whatever he has to. Not a man of cheap tastes when it comes to wickets, although he doesn't mind a few cheap ones. Here's Josh Tongue again. Jasprit Bumra guides this into the gully, or to backward point, Bryden Cast Fields. 458 for 7. The lights are on, Jeremy. The floodlights, that is.
They are indeed. They are indeed. They've now all become illuminated around the ground. 1, 2, 3, I guess. Are there more than that? There must be 4, surely. 4 lighting towers. They're sort of like rather large fly swats.
That's exactly what they look like. They are, of course, the White Rose. Edge gone! 3rd slip. Thank you very much. Straight in. Harry Brooks snaffles it. And Josh Tongue has a 2nd wicket. And India are 8 down with the rabbit and the ferret to come. So they've been dismantled from 360, 359 for 3 overnight, and that was pretty much as straightforward and as simple as it gets.
It was a delivery just pitched towards, bowled from slightly wider, angling back into the right-handed Bumra, and it drew him forward, but it was always just a little bit wide, so you had to push towards it, and he's got an outside edge. Nice height through to Brook, 3rd slip, and he's taken that 2 hands quite comfortably. So Jasprit Bumra goes. Another wicket for England to complete the 8th wicket taken after the first hour, which was quite comfortable for India, completed by Gill and Pant, and it looked as though that India were going to continue and press on, perhaps towards 500, but that's been ceased by some good bowling, some good catching, some good work from Stokes in particular with the ball. He's moved his bowlers around. Tongue was at the far end to get his 1st wicket, LBW punt, and now he's switched around to the Kirkstall Lane end and he's picked up the wicket of Bumra straight after lunch. And we've got the new man, which is Siraj, right-hander at the crease. In comes Tongue, very full, tucked away on the leg side. Looks as if they might take a single. Bashir to his left and returns. So he's off the mark. That's 4:59 for 8.
I'm sure there'll be some Indian fans or IPL fans listening around the world who think I may be being unkind about Mohammad Siraj's batting ability, and they will point to the fact that he once made 21. He barely had a bat for the Royal Challengers Bengaluru this year. He rarely got to the crease. But yes, he has. He has scored a few runs unconventionally, but it's not his strength. Here is Tongue again, and that's good, powerful drive from Jadeja, who he is going to take some responsibility, and he is going to try and score some runs. No, it's all well and good wanting to finish not out, but it's not so much difference if you're 2 not out.
That's true, but you're right. A lot of players they describe as red inkers, don't they? And it's really not a very nice statement and a way to describe some of the players. I was certainly a red inker at various times in my career, they used to call me, and Jadeja looks as if he's going to avoid that.
Short, pulled very powerfully, very nicely done, and misfielded rather poorly. Is that still the 12th man? No, Bryden Cast it is down there, isn't it? And that's unusual for him. He's a good fielder, very good fielder, but I think he may have slipped actually. Just a bit of rain during the lunch break and makes the top of the grass, the surface, just a little bit greasy, and he slipped down there. For those who might not put 2 and 2 together and wonder why some batsmen like to be not out, it does of course improve your average. So not outs don't count as a wicket when you're average, which is why you have sometimes the anomaly of a. There was one occasion when a bowler finished top of the county averages one year with an average of 101, because he was only out once and scored 101 runs. And every other time he was 6 not out, 3 not out, and they all added up. Do you remember that example?
I don't remember that. I do remember Frank Cameron, who was a bowler for New Zealand, came to, it was in England and I think maybe in India and a Pakistan tour as they came through. But he finished the tour, I think, with an average of 50. And he was about number 10 or 11.
Bryden Cast is into the attack now instead of Shoaib Bashir, and the first delivery is turned around the corner to long leg by Mohammad Siraj. Did he
exactly the same thing, just out once? Because if you're not out every innings, I don't think you've got an average. You've got to be out at least once to divide the number of runs.
And when somebody has a number hasn't been dismissed, they use the infinity sign in the list of averages, don't they? Because you can't divide anything by nothing. It's infinity. Here's Bryden Cast again. Down the wicket comes Jadeja. Glorious shot. Step and a half. Got to the pitch of it. Might have been interesting if Cast had dropped that one in short, but it's just a glorious on drive for 4.
What a shot that was. A shimmy down to a bowler who bowls a heavy ball. He's back after lunch for his first over, and he's really just got it to the offside, and it's a check drive. It hasn't even done more than that, and it's flown away. Really good stroke. What's he going to do now? Is he going to get another short one? There's a sort of the man at sort of fly slip right on the boundary. There's a third man cover mid-off.
It is Cast and bowls it full, almost Yorker length full, but just wide of the off stump, and Jadeja digs it out up towards mid-off. And I must say that Jadeja's argument is that that if he's batting, and he's batted at 5, he's batted at everywhere from from 5 to 8. His argument was, if the guy at the other end can bat, then I'm not throwing my wicket away, you know. But he's clearly of the opinion that these two can't bat.
He's seen enough of them.
No, I've seen enough of them to know that they're not great. Siraj well beaten outside the off stump here by Bryden Carse. There's a leg slip in place. 2 slips, Root and Brook have been there for most of the game. Duckett in the gully.
I think there's a little bit of substance to that argument. You'd like your number 10 and 11 to at least be able to defend a bit. You don't have to play big shots. You don't have to play nice cover drives and things like that. But if you've got a decent organised defence, you can put partnerships together.
Here is Bryden Carse again from the football stand end. Looks for the Yorker, bowls it well. Perfect execution, but nicely done by Mohammad Siraj. That's what you're talking about. What you expect the number 10 to be able to do.
Well, I remember batting with Ewan Chatfield, who was our number 11, and I think we managed to, and we needed 50 at that stage in the Test match, and we managed to get to 50. And it was all due to Ewan Chatfield, really. He didn't get many. He got 20.
He had the defence of a barn door, though, didn't he?
Oh,
he was very, very solid defending.
Yeah, he was. After he got hit, of course, and nearly died actually in Auckland at Eden Park. Peter Lever hit him, and he swallowed his tongue.
Here's Carse again to Mohammad Siraj, leaves it alone with a flourish outside the off stump, and there's no run. 469 for 8, and it's time for a change. I'll leave you with a question. Didn't Ewan Chatfield drive a taxi after his playing career, or maybe he
Still does.
Does he really?
Still does. Always meets me, and that
another word from you,
Wellington.
John.
Yeah. He never late for any team meeting, never late for a passenger at all. He's a very reliable man, not just as a bowler and as a teammate, but also as a taxi driver. Everybody, he's an excellent man, chats. We used to call him the farmer. The farmer. Used to love growing his crops in the back of his house, or the garden, actually.
Saying something to be known as the farmer in New Zealand, isn't it?
It is.
I wonder what the equivalent.
Endearment, a term of endearment.
Bowled him! Jadeja has been beaten neck and crop by Josh Tongue. It's another wicket for England, who are roaring back into this contest. 430 for 3 has become 469 for 9, and England now within 1 wicket of batting here at Headingley, where it might be gloomy overhead and the floodlights are on, but suddenly things are looking a little brighter from an England team that do not know when they're beaten.
Yeah, off the inside edge of Jadeja's bat as it came back as he went around the wicket to the left-hander, angling it back in. It was probably missing the stumps. Jadeja came down with the bat on a slight angle and created that little inside edge opportunity. So he goes, and Prasid Krishna is the last man out. So we're just really seeing the obsequies, if you like, of the Indian innings here, and it's fallen apart really for India after the first hour today.
Obsequies?
Yes, the endings, the quiet endings.
Yeah, that's a new one. No doubt that word's been uttered on talkSPORT channels in its 25 years.
Using that.
25 years we've been going, and there's a first for you. Barmy Army suddenly in good voice. About 20 minutes after the lunch break here at Headingley, there is just a touch of rain in the air. I mean, the ball hasn't seemed or swung any more than it did yesterday, but certainly since those clouds have come over, and it has got a touch gloomier. bowling, or batting rather, is starting to become a touch more difficult, it seems, from up here as Krishna gets off the mark first ball. A nice little push into mid-wicket for one.
They're the funeral rites, the obsequies, aren't they? The funeral rites.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
is it?
I think it is, yeah.
Sounds like a character from Asterix and Obelix.
All right. Welcome, obsequies.
We've been expecting you. Right, Josh Tongue, who yesterday you imagine would have been a little disappointed with how things went on day one, has picked up a 3 for 85, and he's hunting a fourth, and he's not going to get it there. There is a leg slip in place, so this is the angle. Siraj, who's not known for his batting, trying to pull good length delivery that was rising quite quickly. So fielder at deep square leg and one at fine leg, and he's trying to split the two. And there's a leg slip in place. The ball touches glove rather than bat. Again, my producer is indicating something to me, I know not what. Oh, rain, he's saying, rain. This is clipped towards mid-wicket. Zach Crawley is at deep square leg, so there's a single there. And that brings... Who does that bring? It brings Prasid Krishna back on strike. It was Mohammad Siraj. We've had a lot of left-hand, right-hand combos, which has helped us out, and of course Pant is easily identifiable. And now we've got two tail-enders, two right-handers, and England want to finish things now quickly, and they want to be getting out there. I'm not sure they really want to be batting in this gloom, actually. I don't know if they'd mind this defending this time as Krishna. I don't think they'd mind if they were to nip this one out, and then that rain, which has been threatening to turn up for a while, just gets it over and done with, and then clears. The floodlights go off, the light improves, the conditions also, and England can get about this India first innings score, which at the start of the day I think England would have taken. 359 for 3, now 471 for 9, and at one stage, as I say, 430 for 3. So England have hit back, and Krishna has lost his off stump. Josh Tongue does pick up a fourth, and the Indian innings is wrapped up here at Headingley, all out for 471.
Very full ball this time from Tongue, angling back in towards the stumps and played over and almost yorked Prasid Krishna, and the Indian Siraj goes off. The rain is starting to come down. The covers we can see to our left look as if they're going to be wheeled on to the ground and then over the pitch itself. Foolish ball, hitting leg stump very hard, and Krishna is just leaving the ground himself now, a lone figure, as Siraj had already run off before him. Well done, England, to fight back to this degree.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Ben Stokes was saying to Josh Tongue. I think it indicated as he kind of looked like he was eating Sesame Street style. Maybe Josh Tongue was hungry for those tail-end wickets to give his average a boost. He saw an opening, he got it. It was leg stump, not off stump. That was flattened. Those covers, there's one on the field, and there's another couple ready to come out. Still don't know what is happening here with the weather, but it's coming from behind us. David Lloyd was telling me about 45 minutes ago, so we'll feel it before we see it probably. But as things stand, somehow it's kind of been England's day. Although they're going to have a lot of work to do, and I don't think Jasprit Bumra is going to mind bowling in these conditions.
Well, 7 wickets for just over 100 runs. That's a very good effort. Because we haven't, while we've had a bit of cloud above us, generally, I mean, it's been pretty much okay, and the ball hasn't deviated a great deal. Looks like the second cover now is being rolled out as well, and now being run with the addition of 3 men out to the pitch.
The umpires are walking off. Jasprit Bumra is out on the field. He's going to go through his warm-up, but yeah, one of the covers is just parked up behind the roller. The umpires have walked off, maybe just to a comfort break. The Indians are out here, they want to get on with things. Morny Morkel is just down there to the left of us, Ryan Tenduscarter as well, two of the backroom staff. But yeah, I mean, job done for England. This is what Test cricket's all about, isn't it? It's being able to fight back from a position of weakness. You see a lot of Test cricket in this country, as you do, Jeremy, and very often teams come here, they get on top, and that's all well and good, but they don't play enough Test cricket. So when England come back at them and they fall behind, they don't always know or expect or know how to deal with it. India and England, of course, play so much Test cricket, they're used to being behind in a game. They know that just because they're behind on day one doesn't mean they're going to be behind on days 4 or 5. They've just got to keep going and executing their skill sets, trusting the process, all those cliches that you hear captains say and you don't hear anybody talk about in the pub. But that was what England have come out here and done. I mean, I asked the question when Bumble was on whether England had given up the idea of winning this game. They were 4 down at that stage and Bumble said no. England gave up 515 against New Zealand not 2 years ago at Trent Bridge maybe, and they won that match. So it was the Edgbaston Test of 2023 where they successfully chased down 350 odd, and they did so comfortably. So yeah, here we are.
Well, it's a strange looking scoreboard, isn't it, really, if you start to look down the Indian lineup with Jaiswal 101 and Rahul 42. He was Rahul, the first man out on that first day just before lunch, and then Sai Sudaran out for a duck, of course. That was 2 down on the first before lunch on the first day, and then a long period really with Gill and Pant having a very long partnership, both men getting hundreds, and then you start to go Karan Nair a duck, Jadeja 11, Shadul Thakur 1, Bumra 0, Siraj 3 and Krishna 1. So, you know, it's very curate's eggy, the whole thing, right the whole way through. Some very high points and quite a few low ones.
Well, I can tell you, Jeremy, statistician Gary Morgan has just delivered the lowest score in Test cricket before this match to feature 3 centuries in an all-out total was 475. So broken a world record here at Headingley by 4 runs. Hey,
Gary is so pleased about that, he's able to write those things. Yes.
If not for the penalty 5 with the ball hitting the helmet, we wouldn't have had a world record here.
It's true, that's true.
Incredibly though, the lowest score in first class cricket to feature 300s took place in 2014, 349. Now let's imagine those 3 centurions hit bang on 100 each. That means the other 8 mustered 49 runs between them. That's pretty good. Highest scores conceded by England in a first innings where they've gone on to win the match. This score of 471 doesn't come close to being in there. England beat Australia in Sydney in 1894. It's a classic game, that one.
Yes,
both remember that one. 586 Australia hit. 2022, Rawalpindi, Pakistan hit 579 and lost. 2024, 556 Pakistan scored and lost. And in 2022, that game I was just talking about, New Zealand 553. So in 3 occasions in the Bazball era, England have given up well in excess of what India have scored here in first innings and gone on to win the match.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of time left in this game, isn't there? 4 sides, you know, to make a decent total. And England, as we know, they like to be very aggressive right from the start. They are going to have to confront Bumra, who's out there in the middle at the moment, bowling and practicing, seeing what it's like running down the slope. We've got Prasid Krishna running in out there as well. and they're just sort of warming up, and there's some slip catching going on to our left as well. So the Indian side certainly expecting to be out there shortly. Siraj has just arrived, got his pads off. He's going to go and join his two bowling compatriots and bowl a few as well. And I guess Shardul Thakur will be out there. Yes, there he is. He's there too.
We were fortunate enough to have Ollie Pope in the news building, which is where we work in London Bridge, alongside Lauren Bell. Two came in, they visited various different radio stations in the building. And I asked Ollie Pope about, you know, how he sets up against Jasprit Bumra, the approach he has. And, you know, I kind of expected him. Well, did I expect him? I don't know. But I was having, alongside yourself, commentated on that famous win for New Zealand over India, where the approach from New Zealand was crease occupation and essentially seeing off his 4 or 5 overs and then, you know, not tucking in, but certainly just making sure they were still there at the end of his spells. Whether that would be the way he would go about things, and no, that's not his way.
It's not.
Nope.
He's going to attack. If it's there, he'll attack it. Yes.
Now, if you look at the
question
amount
of if it is there.
Well, that's very true. And it's a question of whether you can see it. I mean, look at New Zealand's number 3, Will Young. I mean, I don't have the stats, but I don't think there was any other batter across both sides who faced as many deliveries as he did. Now, he didn't score as many runs as, say, I mean, who was it who scored the runs? There were very few on India's perspective. Sarfraz Khan hit a big 100. Jaiswal scored a century. From a New Zealand perspective, the runs were really shared around, but he batted. He batted and batted and batted, and he didn't go at a rate, but he saw Bumra off. He was batting at number 3, like Ollie Pope is. I mean, we saw Jaiswal, we saw the Indian batters yesterday. At times you give the conditions of the game to the bowler. So if you know that Jasprit Bumra is only going to bowl a 5-over spell, and after him you've got Thakur and Krishna, who have not bowled in England to a great degree. Thakur did come here the last time India were here. I don't know, it just kind of makes sense to me. That's how you go about things. Yeah, the umpires are back out there, and the covers who have been hovering are coming off.
They're like a sort of a series of units in a train, aren't they? 3 of them there, just one after the other, and now are being pushed off the ground and going to be stored away to our left here, just off the ground. 2 umpires are going out there. The huddle, if you like, is going on in the Indian sort of area to our left as well. And it's going to be a very interesting little session with all this weather around us, the lights on, and someone like Bumra able to take the new ball.
Jeremy, how many huddles did you take part of in your international career?
None,
there
not
we go.
one.
I wonder if Bumble's a big huddler. Bumble's coming in. Well, the challenge awaits England's opening pair, Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley, who are yet to make their way out onto the ground. The Indians are there. Boy, they want to get involved now. They've been bowled out. 471 India, all out. They were 430 for 3 at one stage. 3 centurions, with Rishabh Pant celebrating with a, what do we call it, Bumble? Front flip? A forward flip after reaching 100.
It's raining, but I can feel spots of rain.
It's just come back again.
And I have to tell you, John, that before I came on air here, we've had a huddle. Yeah. Coney and I had a huddle. And they've walked on, and now they're walking off.
Wow. Is 2-man cuddling called a huddle? It's a cuddle, not a huddle.
It's an intimate cuddle. And they've walked on. Ben Duckett have just walked off, and the umpires are still out there. The bails are off. The Indian team are hanging around. They want to go out there, and I'm not surprised. You've won a ball now. You've won a ball right now. The lights are on. It's sultry. It's dark. There's a spot of rain in the air, and out come the covers.
Well, Rishabh Pant's got a smile on his face, when doesn't he? And yeah, it seemed to me like Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett almost made that decision for the umpires. but I don't know if anything's really going to improve. It's not raining heavily. If you were playing now, right now, if they'd taken the first delivery, would you be coming off for this? Or is it light? Is it light that's the problem? Or can they see behind us, Bumble? Because we can't see what's coming.
Well, I'm looking over the city and it's foul. There's a lot of rain over the city. So they may be expecting more here, and they may be able to see more than we can from our vantage point here. But it's definitely raining now. It's going to get heavier. But it is dark, John, as you just mentioned.
Yeah.
I know the lights are on, and I've never really got this. It's just an exercise in burning electricity. If you're going to put the lights on, play. But it is raining.
Yeah, there's one of the umpires is out there with an umbrella up. I can't see too many people, but you don't carry umbrellas up north, do you? You don't wear jackets and you don't carry umbrellas.
Yeah, Yorkshire.
Right?
Yeah.
It's all short sleeves. And get on with the game.
Well, there is, as you said, the fourth umpire. That'll be Mike Burns, who's out there with an umbrella. There's plenty of ground staff who put the covers on the main playing pitch. It'll tell you, the clue will be if they put the plastic sheets on. If they just leave these covers on and don't put plastic sheets on, they think it's just going to blow over. No sign as yet of plastic sheets.
Well, one of the Indian players has appeared with a football. Is that one of the players? He's not wearing a yellow bib.
Yeah, that's one of the players, and they're kicking a football around just outside the perimeter of the boundary. Now that they are going for the covers and they're running quickly to get the plastic covers.
Just to let listeners on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel know, we're not undercover.
No, we're not.
So if it does look like it's going to start bucketing it down, we will have to get off air. You won't miss a ball though. We will be back for the start of play if that occurs. But yeah, one of those big covers is being hauled over from the sight screen, and it's being joined by another. So the ground staff will know what they're doing. They can see what's coming. It's a shame though, isn't it, Bumble? Because after a long, hot, bothersome day for England yesterday, which India completely dominated, and started out in similar conditions this morning. As soon as those clouds rolled over, the game changed, it sped up, and England had done really well to bowl them out for 471.
7 for 41 is the collapse. So England will feel that they're right back in the game. A substantial total by India. As we see now that the covers, the two plastic covers, are covering the bowlers' run-ups. I mean, if they did get on, this is a perfect time to bowl. You fancy... Yeah, I think they disregard the 7 for 41, India. They would disregard that. We've got a massive total, 470 odd. And that is absolutely fine if you've been inserted. Ben Stokes saying you can have a bat, and they've said thanks very much. There's 3 centurions, we've got 471. Yeah, the fact they lost 7 for 41 brings England into it, but this is a great time to be bowling. And I'm looking over the city, and that is pouring down over that side. We might have missed. We might just have missed the majority of this. Sandbags are coming out.
Well, Jeremy Coney thought they looked like trussed-up chickens.
Yeah, they do actually. The big chickens, I think they're more
turkeys.
And oh, it's raining now. Yeah, it's
now we're being hit.
Yeah, it's raining.
Okay, I'm going to call it.
Call it.
Thanks for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We are now going to get drenched, and we need to make sure the kit is still working by the time play resumes. India bowled out for 471. Join us on resumption.
await further news, we're going to bring you some footage from the archives when England played India back in 2022. We're going to take you to the conclusion of the final test at the Kia Oval.
Your mic's live now, Manus.
Here we go.
Yep.
Welcome back to Headingley. If you've been hanging on, listening to the sound of Headingley without our voices, well, we're back, I'm delighted to say, because the rain was never heavy. It was never more than a light drizzle, but it has now cleared. The floodlights are still on, but I think there's more than enough natural daylight for us to be playing anyway. And we're about to get underway with England's innings, so they'll be delighted. Not often you say that when a team makes 471 against you, but the score was 430 by the time England took their first wicket today. And so they took 7 for 41 to bowl India out for 471, and that is a remarkable fight back. 7 for 41. Still a very good total, but I mean, cricket is a game of contrasts, almost more than any, and not often you'll say that a team making 471 might have feel an air of disappointment, of anti-climax, and a team conceding 471 will feel like they've got the momentum and the initiative with them. David Lloyd, Bumble, is with me now. It's peculiar, isn't it? I mean, you just wouldn't have said that beforehand. The raw numbers, if you said India bat first, make 471, they're in control of the test match.
Yeah, that's exactly it, and that's the way that they would look at it. England would have a real spring in the step, having taken 7 for 41. But now this is the business end, the lights are on, and the cloud has gone much higher. I think the rain has disappeared, and we did have a good shower, and it got dark and very sultry. Well, that's eased up a little bit. There is a breeze, but it is in my opinion, this is a great time to bowl. Totally different than yesterday when it was bright sunshine. And there's a delay of something, and it's behind the bowler's arm, and it might be the covers being put back into position, but there's a slight delay. But this is the time to bowl.
I was just talking earlier about the fact that there are very few bowlers in the world in any time or any era where you say it doesn't matter what the conditions are like, it doesn't matter what the pitch is doing, what the overheads are like. Jasprit Bumra is one of those, and he's about to bowl the first delivery, and he does so, and it's left alone by Zach Crawley outside the off stump. He's a great, but you know, I was talking about Shardul Thakur, for example, I saw him take his career best 7 for 61, thunderous grey skies, green pitch, bit of swing, and he's a medium pacer, and you know, and he was almost unplayable. When you're a great bowler on any conditions, and you're in helpful conditions, well,
that is ball one delivery. This is extraordinary. He's at the end of his mark now, and then he starts on his heels, walking. A little bit of a stutter. Now bang!
Played away defensively by Crawley, and there's no run. It's amazing. He walks much further than he runs.
On his heels and leaning forward with the ball in front of him, and then he gets into a bit of a canter or a trot, and then at delivery, his arm comes over so quickly. This is a 90-mile-an-hour bowler. From this comical run-up, it's comical. Oh, it's extraordinary.
It's not a run-up.
No, here he goes again, on his heels.
Walk, walk, walk. And now stutter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paces. And Crawley beaten outside the off stump. Ripper. Crawley pushing at that one defensively. And into the gloves of Rishabh Pant it goes. It does feel like a ripper of an afternoon to bowl, doesn't it?
Well, you think of all the great bowlers who've run in, from way farther than this, with great rhythm. Michael Holding, bang. There's no run up here.
It is quite remarkable. Zach Crawley's just made Bumra start his walk up again by prodding at the pitch on a length 3 or 4, 5 yards from where he's standing, and that one is edged. Third slip, dives to his right, gets a hand to it, takes some of the pace off it, but can't prevent it from going down to the boundary. That's the skipper, Shubman Gill's at third slip, and it was a thick edge along the ground. There's never a sense of a chance, but I don't know whether Zach Crawley would say that he was remotely in control of that one, do you think?
Not thick outside edge, and he's in the business area already, as you'd expect him to be.
Now 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, so as standard and orthodox a field as you would expect. Here's Bumra in once more. Crawley pushes it out to extra cover, and there's no run, fielded by Sai Sudarshan, tall debutant left-hander. There's a peculiar similarity between the innings of the two debutants yesterday and today. Sai Sudarshan and Karen Nair both making 4-ball noughts, identical, not out in identical fashion, but both making 4-ball noughts in a total of 471 that included 300s. Fourth time India have done that in a test innings overseas. Bumra in again, bowls, edge gone, taken a slip, first slip, snaffles it. The early breakthrough, and it's Jasprit Bumra, KL Rahul with the hands at first slip. Beauty from Jasprit Bumra. Crawley on his way, England 4 for 1.
Absolute flyer. Went to him so quickly at first slip. I mentioned he's in the business area. This is extraordinary. Just the run up, but the pace that he generates and hits the spot. I mentioned he's in that business area, hit the spot, plays defensively, Crawley, and it flew to first slip. Wonderful pace, great strike from a great bowler.
It's actually Karen Nair who's the debutant. Sorry, he's not a debutant. Feels like he is. He last played 8 years ago. But he is a specialist slipper, and that's why he's in at first slip. And it was a nice height, wasn't it? I mean, it was travelling. It was going very quickly, but it was a nice height. Took it with the fingers pointing upwards.
And he's bowling from the Kirkstall lane end, so the catch is taken down at the football stand end, which used to be a real slope going down that way. It was a great height, but it went so quickly. I mean, the game is on, and here comes at number 3, Ollie Pope. There was a lot of conjecture, would Ollie Pope play, would Jacob Bethel play? They've stuck with Ollie Pope, and this will be a real examination. These are great conditions for bowling.
Ben Duckett hasn't even faced a ball yet. I would imagine, and I can only imagine, never had an experience of it at any level being a wicketkeeper, but I can even imagine that whoever you are at the other end, sharing the new ball with Jasprit Bumra must be a real pleasure. The level of expectation on you. And it's Mohammad Siraj, is a very, very fine bowler, but you know, he averages 30 at test level for his wickets, and he's had some magnificent days. He can be a real handful in the right conditions, and I think these are the right conditions. But just to be sharing the new ball with the great Jasprit Bumra. Here is Mohammad Siraj then to Ben Duckett. First delivery to him is pushed out towards square leg, fielded by Shardul Thakur, and there's no run.
So that 7 for 41 is quickly behind England. They're 1 down already. An outside edge that went from third slip, just through third slip for 4. And then an early strike for Jasprit Bumra. I just marvel at that pace. Where does he generate that pace from? He's a good build. Looks like he looks after himself. Big shoulders.
Here is Mohammad Siraj from the football stand end, and Ducket backing across as he so often does, characteristically nudging it off the hip through square leg for a single. Shardul Thakur does the fielding. I don't know where that, I mean, there's all sorts of biokineticism that you know that will explain to you how he generates that pace, and you know and the pressure that he exerts on the muscles and ligaments and tendons, but I don't really understand it.
Well, neither do I. They used to talk about twitch muscles, a fast twitch. But what was his injury? He's been out with an injury. I don't think it was a shoulder or an arm injury. I think it was a pulled muscle or somewhere.
Well, he had an elbow problem as well, didn't he? Flexor. That's nicely turned off his pads by Ollie Pope. That is racing away to the scoreboard, away in the opposite to the east. And that's 4 runs. Beautiful piece of timing from Ollie Pope.
Yeah, just off his hip. A nice delivery to receive. Just angled towards leg stump. Just a flick of that bottom hand. His right hand would come into the shot. Gets it behind square for 4. Still a fast outfield. The rope went round and dispersed any sort of water that there would have been there.
Here is Siraj once again, past umpire Paul Rifle. Bowls now, short, wide and cut down into the ground and fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal in the gully. And there's no run. In 2014, Jasprit Bumra was selected for an Indian A-team for a tour to Zimbabwe, and it was he'd played under 19, but MS Dhoni actually captained that team. He wanted to look at the next generation, so it was an Indian A team, and Jasprit Bumra was made available for an interview. I happened to be on some half holiday in Zimbabwe at the time. Here is Siraj again, outside the off stump, left alone, very wide, left alone by Ollie Pope. Anyway, we spoke to Jasprit Bumra, and I said, I was at that time. Do you remember he was known best for his ability to bowl Yorkers at the death in limited overs cricket? And I said, where did you learn to bowl such a great Yorker? I've never forgotten the story. He said, well, we lived in a small house with my mother. My father was away, and I had a younger sister, and she used to sleep in the afternoon, but I used to bowl inside with a tennis ball, and my mother used to tell me off. If I'd bowl it on the floor and it hit the wall, I'd go ka-dunk, 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 and that was pushed away by Pope, steered actually for 4, down to the unguarded third man boundary. Very nicely played, a little bit of width on offer. And, well, Ollie Pope's played a couple of delightful shots in that second over. Picked up 2 boundaries, he's on 8. Ben Duckett has 1, England are 13 for 1, they've lost Zach Crawley. And he said, his mother said, could you not just bowl it so that it hits the floor and the wall at the same time? So then he'd run in and bowl and it'd just go dung, dung. So,
no echo.
It was half the noise. So I mean, he told the story, so I have to assume there's some truth.
Well, I've watched him in interviews. He's a thoroughly good bloke. Here he comes again, number 93.
It's different to watching other great fast bowlers. I mean,
totally different.
The pleasure we used to get out of, you mentioned Michael Holding and Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner and Alan Donald, Dennis Lilly, plenty of them. That's steered away into the gully. Jaiswal dives forward, and it's just falling short of him. It's a good piece of fielding, actually. Yes, Shazvi Jaiswal. Never easy to dive forward in the cordon, and he's just not quite on the half volley. It maybe dropped a foot short of him, but it wasn't far away.
It's a good position, is that they've started to duck it with 3 slips. Then there's a gap, and he is at gully, but he's very fine. A good position for that flick shot that he's just played there, drop short.
So it's Karen Nair at first slip, Kale Rahul at second, Gill at third, Jaiswal in the gully, Here's Bumra, bowls to Duckett, pushes it square of the wicket on the offside to Jadeja. What a magnificent cricketer he is. I think he's been in the top 3 all-rounders, very often at number 1 multi-format all-rounder for the best part of a decade. Averages 35 with the bat in Test cricket, 24 with the ball, 3,000 runs, 300 wickets. Still a gun fielder at the age of 36.
Yeah. I was going to say he's the senior citizen, isn't he? Very much so.
Yeah.
36 in this young team.
And still at the very forefront in every facet of the game. Here is Bumra again, bowls, and Ducket pushes it square of the wicket on the offside, wants to set off for a single. Keen to get down the other end, but it's Sai Sudarsan fielding at mid-off.
I'll tell you who didn't want that single. That's Ollie Pope. He was, back in yesteryear, he leant on his bat. He was leant on it. He's supposed to back up. Back to school. At the club, back up. He was leant on his bat. No, you stop down
Who
there.
initiated the conversation they just had there? They just had a little chat.
Pope went down. You stop down that end.
Yeah, can you just take Bumra for his first spell? Would that be all right? I'll have a look at him in his second spell. 3 slips, gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. Bumra up to the crease now, past umpire. Chris Gaffney, a big appeal for leg before wicket. It's a low full toss, looking for the Yorker, just talking about his Yorker and how well he bowls it. And a lot of noise and a lot of enthusiasm, but I don't think a lot of conviction.
No, I think it's going down the leg side. The first thing, you always get it from a bowler, and you got it there from Jasprit Bumra as he sort of intimated it's leg side, it's leg side. Is there going to be a review? I think there is.
And Steve Harmison has just joined us on the balcony, and he is sucking air through clenched teeth.
He's a bowler, isn't he? He thinks they're all out. Yeah, it's going down. He said it's going down. He wouldn't have said it were going down if he were bowling it.
He says it's going down, but they've taken the review, so let's go through the process. Bumble will talk you through it.
Seeing where it pitches, can't see too much yet, but we still think as it pitched outside, it's a great Yorker. We've just been talking about Yorkers, and I can tell you that it's going a little bit darker as well. Has he got any bat on it? We've got a close-up now. He's not hit the bat. It's missed the bat completely. I think it's pitching or it's hitting him just outside. We'll see.
Well, it's hit him on the full. Okay, it's missing.
Outside.
Oh, it's pitched outside, is it?
It's just outside, and it's leg side. And you get that from a bowler. And the first thing he did when they all went up, and with great enthusiasm, that Bumra himself was given the intention or the impression that it's leg side.
What's Shubman Gill having this long conversation with Chris Gaffney for? What's that all about? It's not necessarily a bad thing. It looks a bit curious, I must say. I mean, Chris Gaffney's not in charge of any aspect of the review system.
Well, I mentioned it's just gone darker again. And I was going to ask you, I don't know, who decides when the lights come on and off? Who decides when are we putting the lights on, and in fact, who's going to turn them off?
I think it's the match referee in the fourth officials room where the match referee sits. I think they.
I get so match referee says turn the lights off. Okay, unless he gets the signal from the 2 umpires.
It depends on the playing condition for each series, doesn't it? That's steered by Pope into the gully, fielded by Jaiswal, and there's no run. The conditions, those details in the playing conditions can vary from series to series and from country to country, and and just practical things like whether the lights are LED or not, that sort of thing. And sometimes it's left to the ground authorities. Sometimes the playing official committee, the umpires, match referee, they sometimes leave it to the host authority to decide when the right time to turn the lights on. Bumra in again. Pope defends up towards mid-off, and fielded by Sai Sudarsan. That's a very complex way of saying I'm not sure.
But if I was a batter, or the batting team, England in this instance, I would be wanting these lights off. Because the other thing is that I've never really got to grips with it. When the lights are on, they walk off. So why put the lights on in the first place? Electricity is very expensive. Very, very expensive.
Why would you want them off? No?
You just feel lights on, humid atmosphere, ball swinging around. It might be superstition, but I will want these lights off.
Here's Bumra again. Lovely drive from Ben Duckett through mid-off. That'll race away down to the football stand for 4. Lovely drive from Ben Duckett.
Manners, Bumra's not bowling at both ends. This is Siraj.
Did I say Bumra? I've got it on the brain now.
Indian supporters will want him to bowl at both ends.
And I don't think you'd be driving Jasprit Bumra for a 4 like that through mid-off, Ben Duckett. But yeah, Siraj, Mohammad Siraj. The other bowlers who we'll see later: Prasid Krishna, Shardul Thakur, and of course Ravindra Jadeja. I know what you mean. There's no science to prove that floodlights help the ball to swing. Siraj in again, short wide cut, 4 more for Ben Duckett. That one is racing away. It might not go for 4 actually. Sorry about that. Apologies. Jadeja chases after it, and in fact they've just taken 2. So I think that was a bit splicey from Ben Duckett.
He plays shots, doesn't he, Duckett? I'm just thinking at the way that the 2 Indian openers were very circumspect. England bowled a little bit wide. They give him plenty to leave. Duckett, he doesn't leave. He plays shots at everything.
He's got the lowest leave percentage since
Really?
they were measured ever. It's
Yeah.
actually a stat. David Warner's very high on the list with something like a 2.8% leave. Ben Duckett's is less than 1%.
And who else? Sehwagi wouldn't leave many. Michael Slater wouldn't leave many.
They're all top 10. Yep. Here is Siraj again down the leg side. That interests me. Is that counted as a leave? I mean, he's at a sort of into position. He wants to play at it, and if it's not reachable, which effectively that wasn't, it was too far wide down the leg side, he then just takes the hands out of the way. But does that count as a leave?
No, I think he's had a little flick at that.
I think he has too.
Herschel Gibbs? He was a dasher, Herschel.
Oh no, he would go through quite long periods as an opener.
Yeah.
He'd go through quite long periods of playing sort of traditional cricket.
Yes.
He would leave a few. We just remember the scoring shot. Siraj in again. Duckett plays defensively, nudging it to cover. No run. That one fielded by Sudarshan. He's everywhere. Sai Sudarshan is now at cover. He was at mid-off earlier, getting around the place. This is an 18-man squad that India have got for this series. 18. It's no wonder that you see so many of them with the fluorescent high-vis vests on, wandering around the ground. They can't fit in the changing room. Here is Siraj again, bowls. Duckett drives, just some really defensive drive in most ways, up towards mid-off.
There's an unidentified flying object coming towards one of the floodlights. I'll bet that's one of these drones. It looks high. It's got behind the floodlight, and I can't just see it now because it's very bright. I'm staring at it.
Sky use a drone, don't they?
Well, I mean, if it's a broadcaster's drone, they're at the wrong ground. It's too far away. That must be a drone. It has to be.
It is a drone. Yeah, absolutely. And it's moving very sedately. Here's Siraj again, bowls. Duckett opens the face of the bat once more and steers it away past backward point and down to the boundary for 4. Jadeja once more unable to get to that one, diving to his weaker side, his right hand side, but it was too far away from him anyway. It was just a very clever steer from Ben Duckett. He just used the pace of the ball, and he's off to a flyer. Not for the first time. Ben Duckett, well, it's hardly a flyer, but he is in double figures. 11. Ollie Pope has a couple of 4s for his 8, and England are 24 for 1, having bowled India out finally for 471.
Well, once again, you see that this outfield is so quick. You just get bat on ball, and that's what Duckett does. Just steers it down past the fielder, and it's just going to be 4. From our vantage point, I've just noticed that we can look right into the balcony where the players are. I can see Harry Brook on there and 1 or 2 of the coaches. A great place to watch cricket.
Here's the great Jasprit Bumra up to the crease now. His run-up gets shorter, if anything, and that's steered away by Ollie Pope again. Between third slip and gully, Jaiswal and Jadeja at backward point chase after it. Jadeja wins the race and gets the throw in now. We were commentating over it. Harmy and I were commentating at the end of play yesterday, and I began speculating about whether India might be tempted to use a night watchman, and Harmy said, well, if you look to your left, Manners, you'll see that Mohammad Siraj is padded up. He was sitting right next to us. He said, I think that could be your answer. He wasn't needed, but we can. I mean, we are literally 2 floors above the players' balcony, which is just down to our left. Lovely position that we have here. Bumra in once more, edged through 4th slip. Jaiswal and Gill are furious, and Gill is most furious entirely with himself, because that is a genuine edge. It's flown through 4th slip, and Gill's furious. He's captain, he's put himself at 3rd slip. I assume he's crossed because he hasn't put a 4th slip in.
Well, he's thinking about showing a 4 slip, so we'll just see as the horse bolted. Is it 3 fields away? But it flew down to 3rd man from an outside edge, a false shot. What's he going to do? He's staying with his 3 slips. He's staying with the 3 slips, gap, and a very fine gully.
Do you know, I don't think Shubman Gill should be allowing himself to be so emotive. Here is Bumra again, bowls, drives, buzz Ollie Pope straight back to the bowler. I think Shubman Gill's obviously very emotional. He's become just the 3rd Indian captain to score 100 in his first game as captain, and everything. But that really sort of over-emotional display of whatever it was a display. Doesn't help.
Kohliism. Kohli would do exactly the same.
He earned the right to be to be emotional. I think Shubman Gill is naturally a calm character. That's guided by Pope for a single up towards cover again today to Fields. That's very, very good batting. Very good batting. Any batting that takes place when Bumra's not bowling is good batting.
It's excellent batting to get to the other end and just rotate the strike. I think that is so important. And one of the coaches, if you come up against somebody who's top-notch, one of the greats, it's the one thing you try and get through to the team. Rotate the strike. Don't let him settle. Just bowling at you. Left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand. Make him change his line.
Still 3 slips in the gully for the left-hander, Ben Duckett. England 31 for 1 in reply to India's 471. That's another edge, and it's Jaiswal diving in the gully along the ground this time. He can't get a hand to it, and it's 4 more. They are peppering that gap between 3rd slip and gully at the moment, and I don't think Duckett can claim credit for that, but he'll take the runs, thanks.
Yeah, an angled bat again, and they're looking, how does he get another fielder? He's got to get another fielder in, and it'd be, you always want to be a captain. Where do you want to be? Do you want a mid-off? Do you need a mid-off? Well, he's actually going to do without mid-on, and he's now moved square leg to mid-on, so there are only 2 fielders on the leg side, fine leg, and a very square mid-on. And so now he's filled that gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips.
Yeah, there's a slight gap between 4th slip and 5th. Here's Bumra again, bowls to Ducket, who brings the gully into play straight away. He shows with Jaiswal, and there's no run. Lovely spell from Jasprit Bumra. I think he'll have another. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't have another 3 probably. He's bowled 3. And he has the wicket, he has the early breakthrough. England are 35 for 1 with Ducket 15, Pope on 15, and Crawley the man out without scoring. Feels like a wonderful time to be bowling. Any time's a wonderful time for Jasprit Bumra to be bowling, but it's It's overcast. Been a little bit of drizzle, but it's the humidity. It's the low pressure. Mohammad Siraj is in down the leg side. Pope. Oh, there could be trouble here. Could be. Oh, they're going to recover. Terrible, terrible mix-up. Ollie Pope is just standing in his ground. Ducket, quite rightly, has called for the run, and Pope is ball watching, and they were almost at the same end. Had Rishabh Pant had the presence of mind or the ability to rip his glove off and put a powerful throw into the bowler's end, there was plenty of opportunity for a run out there, but they managed to recover themselves. Jeremy Coney, what have you brought this energy to the commentary box?
It's like two games, isn't it? One from each end.
Yes.
Two different matches really going on.
Siraj in again, Pope forward, that's pushed straight back to the bowler. That's so true. It does. All the runs have come off Mohammad Siraj.
Yeah, and Siraj is still being able to get the outswinger going to the right-hander, and he doesn't bowl too badly to the left-handers as well, but they're looking to attack him as we expected, but they can't attack Bumra, can they? They're just defending him. It's almost as if they've got an edge and nothing else on the bat. Just an edge, because that's what they keep hitting.
Like batting with a stump.
Yeah.
Drive from Ollie Pope here as Siraj pitches it up, but there's no swing, and it's fielded at mid-off.
What a bowler.
It's I mean, we've seen Jasprit Bumrah for a decade, but Bumble was just saying, because we're sitting outside and he's bowling from our end, and we're right up and close. You don't sort of appreciate quite how Bumble used the word comical without being disrespectful. His run-up is.
Oh, it's not really a run-up, is it?
It's a walk.
It's sort of a stuttering walk up.
It's a walk-up and then 6 paces. And that's driven defensively by Pope up towards mid-on, straight to Sai Sudarshan, and there's no run. Floodlights remain on here at Headingley. I'm not absolutely convinced that they're needed, but they're low-energy LED lights, and they are quite pretty, as Jeremy Coney said. They look like giant fly swats. And they are the white rose of Yorkshire. That's the shape that they have been designed into. Siraj up to the crease again, bowls. Pope drives wonderfully. Well, flick. The bottom hand flick. Cross-court tennis shot that. For 4. Through wide, long on. Lovely shot. Was over-pitched. He's looking for swings, giving the ball every opportunity, but it's not swinging.
Good timing, wasn't it, from Pope? Didn't swing, you're quite right. And it came about middle and off, and he was able to get across and close, get his head on the outside and close the face. And so it went between mid-wicket and mid-on. Good stroke, good timing, always a 4.
Siraj once more from the football stand end, up to the crease again. Joel Pope chases a wide one, very wide. He's down on one knee. He almost couldn't reach that, and I mean, he obviously thought he could, that's why he chased after it, but it was very wide. It's exactly the kind of delivery that you would not want to make a mistake with. But then again, if he'd hit it for 4, we would have said, wow, what a cover drive that is. But it was a stretch, it was a reach, quite literally. And he's ended up playing and missing. That's the way England play. It's 39 for 1. More from Jeremy Coney, and it'll be Jon Norman.
Yep, and it's going to be another Bumrah over. So stand by your beds, everybody. There's certainly the slip cordon are standing by their beds at the moment. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, and then a finest little gap to a finest gully. He's moving even closer to the 4th slip now. That's been quite a popular area, that 4th slip. They've got a few runs through there, particularly Ducket. Here comes Bumrah.
This is exciting cricket. On the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, 4 slips and a gully in place, and Bumrah bowling, and Ben Duckett playing with a straight bat for once. Back down the track, no run. 39 for 1 with Duckett 15 and Pope 19. Boundaries and wickets, that's the kind of cricket that we're going to have for the next hour, I think. Maybe not wickets, but there'll definitely be boundaries. It's that kind of feel to the game. England, we know how they play. The crowd are on their feet, they're enjoying what they're seeing, and it feels like a pivotal moment in this match. England hitting back today, bowling India out for 471. Could have been a lot worse than that, that's for sure. As Bumra is in again. And Bumra, or rather Ducket, is rolling this down and playing this nicely. Soft hands towards that slip and gully region where he is so proficient. And it's a dot ball. Start of Bumra's 4th over. He's picked up 1 wicket. That is Zach Crawley. Caught very well by Nair at first slip. And since then there's been a few worrying moments for both of these batters, predominantly against Bumra. He's hitting 90 miles an hour and he's in again, and he beats Ducket, who just possibly withdraws the bat at the last minute. Score remains 39 for 1.
What a wonderful delivery that was. Just the rhythm and the pace of the delivery. We was just saying, it's not really a run up, it's a sort of a walk up, a stumble up. There's lots of just little staggering steps at the start. Gets to a point where there's maybe 5 or 6 steps, not too many more. It looks like a normal run up at the start, doesn't it? But there's all sorts of things. Duckett's not quite ready.
There's a few spots of rain in the air, Jeremy, just as I begin my comms. Continue describing this run up here, because it's almost stuttering, isn't it, as Bumra is in, and that's an exaggerated forward block by Ben Ducket. No run. It's
just the combination at the final, part of the delivery of the very straight front leg, the braced front leg, and the arm going so far forward and able to hyperextend. He gets 34% more. He's closer to the batsman than some of the other bowlers who might get to sort of 6 or 7% as well. He's closer and closer to the batsman. You've got less time, and he also gets that movement and that swing.
And he's also going to bowl round the wicket now to the left-handed Ben Ducket, who's just edged one short of gully. He's threaded one through the cordon. And now Bumra is going to target off stump, possibly, to get one to come away towards that cordon. The danger is if it just goes straight on. Duckett's going to have to play. He doesn't quite get this one right. It's caught down the leg side by Pant, and the slip cordon are keen. They think that Ducket may have got a little inside edge on this, but Bumra is in a perfect position to see, and he knows, or feels, that the bat has gone past the outside edge without touching it. No review from India. And Bumra is back at the end of his mark, but he doesn't have the ball in his hand. Now he does. Floodlight's still on here. It's very gloomy in the distance, but a touch clearer. Clouds are higher. The rain is staying away as Ducket has just been dropped. He's been put down in the backward point. The reaction of the Indian fielders is that Duckett's had a life. On 15, full-blooded cut shot.
Jadeja.
And it's Jadeja, the best backward point in the biz, has put the effort down, even though I think he got 2 hands to it.
Yep, definitely a chance. Definitely got hands to it. Too quick for him though, the stroke. Full-blooded stroke there, just to his right, diving a little. A reasonable height as he dived to his right at backward point. Yeah, that's certainly very catchable. And down she went. Well, Bumra's creating chances. And once again, Ducket cannot let the ball go. He just wants to get ball on bat. They're both, really, all the openers around now are sort of converted middle order players. A very different way of approaching opening. I think they're probably specialist positions, but there we go.
Krishna to bowl, and it's Ollie Pope up on his toes, and he'll drill this down to third for a single. So another life, well, a life for Ducket, who has been flirting. He's been eyeing up that boundary.
Another half one, I think, also from Jaiswal, wasn't it, in the gully it was very low and travelling very quickly from the edge of Ducket. But it was a hard catch going just as it was coming to the hands.
Yeah, I think that will maybe just drop short. But Jadeja has put down what he would feel as a more than catchable delivery as Ducket off his toes. He can't beat the fielder square leg or mid-wicket, running to his left towards square leg. Tumbling stop that prevented 4. Ducket missed out there. Krishna in the sides. He's never bowled in England before, not in a test match anyway. Bowled against the Lions.
Normally regarded as a taller bowler for his bounce. I was a bit surprised they didn't go Arshdeep Singh, who's the left armour.
Here he is, and again it's on the hip of Ducket, who this time places it to the right of mid-wicket, no run.
Who's a swing bowler predominantly, and I'm not sure how many left armers the English side face. And so I just thought that would be quite a nice angle to have. And there has been a little bit of swing in this match. Cass got it very early in the first innings, and I think these conditions at the moment very useful for swing bowling.
I think with Bumra not playing all 5, we will see Arshdeep Singh, who's a talent, and a play and a miss from Ducket, and a dive across first slip by Rishabh Pant, but there's nothing on the ball. He did play against Australia at the SCG, did Krishna, and with decent success, 3 for 42 and 3 for 65. Got Steve Smith out twice. That's an ungainly shot from Ben Duckett, who's essentially trying to play a ball to leg, which is bouncing on about 5th stump line, and it's bouncing as well. He's in no position to play that shot. And this time he does play similar length delivery, but this time to the offside, and looks all the much better for it. Square of the wicket, and he gets off strike. How many boundaries have we seen from the bat of Ollie Pope? 4 boundaries. He's faced 17 balls, he's hit 4 fours, so...
Yep, and Pope's got a couple, I guess, as well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But that...
no, that is Pope. Pope's hit 4 fours, he's back to face, yeah. Ducket 3 boundaries. Yeah, pressure on England. Not that you'd think it, just judging by the score, as Ollie Pope plays that very, very late indeed. He gets his bat down, it guides it towards third, but just drops into the turf, and it could have gone anywhere as well. End of the over. The first bowl by Krishna, it's gone for 2. Play and a miss from Ducket, and that last delivery wasn't played very comfortably by Ollie Pope, but here we are, 41 for 1. We've only had 8 overs. It seems like a lot longer than that.
Well, there's a lot happening, isn't there, at the moment? The bowler's very much in the game with the new ball at the moment, and with the overheads and the lights on here at the moment at Headingley. And they are getting the ball to move. They're getting it to bounce a little bit. The batsmen are prepared to have a crack and play their strokes, and they're providing half and sometimes full chances. India in this game.
They certainly are. Round the wicket, Jasprit Bumra continuing, and this is left alone by Ben Duckett, who was put down at backward point by Ravindra Jadeja. 4 slips and a gully, and that backward point, fine leg, and there's also a catching cover, extra cover, kind of shortish extra cover fielder, as well as mid on. There's runs there. 7 fielders behind the bat if you include 8 fielders behind the bat if you include fine leg. And here is Bumra in. This is down the leg side, and he's just got that one slightly wrong as Bumra. How many overs do you think he's going to bowl?
Well, this is
Jeremy?
his 5th. This is his 5th right now. I don't know too much about the fitness exactly. We know he's only going to be playing at the moment. Well, starting with 3, who knows that? What about if it's 2-1 against you? You know, will they pull him back in for another one? Who knows? But You would think sort of 6 would be maximum, wouldn't you? 6, maybe 7. He's certainly creating problems.
He is, and he's in. Blocked this time by Ducket, resolutely. Back to the bowler, who gives the ball to Mohammad Siraj, who bowled 3 ineffective overs with the new ball.
Yeah, trying to get it to swing a lot and trying to get it to do a lot, but he just didn't quite find the length, did he? It's a little bit like Prasad Krishna too. I think he's just a little bit short at the moment. He's only had 1 over, so you know, he can alter that as he goes. But you've got to get the ball up while it's new, while it's moving.
Bumra again, and this is just dropped down towards Gully where it's fielded from the bat of Ben Duckett. 16 not out. Ollie Pope, England's number 3. I mean, in and amongst all this, of course, he comes to the crease under a fair amount of pressure. He pulled off an absolutely incredible catch in the covers earlier today. And now he's batting, and he was in early as well. Zach Crawley couldn't last the over, the first over of the innings. He edged one past third slip and then edged another to first slip. Duckett's had a life, and here is Bumra. This is straight, tucked away. Ducket runs the first one quickly. He wants 2 here. It's good running, fine leg. Had some distance to cover. You would almost forgive a batter for taking the first slightly slower than that, just to see out the over at the other end. I'm sure there are many opening batters in the history of the game that would have taken that opportunity if it was afforded them, but not Ben Ducket. He's back and he's moved to 18.
Well, right from the start, the England openers were running hard, weren't they? They really get up and down very quickly indeed, keep the score moving along. That's good cricket, really.
Now Ben Ducket just makes Jasprit Bumra wait a second. He gets into position, and this is driven. No real foot movement, but he's seized on the width, and he has actually punched that to the right of Mohammad Siraj, stationed at extra cover and away for 4. That's a good shot, a shot of authority actually. 47 for 1 England.
Yep, just hung out slightly wide of the off stump, and Duckett seeing that and seeing the length really gave it everything. And that would have been a hard catch as well. That would have flown, I think, that one, if he'd got an edge to it. But he found the middle of the bat, and it ran very quickly over this outfield.
Well, Bumra has taken a wicket. He's seen one go down, and he's caused a few heart in the mouth moments, but he's also gone for 21 from his 5 overs. And this is very much what England are about. We saw South Africa just batten down the hatches, and it didn't work for them on day 1 of the World Test Championship final. Do have to land a few blows, I suppose. And the score has advanced. And now Krishna. See this, or hear this crowd has really come alive in the last half an hour or so. Well, throughout the day, it's always a good crowd here. And this is cut away for 1. Ollie Pope just rising, playing on his toes, steering this down to third, where Mohammad Siraj, who seems to be everywhere at the moment, fills and throws the ball back. 48 for 1. Pope moves to 21. We wonder whether we'll see another over from Jasprit Bumra. If not he, then will it be Siraj who will come back and bowl from the Kirkstall Lane end? I think it feels a little early for Shardul Thakur.
Yes, I agree. I think probably Siraj, if there's no further over from... Well, I think he'll just replace Bumra if he doesn't bowl.
Here's Krishna again, short delivery, and Ducket pulls. Ball is cushioned by the gloves, and Siraj runs in from the boundary at fine leg to field. 1 more run to the score. England pushing 50 here at Headingley. At 20-4 in the afternoon, it'd normally be the last over before tea, but we had a bit of rain earlier, so tea has been pushed back. And so we're going to have another half an hour, I think, before the break. Is that? Oh, another hour? Wow. Yes, that's right, another hour. There's more runs here. Mohamed Siraj is the busiest man, apart from Jeremy Coney, in the grounds. 50 up for England here at Headingley, and it's coming quick time as they normally do inside 10 overs. Crawley went early, but since then both Ducket and Pope have ridden the fickle finger of fortune. They're still there, they're both in the 20s, and they'll be hoping that after these 3 balls from Krishna it'll be Siraj with the ball in hand rather than Bumra, but we shall see. Krishna is in, floodlights are on, and this is pulled straight to mid-on from the bat of Ben Ducket. No real timing there, but again, just seizing on that length.
That's the danger a bit for Prasid Krishna, isn't it? That if you drag it down too much, and Duckett is one of those players who won't let the ball go. He'll either pull it or he'll cut it, and he's strong in both those areas. So yeah, I think he's got to just pitch the ball up a little bit more. Mind you, 2 slips in the gully, that's what they're reduced to at the moment.
Krishna again, and Ducket pulls this up and over towards the western terrace. A couple of bounces over the rope, 4 more runs to England. Ducket moves to 27.
Yeah, hit that very cleanly, very easily, saw it early, definitely got underneath it, didn't he, and lifted it over the field. Comfortable boundary for Ben Ducket.
Well, Krishna erred there because he gave Ben Ducket a sighter the ball before, and he's just bowled an exact carbon copy of that delivery, and whereas Ducket mistimed the first shot to mid-on for 4, he's not going to do it twice in a row. So what's Krishna got here? Last ball of his second over, he's in. He's pitched it up a touch, it's straighter, but once again Ducket happy to come forward. He clips this to mid-wicket where it's fielded. End of the over, 54 for 1. Are we going to see another one from Bumra? That's the question. Siraj is walking in from the boundary, so is Jasprit Bumra.
So whoever's there first.
The 2 are going to meet in the middle. Is this a bit like Stokes when he was bowling yesterday, and Wokes is doing the old I'm ready skip, just let me know when you want me to come back and bowl. Siraj wants it, Bumra wants it. Bumra hasn't taken his cap off. Both are looking at Shubman Gill. Who's going to win? It looks like it's going to be Siraj. Siraj is in position.
Well done. That was top radio. That it was. I mean, it was came to sort of a leg race right from the last few yards of a marathon.
Wow, it's Rupert Bell calling the Grand National, and we've got a race on in the stands. There appears to be a lobster being chased by some, is that 5 chefs eager to put him in the pot. I hope there's someone in a lemon, a little bit of lemon on your lobster, or maybe a pat of butter. I mean, if there wasn't enough going on the field, it's all going on off it as well. Did you see that brilliant crowd catch earlier by the man in the yellow viz, in the high viz? Brilliant. It is Mohamed Siraj. His 3 overs went for 23, switched ends, and now will be replacing Jasprit Bumra, who went for 21 from his 5 overs and picked up the wicket of Zach Crawley. 2 slips and a gully in place, and Siraj bowling over the wickets. A full delivery which sees Ollie Pope come forward to drive, and it's mistimed into the turf, I think, and just bounces up and through to mid-off, where Shubman Gill is stationed. Siraj, he wants studs.
Studs, more something on his boots, or bring the other pair of boots, or bring the right boot.
Yeah, just look down to the balcony. The Indian and England teams are very close, aren't they, on that little raised balcony? It's a bit like us and all our media.
The Dickie Bird balcony.
Yeah, the Dickie Bird players' balcony. And Morne Morkel. I don't know what happens here. By the way, Siraj is continuing to bowl. Pitched up again. This is driven to mid-on. There's a shy at the stumps, but Ben Ducket is home before the ball had left the fielder's hands. I don't know what happens here in Leeds, but it does appear that we're under a flight path, but only after lunch. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe I'm just more in tune with the sound of an aircraft, but...
Or your lunch.
Or my lunch, yeah. Certainly in tune with that. No sight of Morning Morkel, who just ran off, maybe to get a new pair of boots for Mohamed Siraj. He's going to continue. Yeah, the boots have appeared. 2 pairs of boots.
Well, he can't wear all those. That's ridiculous.
Maybe he's going to put a pair on his hands, if that's allowed. Here comes Siraj, and he's just beaten the outside edge. He just got a little bit of lift there. The Ducket almost seemed 2/3 of the way through the shot.
That's a lovely length. That's what you
the
want.
Length.
Yep. Bring the batsman forward, pushing at it, looking to play it into the offside. It's just short of a drivable length. It's bounced nicely. Pant takes it, reverse cut behind the stumps. So good pace from Siraj as well. He's now assuming the main kind of bowling end here. Got a feeling most of the wickets have fallen from this end.
I was just about to ask. I might ask Gary Morgan to let us know the split, the wicket taking end. Siraj again, and once again Duckett's beaten. It's almost a half shot from Ducket. He's not cutting, he's not defending, he's not playing, he's not leaving. But he's lucky.
That's just a little fiddling stroke, isn't it? Really, it's a half a cut and half a guide and half a drive with an open bat.
He also chased it, didn't he? Chased it a touch. Oh, Ben, come on. Siraj looks to be a little more potent from this end, but still just 2 slips in place in that gully. Deep point as well. This time touch straighter. The Ducket is forward defending, pushing this into the covers. No run.
Interesting field though, isn't it? You've got 6-3 field, 3 on the onside, 6 on the off. Fine legs is pretty standard. The man is being moved now behind the umpire, who's looking to take a catch off a pull stroke that is mistimed. He's kind of going 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. Fine legs now moving slightly finer, mid-on. And just the 2 slips in the 1 gully. And so...
very different to how England set up yesterday in that first session of play, as this is driven with no great timing. There's a misfield and extra cover. Is that Gill or Jaiswal? Gill?
That's Gill.
It's a single given to the England team. 56 for 1. They trail by 415, and that gets Ben Ducket off strike as well, the left-hander. So the little bit of hokey-cokey as everybody moves around. How many is Jeremy off? Well, that question will have to wait. If you've got any questions for anybody on the team, please drop them in the chat facility on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube page, and I'll pose the question of David Lloyd or Jeremy Coney, Steve Harmison, or even Neil Manthorp, if you so wish. Hey Harmy.
How are you, John?
How you doing?
Not bad.
This is good, isn't it?
Very good. Very good.
Very good indeed. Krishna, 2 overs have gone for 9. And he's about to bowl the first ball of his 3rd over. Quite wide of the crease, he comes in from the football stand end, and this is played back to the bowler. This is what England do, right? They just put pressure back on the opponents, irrespective of what score the batters have managed. And it's already worked in one regard. 4 slips, a gully and backward point has been replaced by 2 slips in a gully. Krishna in again, and he strikes Ben Ducket on the pads, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. He's going to have a few nerves, isn't he? He's not got a lot of cricket, a lot of test experience. He's played just the 3 test matches coming into this. He's taken a few wickets. He was successful at the SCG. But these conditions, with the floodlights on, seen the wickets fall today, seen a couple of opportunities not taken by the Indian slip fielders. Krishna is in. This is 2 straight, and Ducket pulls down to the fielder at fine leg for a single. What's your reading of the game, Harmy?
It's been a good. I think it's been a good. Obviously, stating the obvious, like I normally do, but it's been a good afternoon for England. But they bowled better. I thought their plans were better. I don't think the fact that the game was getting away from them when Pant and Shubman Gill were going let them affect them as it did yesterday. And you know, when they got a chance to clean the tail up, they did that, and they did that very well. So
Ollie Pope facing up, and he just lets this delivery harmlessly sail past, collected by Pant, who kept us all entertained this morning with sixes and hundreds and
bat throws and shoe
gloves falling off,
shoe falling off, and also the celebration once he reached 100. A forward flip. What do you think would happen if you tried to do a forward flip, Bobby? I would not. I would go forward, but I wouldn't flip.
Runs here from the back. Oh, Polly Pope, 4 of them. Jasprit Bumra. But it was hit hard, but it went straight to the fielder, and he's just helped it over the boundary.
It's not the best place to miss field, to be fair. Anywhere in the world apart from in front of the Western Terrace. On a Saturday afternoon when fancy dressing, well, it's 10 to 4, so they're well oiled, but they're not. I don't think they're there yet. But he's going to get some stick now, Jasprit, for the next probably half an hour.
Simmering, not steaming.
Yeah, simmering, not steaming. Like my arms and my body.
Forward again, driving again, square of the wicket, and Jasprit Bumra can do nothing about this one. 4 more to Ollie Pope. Eases into the 30s. England 65 for 1. Krishna over pitching and giving width, and he's been expensive in his first 3 overs. Which is the end you would rather be bowling from?
I would always bowl from. I would rather bowl from this end, the Kirkstall Lane end. Hogarth used to like running up the hill. One day cricket, Coffey used to love running up the hill. Freddie liked bowling up the hill. It's not as big as hill as what it used to be. The football stand end used to drop off massively. And I think because of that, you know, when they did the outfield, they redone the outfield, they lifted that bottom end to help probably for drainage and everything that goes with it. So it's not a pronounced hill as what it was, but me definitely from the Kirkstall Lane end. I like to bowl down a hill to give myself some momentum.
I was going to say, why would anyone want to bowl up a hill? Siraj is in, and this is an attempted cover drive from Ducket, who doesn't quite time it properly. And Shubman Gill fields the ball at extra cover. The crowd really are getting into good voice. The 2 best stands in English cricket, without doubt, and it won't shock anybody to hear me say, but the Western Terrace and the Hollies stand.
Yeah, especially at weekends.
Especially at weekends, or when Australia are in town, or India. That it doesn't get more raucous than a weekend in and amongst that lot. I think the Hollies stand might just shade it though, you know. Maybe it's because it's got a roof. It keeps the sound in.
Echoes, yeah.
Siraj again, and attempted cut shot from Ducket. He's touched late on this, but no dramas. Fielded its second slip on the bounce.
I think from a bowling ends point of view, the bowlers that were a little bit more vertically challenged in Darren's point of view, they like bowling up the hill because the ball just bounced that a little bit more. And Goffey had a very explosive run-up. I was more of a laboured, languid run-up. So mine was sort of making sure the stride patterns are in the right order and getting them going forward and building momentum going. Where Goffey used to charge in and he used to charge up the slope, and the slope would just calm him down a little bit as he got to his action.
Siraj again, and Duckett's driving again. Won't beat mid-on. No, mid-off. Another fielding mishap, but it's not going to cost India. They're rattled out there. The pressure has been put back on them so early in England's innings. We've seen a catch go down. We've seen a misfield on the boundary. We've seen another one. There's been 2 actually. You know, straightforward fielding. Crowder in good voice. England are racing along. 66 runs scored inside 13 overs. We're not going to see Jasprit Bumra for a bit, you wouldn't have thought, unless Shubman Gill just feels he has to bring him back on.
I think if they get a wicket, he might come on for 1 or 2 overs against Joe Root.
Well, they did employ that tactic, didn't they, in India, and it does make sense. Short delivery, and Ollie Pope ducks. No run. Who have you seen today in the travels? Just been Ryan Sidebottom and not Simon Jordan, Simon Jones. You seen
Richard Blakey, Matthew Hoggard.
Richard Blakey played a couple of times for England, didn't he?
Richard Blakey,
good wicket keeper, batter for Yorkshire in England. Hoggard's here, Matthew Hoggard's here.
Hoggie's here on the other side of the ground.
You seen Jeffrey?
No, I've not seen Jeffrey.
Dickie Bird?
I've heard he's here. I've seen Dickie. Dickie's there on our left. We can see Dickie. Not as many corporates over the weekend at Headingley.
Here's Ollie Pope, and this is a full-length delivery. Sees Pope trying to play to mid-wicket, actually. Leading edge, it must be. Flies into the covers at shin height. No danger of a catch, but Mohamed Siraj just putting his head in his hands for a second. So I haven't seen many missed shots recently. It was a leading edge. Where's Dickie Bird? I can't see him.
Dickie Bird he's right above the pavilion, the balcony pavilion that he paid for.
What colour shirt is he wearing?
He's in a suit. He's sitting by himself right in front of this is great radio. This,
That's all right.
The security guard in the middle.
Yeah.
He's sitting in front of him.
Oh, that's him. Yeah, the blue suit. Duckett's angry with himself here. We're playing a miss. Siraj has looked better bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end, hasn't he?
Running down the hill with a little bit of momentum, and that's what we talked about. The challenge you have at Headingley, the running down the hill bit. He's an all-action bowler. He's running down the hill, and he's just giving him some. You either want to bowl. If you like bowling with the wind, or you like bowling down a hill. I mean, this is Headingley is a good place to bowl.
Manners, I think, is going to be coming in very shortly here at Headingley, day 2 of the first test. Wow, the crowd really are getting involved, and England setting about. It feels like a run chase. It feels like an ODI, doesn't it?
Yeah, I get that.
Like, I mean, I do hope. I'll be fascinated to see if England chase these runs down inside 50 overs.
Yeah, I get that. I think as well, though, John. I think the atmosphere and the way the modern game is played, everything that's sort of the anticipation of this series coming up. I think it was always going to be set fair for all action cricket, wasn't it? They're both. You look at Rohit and Virat going, or Ashwin going. They're probably the last of the generation of the older school Test cricketers. From England's point of view, you've probably got Stokes and Root, but the rest of them are more younger IPL type players who are getting an absolute volley at this moment in time.
Yeah, but who's doing the volleying? Is that Bumra?
No, I think it's Jadeja.
Well, Jadeja's dropped a catch.
Yeah, it is Jadeja. It is definitely Jadeja that's given it.
Manners is about to come in, but the Indians aren't happy. They're in a team huddle, even those with yellow bibs on. England seem quite sanguine. At 67 for 1, Ben Duckett 30, Ollie Pope 32. Crawley the man to go for 4, caught well by Nair at first slip. But problems seem to be in the Indian camp. Talking through the next passages of play, after a word from Harmy, will be Neil Manthorp.
Yeah, the Indians having a stern talking to there. First of all by Ravindra Jadeja, then Bumra's had his 50 pence worth in, and then Shubman Gill now has just given them a little bit of a calming word to see what the plan is. So I imagine Jadeja's basically saying, lads, come on, we need to pull our socks up here. We need to make sure that we're right on it. And I am and the reason why I'm giving that volley is because I am a big culprit because I just dropped a catch. I think Bumra's probably talking about bowlers keeping their heads, making sure we're calm, bowl to the plan that we've set ourselves, and don't worry about what England do. And then I think Shubman Gill's possibly just gone, right, reiterated what the plans are to Ollie Pope and to Ben Duckett, and this is how we're going to go through the next 45 minutes, hour of play to get us to the tea break.
I said earlier, I think that Shubman Gill will be well served by some reflection on his body language as a captain. I think that the majority of teams respond best to a really calm captain, somebody who's got their emotions in check, and you know, there are other valves where steam can be released through other players, and Virat Kohli was the exception, although there were players in his teams over the years that felt intimidated when he was very much wearing his heart on his sleeve. And anyway, it's Prasid Krishna after the drinks break, begins with a good lifter to Ollie Pope, just rose quite high, may even have gloved him, just bounced out on the offside. Remember when Ollie Pope edged one through the vacant fourth slip area, and Shubman Gill was really animated, punching the air, and anger and frustration at himself ostensibly. He was at third slip and he felt that obviously that he should have had a fourth slip in, but generally over the years I think teams don't respond to a really animated, emotional captain.
Not now.
Here is Krishna into Ollie Pope, guides this one away down to deep backward point, past the gully. Jadeja does the fielding, they go through for a single. What do you mean by that?
I think they used to. I think the Nasser Hussain era, when I first came into the team, I don't think there was too much wrong with a captain being expressive with his opinions and with his team, making sure they knew exactly what the captain needed. But I think society's changed. I think the game's changed. I think players have changed a little bit. I'm not going to label them as soft. I think you have to. There's a lot more cajole and a lot more arm round the shoulders.
Flicked away behind square on the leg side, down towards Jadeja by the left-handed Ben Duckett, and they go through for a single. Well, I mean, I just think to Michael Vaughan, you know, behind his.
There was a steal of Vaughan. He would give you it.
But he was the Iceman. No, I mean, on the field. I'm just about, you know, being in control of your emotions, always looking like you've got the situation under control, or if not, then you're giving it some considered thought rather than being emotional.
Michael always said them glasses did a wonderful thing for him. He always wore the glasses. He had the brim cap on, the sun visored cap on.
Krishna in again to Ollie Pope, back of a length, defends it out to cover, and there's no run.
He'd wear the sun hat rather than the England cap, quite regular. And he always said the glasses hid a hell of a lot of stories, because there's times, especially in sort of 05 when it got tense and decisions need to be made. You know, he said if I didn't have glasses on, you would have seen sometimes the panic in my eyes. But that's the calm and demeanour of Michael. That was his body language. That's the way he was, that he looked as though he was calm.
Here is Prasid Krishna again, and Ollie Pope flicks one away through the leg side. He is batting rather nicely, I must say. I mean, he's busy. Army always says that he's more often than not heading for a bad day when he's got his roller skates on, but he's it seems to me that he's there's a certain synchronicity to his fidgeting today.
Yeah, he looks as though he's in tune with his feet and his hands, rather
rather than before. Independently.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between sort of frantic and being out of total control.
Round the wicket comes Prasid Krishna, short, pulled away by Ducket, out towards deep backward square leg. It's the captain out there now on the boundary, Shubman Gill. 71 for 1. Can't stop watching Geoffrey Boycott with his very, very carefully measured sips of his Sauvignon Blanc, just down to our left. He's, I'm glad to say, once more on the road to recovery.
He's on the road to recovery because he's given Michael Atherton such an ear bash.
Yes, he is. It's brilliant. I know.
When Bugs is like that, then he's on good form,
and
which is great to see.
Sitting there nodding.
Others is sitting there nodding. So yes, that's going back even further than time I had. So yeah, the examples we're making with Nasser goes a little bit further with Geoffrey, and he would have been a forthright captain.
Right, Mohamed Siraj continues now. Ducket drives, false shot, inside edge. down towards deep backward square, and they go through for a comfortable single. Haven't seen Shardul Thakur into the attack yet. Don't think it'll be too long before he gets a ball. I think Ravi Jadeja might get through more than half a dozen before the close of play. I could be wrong. I mean, it still feels like a seam bowling day, doesn't it, or a swing bowling day? But the ball has, for the most part of the game so far, has steadfastly refused to move off pretty much the straight and narrow. Ben Stokes is the exception. I think he was getting some late swing and bowled beautifully. And Josh Tongue actually bowled very nicely at the Indian tail-enders. That's down the leg side. Ollie Pope looking to glance, then pulls out of the shot, heading too far down the leg side. And Rishabh Pant moves away to his left to do the fielding. So quite grey skies over to the east. Is that Wakefield?
Yeah, over towards, that's Wakefield, where Bradford's behind us, behind the stand. I think over to our right, you're heading over sort of over the Pennines towards Manchester, going that way, and over towards this, obviously the south, straight over the rugby stand, then the city towards sort of London way.
Forward comes Ollie Pope now, defending Mohammad Siraj up towards mid-on, straight to Prasid Krishna, and there's no run. There's certainly some murky weather around, but quite bright now over to the west.
Thunderstorms were forecast, but it was more later on. It was more 7:30, 8 o'clock and beyond. So
well, we can carry on till 13 minutes past 7 today.
13 minutes past 7, wow.
Yeah, this could be a late day, a late evening. It's quite late, that. It's two slips in a gully. Cover mid-off, mid-on, and Pope now leaves one alone, very well wide of off stump. He didn't even need to raise the bat out of harm's way to that one.
Yeah, we had our super over last night, which I think has gone down very, very well. We did it while we had a beer, and if we finish at 7:15 tonight, we might need another beer to go with the super over, Manners.
That was the sponsors' evening yesterday. It was an unexpected bonus at the end of a long, hard day. The first day of the series, first day of, I was going to say 25, but it's not going to last 25 days. This one might go 5 days. I think be surprised if we don't get into the 5th day with this test match. Oh, big appeal for leg before wicket. Pretty confident one from the bowler. Not much interest shown by Rishabh Pant and his two slippers alongside him. Siraj very confident. He's now marching down to have a chat to Rishabh Pant, and he's pleading with his captain Shubman Gill to send it upstairs. Don't think Shubman Gill's that convinced.
Yeah, he's going to do it. He's done it. He's gone upstairs
with 1 second to go.
1 second to go. He was watching the scoreboard. For me, initial thoughts is it's close. Are we looking at height? But Ollie Pope's not the tallest. Siraj doesn't get a massive amount of bounce, skids it on. I just wonder if has Ollie Pope getting outside the line. We're not exactly right behind it, so just showing it here. It's high, but if you look at the big screen which we're looking at now, Manners, his tiptoe of his left foot is off the ground a little bit. He's on the crease more or less, but it's hit him above the knee roll, so that would suggest to me that this will steer with either umpire's call or it's missing. I think it's straight enough.
It's missing. Surely it's too high. I mean, a straight, gosh, it's probably going to go over the top and middle. I think it's a couple of inches too high. Hit him quite significantly above the knee roll. Ducket 33, Pope 34, England 72 for 1. Will they be 72 for 2? Here is Hawkeye. Missing. Height.
Umpire's call. Top and middle stump.
Oh, it's clipping.
Just clipping, innit? Wow.
Oh, hello.
That for me is a good decision.
Exactly, or it's not a bad decision.
Yeah, it's not a bad decision. Yeah, it's not a bad decision. I think it's. I don't mind that. I like that. There's a clarity to it when he with Chris Gaffney. I think it's Chris Gaffney, wasn't it? Yeah. Pull rifles at square leg. He was adamant straight away that this is high. It's bounced from the length that's at, and the ball coming back. It's hit above the knee roll. There's too much doubt there. I'm going to give it not out.
Sometimes,
and I think that's it.
Just
that's good.
Clarify for listeners. Sometimes, an umpire gives something not out, and it stays not out, but it just looked out, and it. Sometimes there are but there are bad decisions. Another peel. This one heading down leg side, I reckon. And Mohammad Siraj also isn't going to try and persuade anyone to review this one. Shubman Gill is fielding at mid-on. I'm really a big fan of Shubman Gill. I think he's carries himself so well normally, but he just looks a little bit like he's too conscious of being demonstratively the leader. Like, you know, I'm in charge. This is my team. I've taken just. I don't know. I'm sure he'll become more natural in the role as time goes on.
Which is a surprise, man, is because he is such a calm when he bats. You know, he got a few short balls. He got hit in the ribs. He got one on the hand. Very, very unflustered, wasn't he? But you're right. There's something about this last sort of 15 overs, first time leading India, and there's a lot of animation with him that from somebody who probably in and around the dressing room, in and around the hotel, travel days, you'd get very little animation from.
Exactly my point. It's not too much. I just think it's a little unnatural for him. Doesn't need to do it. I think that's worked away nicely by Ducket again. Krishna, sorry, in towards the body and at the thigh pad and tucked away on the leg side. I think that he naturally commands respect. I mean, he's captained the Gujarat Titans in the IPL and has done so with a lot of calm authority. And I honestly get the impression that although there were obviously players that enjoyed playing under Jasprit Bumra in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, and it was Bumra who came out and said, I asked not to be considered. Here's Prasid Krishna again on the back foot, and that's chopped away behind square on the offside, down towards Jadeja at deep backward point. Again, they go through for a single. I thought that was the right thing to do for Bumra. Not to say I don't want you to consider me for captain because I don't think I can play all 5 Test matches, but to come out and say, you know, to remove whatever doubt there was about Gill.
Yeah. And put any pressure on Gill when he's on the field. Bumra going into the huddle and start having a go. It's not your team sort of thing. I get that. That's why I said when Rohit packed in, I thought Jasprit should have been vice captain.
Short pulled away with authority by Ben Duckett. Lovely shot. Dismissive pull shot. Duckett's just if he gets a sniff, if he can, you know, he's just looking to score all the time. I mean, can't think of too many openers for whom run a ball was just natural. Virender Sehwag, Michael Slater,
Warner.
David Warner, of course, yeah.
In a similar fashion, but
you know, like they give the impression that run a ball is actually quite slow.
Yeah, yeah. They're like hitting boundaries. They're not exactly wanting to run every ball.
Here is Prasid Krishna again. He's working up good pace actually. That's full outside the off stump, driven to extra cover, straight to Shardul Thakur, and there's no run.
You mentioned there about the sort of Bumra and talk about past generations and time. The first game that Michael Vaughan captained in the Caribbean Tour in 2004 was a warm-up game in Jamaica. Nasser Hussain's at short leg, ball goes sort of passed through back towards deep square boundary, and Nasser just stood there, short leg. Simon Jones had to run all the way around from fine leg, and we got a wicket an over later, and Michael Vaughan gave Nasser Hussain the biggest volley I've seen him ever. And he's like, he is bowling, it's hot, we're on a warm-up game, we've just getting here, you've got to chase that. And I mean, he ran hard at it. We thought it was staged. As a group, we thought that's the new captain giving the old captain 6-0 because he's going to show him it's his team. But it wasn't staged, apparently.
Krishna in short pull shot again from Ducket. This time it goes wrong. It's hit him on maybe the forearm, maybe the.
I think it's hit him on the knee, back knee.
Oh really?
Yeah. I think he's missed it completely. It's
missed the pad as well because he's in pain. That's what a good tail.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. He's inside edge under his back. Yeah, and it was. We were first warm-up game. I might actually have been bowling. Just clipped Nasser, short leg, run all the way down, went for 4, and Simon runs round.
Were there a few of you looking at your feet?
We were all looking at our feet because Nasser just took it. Nasser head down, stormed off. Michael was very, very animated. And we were like, this is staged. These two will put their heads together and go, right, this is his team now.
Pastor Krishna in again, driven through extra cover. We've seen some cricket shots today, and none better than that. Quite a few as good as that. A few better, actually, from Rishabh Pant. Certainly more spectacular, but that was a glorious extra cover drive from Ben Duckett. Absolute beauty. 4 more to the England left-handed opener. He's 42 not out. Ollie Pope is 35, and England flying along, scoring at well over 4 and over, 5 and over, 5 and over, 82 for 1. And we've only had 16 overs. Absolutely belting along. Ollie Pope 35 from 37. Ben Duckett 42 from 53 balls. 1 man out. Zach Crawley caught at first slip by Karen Nair off Jasprit Bumra for 4. Last ball of the first over of the innings. This after India had suffered a dramatic collapse of 7 for 41. And Mohammad Siraj is into the right-handed Ollie Pope, who drives back down into the ground. Siraj fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. India at 430 for 3. Well, hey, most of us were thinking, well, we were not just thinking, we were talking about declarations when they might come. 430 for 3, and they lost 7 for 41. Josh Tongue took 4 for 8. Finished with 4 for 86. Remember, he had none for 75. So he's taken 4 wickets in his last 4 overs. Outside the off stump now from Siraj, left alone by Ollie Pope. Ben Stokes did the heavy lifting in the middle of the innings, and at the top actually. 4 for 66 for him, 4 for 86 for Josh Tongue, and a wicket apiece for Bryden Cast, 1 for 96, and Shoaib Bashir 1 for 100. England suddenly, from being potentially locked out of the game, didn't just pick the lock, they kicked the door down, stormed back into the game. And even in the modern era, they've won 4 test matches by conceding more runs than they actually conceded here, 471. That's steered away by Ollie Pope, square of the wicket on the offside. Jadeja fields, and they go through for another run, 83 for 1. We can play until just before 7:15. We had a bit of a spot of rain around about lunchtime, and that delayed us, so we can carry on till 13 minutes past 7, which will please Jeremy Coney no end, because he doesn't mind a bit of overtime.
No, I love it. Of course I do. It's one of my favourite things to come along to the game. I just hope at the end of the day there's going to be a lot of overtime. I'm usually having to speak on my own, of course. You're always writing something down in the back there. It's got lighter, folks.
It has, yeah, most definitely. That's driven by Ducket, not timed though. And it's Shubman Gill, the skipper at mid-off, who fields.
And India need a change, I think, mainly from the Howard end, the Howard stand end. Whether it's to be Jadeja, or whether they've got Shuttle, they want to go Shuttle Thakur first, I don't know. But I would have thought Jadeja would have been the man. Just have a look early while the ball's still a little bit hard, that they can get some bounce.
Western Terrace in good voice now, have been lubricating this afternoon, and they're now singing along. Short from Siraj, pulled away by Ducket down towards fine leg for another single. If anybody is interested in reading my occasional scribblings, and you can find it on my Substack, Manners on Cricket. That's the first time
absolutely
ever.
Shameless.
The first time
shameless
ever
self-promotion.
I have mentioned
the
that.
Card's been through. The card's up.
It's yellow. It's all right. It's okay. I'm free to carry on. I won't be committing another.
How many coffees? And you have things that people give you coffees. What else do they give you? Do they shower you with other things? You've got a yellow card.
No, I'm on a yellow, so I'm going to keep it clean now. 2 slips and a gully. Mid-off, mid-on. Extra cover. Deep backward point. Siraj in. He's trying hard, but he hasn't quite got it right today in this innings so far, and that's open face of the bat from Ollie Pope, and a steer past gully down to wide, deep backward point. Get Shardul Thakur on. He can look very innocuous and unthreatening. He doesn't bowl quick, but he swings it. I mean, I've seen him swing it. Good outswingers. Quite not from the arm. Quite late outswingers. Get a couple of slips in. Get him on. Get him on. He's your 4th bowler, Shubman. You need a change, as Jeremy Coney's just said.
I wonder who's coming on. Is this in your column as well?
It's Jadeja. I did say I thought he'd get through at least half a dozen overs before the close of play, Jadeja. What's wrong with Shardul Thakur? Get him on.
Well, we haven't
we
actually really seen a medium pace bowler yet in the game, have we? Just to make batsmen wait just a little bit more before they play their strokes.
I know that it's a good reason you're a proponent of good medium pace, but I'm being dead serious now. It's underrated. It's you know, there's certainly Brendan McCullum, I would say, is semi-obsessed with pace. You know, you can't bowl at 90 miles an hour, then we're not interested. And I think there's a place for it. You know, always handy if the medium pacer can bat, and it's preferably 6. Here's Jadeja. It's worked away by Ben Duckett out towards deep mid-wicket boundary. Jaiswal fields. They go through for a single. There's an increasing shortage of batsmen who can bowl, and I mean 5 or 6 overs in a day. That's all. But you know, at the right time, the right part of a session, there's a bit of swing around, and depending on the mood of the innings and who's in, and you know, just bowl wicket to wicket, a little bit of swing maybe. Short and chopped away off the back foot by Pope out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Why is it? Are batsmen just more lazy? There are fewer top order batsmen, I think, who can, you know, offer something with the ball.
They're quite important from that perspective, aren't they? And you want to be able to provide, I think, as a bowling attack, as many varieties.
Jadeja into Ducket, defends, no run.
Don't you think? To challenge and make the batsman prove to you that they can handle all the offerings, if you like, whether it's a spinner or it's a leg spinner.
Flicked away by Ducket on the offside, down towards the deep backward point. Another run, 88 for 1. Jadeja, if anything, if it's not turning a great deal and whatever, you know, one thing that you always get from him is frugality. He's difficult to score off. He'll just a couple of singles here and there. He won't be giving away boundaries. He bowls a good quicker one, and that's it. Right there, then and there. He's got a very much quicker delivery. He can bowl at close to 100 kilometres an hour, which is extremely unusual for a spinner, but one of the reasons, and he bowls straight. I mean, you don't get to leave much. Ollie Pope now chops this one to backward point. Jaiswal fields, no run. The other thing is he gets through his overs extremely quickly. Ollie Pope 39, Ben Duckett 45, England 89 for 1.
It's a good partnership, isn't it, for England? This left hand, right hand. Neither batsman letting many balls go. 3 singles from that last Jadeja over. For different parts of the ground because they are left and right hand. He's at the moment trying to find a probing kind of length. It's going to take some time for him to do that. Just to see if he can give him 4 or 5 overs, just to see if he can get 1 or 2 to grip. He's a strong player, Jadeja. Siraj is going to continue from the Kirkstall lane.
Mohammad Siraj it is, yeah, as you said, from Kirkstall Lane end. 3 slips on a gully. It's in now to Ducket, whips it powerfully off his pads behind square on the leg side. They're going to come back for the second. No, they're not. One for the arm, but it's Jadeja. Well spotted, Mr. Ducket. It's a long way. It's the longest boundary on the ground out there, and ordinarily there'd be one for the throw. But Jadeja, I can't think of too many cricketers in the world with a more powerful throw than his. What a cricketer. Such a big fan. I can report, by the way, that Geoffrey Boycott finally, with his 100th sip, finished that glass of Sauvignon Blanc that he's been nursing just down below us, 1 floor down. I'm glad to say that he's well on the road to another recovery, and not possible to take smaller sips of a glass of white wine, I don't think, but he's nursed it nicely and enjoying the cricket. Short now from Siraj, and it's Pope who pulls it for another single. Boundaries have dried up, but that doesn't matter because there's 4 or 5 singles and over at the moment. 91 for 1. So you're going to pop down and say hello?
Yeah, well, I might do that. I might do that.
You can just see. Oh, he's hello. It's a glass of water now. Mohammad Siraj is Shubman Gill is, it seems to me, pondering whether there should be a tweak or two in the field. He's positioned himself now out of third slip next to the bowler at mid-off, and the result of all that is that he's just moved cover in a little bit closer. That's it. Siraj in, round the wickets. Ducket defends it. Back to Siraj, who fields 7 or 8 yards from the batsman and then stands facing him for a while. India have got a substitute on, and I determined that it's Nitish Reddy. That's who it is. Nitish Reddy's at cover. Can't see who's off, but doesn't matter. At least we know who's fielding at cover. 2 slips gully, deep backward point, sweeper, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg. Here's Siraj in again, beats Ducket outside the off stump, squares him up actually. He ends up quite chest on there. His left leg alongside his right leg, both toes pointing down the wicket. Good piece of bowling from Mohammad Siraj.
Good pace also, 86. It's a delivery that's gone away from Ducket, and even Ducket is making the large O with his mouth now as it goes past the outside edge of his bat, going back quite deep in the crease, and it just moves away from the left-hander, beats the outside edge through to Pant.
Here's Siraj in again. Ducket now opens the face, guides it into the slip cord and into second slip, or a gully actually. That's into the gully. Jaiswal fields. There's been a stream of former Test captains, most of them, spending 10 minutes with Geoffrey down below us. Michael Atherton spent about 15 minutes having his left ear chewed off, and he just sat there nodding and agreeing with everything. Sunil Gavaskar's there now.
Sunil's down there, that's right.
You'll have to book an appointment.
They would have to play. Yes.
Here's Siraj again, beats the edge. He's suddenly, Mohammad Siraj, dangerous, you know, and how old's his ball now? The lacquer's begun to come off. There's been a bit of swing suddenly in the air, and Siraj finishes that over with a couple of very, very tidy deliveries indeed. England, however, going nicely, having been 4 for 1. They're 91 for 1 in reply to 471 more from Jeremy Coney, and it'll be Jon Norman.
And off goes Nitish Reddy, who's been on the field just for an over or two. And we're going to have a man with the helmet all ready to go, and presumably at bat pad, or maybe on the offside while Jadeja's bowling. A good partnership between Ducket and Pope, going quite nicely. The run rates between 4.5 and 5 runs. They're finding gaps in the field. Been a good partnership. Here's Jadeja, just drags one down. The first ball of the over, it's going to boundary. Backward a point. Good start. Pope seized on a short ball from Jadeja.
95 for 1. That's Geoffrey Boycott and Sunil Gavaskar just down there to the left of us. Did Manners see them chatting away? He did, didn't he? Is that Gatting as well? Mike Gatting? It's difficult to see from up here. Jadeja continuing, and he gets one to zip past the outside edge of Ollie Pope's bat. Comes forward, and the bails are whipped off by Rishabh Pant. Ooh, that's turned.
Turn a wee bit of bounce.
Turn and bounce. Jadeja again, this is a touch flatter this time. Ducket and Pope at the crease, both in the 40s, 46 to Ducket. He was dropped badly actually by the bowler. Jadeja, that backward point, 2 hands to it, hit the chest and came out. Struck on the pow, Jadeja wants it, but going down leg side.
There you are, he's starting to get into his rhythm now, isn't he, Jadeja?
And he zips through the overs so quickly as well, doesn't he? So
he does. I'm not sure whether the fast bowler's at the other end.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Quite enjoy that.
That is true. Siraj, I think, has bowled better than his figures suggest. As again, Pope comes forward and kind of gingerly steps out of his crease.
Only needs a couple of those ones that turn and bounce like that, and the batsmen suddenly are very wary about, you know, what the bowler's doing and the pitch itself. And it may be that this surface, if we get decent weather for the rest of the game, could turn.
This time plays back to Pope and pushes this square of the wicket on the offside for a single. Gets off strike momentarily, but that's the final ball of the over. 4 from the first ball, 1 from the last. England 96 for 1. Earlier today, India bowled out for 471, the lowest score in the history of Test cricket, which features 3 batters going past 100, and the first instance of a batter going past 100 and doing a forward flip to celebrate. So you can travel the world and play the game and watch the game. There's always something new happening.
Sort of, what does he do? I wonder if he gets 200. I mean, does he do sort of, he goes through gymnastic displays, a beam is brought out or something like that onto the field,
or a trapeze. Gets on the old spider cam, maybe tightrope walks without a harness. Siraj continuing, he's bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Pope. He beat Ben Duckett with 2 deliveries towards the back end of his last over. Now, this is his second spell. He bowled 3 overs from the football ground, the football stand end. This is the start of his 6th over from the Kirkstall Lane end, and he got 2 balls to move away from the left-handed Ben Duckett. Perfect line and length. Actually beat the bat by a couple of inches, Duckett, so maybe that suggests just a touch short. Maybe he could push a little fuller. 2 slips and a gully in place. He's in, and Ollie Pope getting forward and pushing this to mid-on. No run. I'm a little bit discombobulated, Jeremy.
Oh dear.
Yep. Used to be.
What have you lost?
Well, back in the day, I used to know what day it was. You know, depending on what day of the cricket was happening. So, you know, day 1 was always a Thursday, and so on, right?
Yeah.
And obviously 3:40 is embedded, 20 to 4 is embedded in the consciousness, as is 1 PM. But it just feels like that afternoon session, which was pushed back because of rain, and Siraj is in again. He falls over in his follow-through as Ollie Pope comes forward and drives, but the ball squirts out to square leg, and he has a little look at the bottom of his bat. But it just seems like they've extended the afternoon session too far, and they've made the evening session a little bit too short, and it means we're going to be hitting tea at 10 to 5, then coming out at 10 past 5, but only playing until 6:43. How's that? I don't know what's going on.
Well,
So, you know, when you normally get to this time, you've had 40 minutes, best part of the evening session. You're pushing towards 5 o'clock and you're starting to work out how many overs are left, where whichever team is batting will be, how many runs in deficit. But you can't do that because we've got 20 minutes coming up where we're going to go and have a cup of tea. Ducket will take a single to the leg side. He moves to 47. What's going on, Scott? There's another...
There's the plane again, I would say.
Is it the plane, Scott? Yeah? Why do you mouth these things? Like, we've got headphones on and we've got lip mics. You can just speak. It won't be picked up by the lip mic and we'll hear you. I would say WhatsApp me, but I don't have my phone with me, so that's not a possibility. It's quite bright here now. I'm almost surprised that the floodlights are still on. This is as clear as it's been since, I don't know, about midday, 12:15, when the clouds started coming over. Big patch of blue sky above us. And Mohammad Siraj continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Siraj has found a length, hasn't he?
He has.
And also a line. He almost had Pope, his worship, LBW.
Very close, yeah.
And then he's gone past the edge of Ducket a couple of times, as you mentioned. And so he's just finding a little length there and moving the ball generally back into the right-hander and away from the lefty. So
he is.
This is much tidier if he can finish this over. He's taken some time to find this length, but he's got a bit of a groove going here.
You wonder how many he can bowl. You'd almost, if you were Shubman Gill, you were wishing this was over number 3 of the spell, rather than over number 6. That's too wide. And given as a wide as well. Rishabh Pant has to leap in front of Nair at first slip to take this one-handed. That came out wrong. And a no ball. Was he signalling a no ball? Let's hope it is. It's a no ball. So maybe that was the effort ball from Siraj and it's just gone a little wrong. 99 for 1 in England. And Siraj will have to bowl that one again. It's Pope facing. He's 46, Ducket 47. Both have had a live. Well, Duckett's had a live and Pope's had a... No, it was umpire's call. So on another day, the umpire's finger goes up for the LBW. Here is Siraj. It's cut straight to Jaiswal at Garling, who collects on the bounce. It's a stinger. And that is the end of the over.
But generally very tidy, you know, bringing the stumps into play. He got the wide one, yes, of course, and then he just dropped that last one a bit short as well. So just a question, you know, how many overs will he bowl? How long have we got to tea? Did you finally work that out, John, or not?
I don't know, Jeremy. 10 minutes. 11 minutes.
Okay.
11 minutes till tea. We haven't seen...
Well, Jadeja doesn't take long, does he?
No, Jadeja will bowl, you know, maybe 7 overs in that time. We haven't seen Shardul Thakur. Would you be tempted just to give Bumra 1? I don't know.
I think they'll wait. I think they'll wait till after tea.
I think now, yeah.
Yeah, for Bumra.
I think if there'd been a wicket in the last 15 minutes or so, maybe with Joe Root coming on. This is dabbed into the offside by Ben Duckett, but no run. Slip just runs round to short point to field. And Jadeja continuing from the football stand end. Over the wicket to Duckett, who gets down on one knee and tries to play a shot that Rishabh Pant did with success, but there is a leg slip in position there. So he's really going to have to lift that ball up and over, or just, well, he is. He's trying a little deft scoop over his shoulder. But
yes, he was.
I mean, you're bringing the stumps, the keeper, and leg slip into play there. That's it. It bounces up and over. Jadeja forward. This is a better looking shot from Ducket. Just glances it fine, and applause rings around the ground here at Headingley. Those who can stand. There's a few who may just have woken up, looked around. 100 up for England, and they've lost just the one wicket. Trailed by 371 as Jadeja comes round the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Pope, who plays wristily through square of the wicket on the offside for a single.
It's been a good partnership, hasn't it? Crawley was gone very early in the first over, and since then these two have gone really run for run. Pope at the moment 47, Ducket 48, and so left hand, right hand is working very nicely for them.
Switch back to over the wicket, and that's a good looking sweep shot. Powerfully hit. Tell you what, the fielder, fine leg, saw that all the way, ran in pace, but hit it true along the ground, and Ben Duckett raises his bat to the crowd. He's reached 50. 52 not out. England 105 for 1, but India, well, 3 of the India batsmen or batters have shown the template. Once you go past 50, you've got to go on past 100. Can England do as India did? Jadeja has a stifled appeal for a leg before, and that's the end of another over. Who's going to take this one? Will Siraj continue? Well, I tell you what, he's taking his time to walk back to his mark, isn't he? He looks like a man who's bowled 9 overs in the last hour or so. Is he going to get a 10th? No, Jasprit Bumra maybe. It's that race again.
Yeah, it is Bumra. You're right, looks like he's removing the hat. And he is going to get that one before, just if they can try and break this wicket, because it's causing them some problems, really.
He's walking forcefully to his mark, isn't he? And Siraj's body language suggested he was quite happy not to bowl another.
Yeah.
So again, I mean, I love the way this game changes. When Bumra was bowling early under those thunderous skies, it just felt like there could be a wicket every delivery, and then a period of relative calm, but there's been something in it for the bowlers in a way. Didn't really feel like that yesterday.
Just the 2 slips. It's interesting.
Here's Jasprit Bumra. He's in, right arm over the wicket, and driving is Ollie Pope. He dashes. Quickly taken single, and Mohammad Siraj, I'm not sure if he ever did end up changing his boots earlier on, but he slips. Just when he thought he might have a chance to collect and throw the ball down at the non-striker's end. Pope would have made it anyway, but we'll never know. 106 for 1 England. It's been their day.
Yeah, it has been. It has been ever since the end of the first hour's play this morning. England have dominated this. They're coming back into the game, and they're roaring back into the game, actually.
Jasprit Bumra switches to round the wicket to Ben Duckett. He's seen him put down once, and he's pitched up and straight and clipped. It's a fine leg for a single. What time is it? 6 minutes until the break, so we'll probably get this over and one more. This is it. This is the test now, isn't it, for Shubman Gill? I mean, couldn't have gone any better yesterday. But this is where you earn your corn. That lead on first innings is rapidly reducing as Bumra over the wicket is in, and he's caught by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, or has he put it down? Is that a chance? Is that a chance, Jeremy? Was there a little bit of glove on the ball as Rishabh Pant put it down? Bumra looked like he was halfway through celebrating there. I'm not sure. We will tell you. Don't go anywhere. I think that might have just come off the thigh.
I don't think he dropped it.
No. Well, I do know that Ollie Pope's still there, and he's on 48. It's just clouded over a touch here again. So comes forward as Pope hits this to the fielder at extra cover. No run. 107 for 1.
Bringing the batsman forward every ball this over. He's tending to bowl a little fuller than some of the other bowlers around, particularly Prasad, who was too short. But the drives are coming, and now he can just get one to move a little, bring the slips into play maybe.
Here is Bumra again, and he draws Pope forward. Ball cannoning onto the pad, maybe outside the line, possibly an inside edge. Thigh pad, by the way, in that delivery. Punt did take the catch, but it was thigh pad. But Bumra's been brought on just as that blue sky I was talking about has almost disappeared. Here he is again. Everyone on the edge of their seat as Bumra comes in, and Ollie Pope meets this ball with the middle of the bat, and it's placed back to the bowler. And that should be Bumra done for the session, unless Jadeja can absolutely race through this over. England's batters will be quite keen to have a little chat, as they are doing in the middle of the strip. They can get through. It'll be the second session that they have taken, bowling India out for 471, and then after a delay for rain, going past 100, losing just the one wicket. That is Zach Crawley, who departed to the 6th delivery of the innings. Caught trying to play through mid-wicket, thick outside edge, and it was well taken. I think it came off the thigh as well by Naya at first slip. This will be the last over of the session. It's going to be bowled by Jadeja, who has Ducket playing forward and around his front pad to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, they've got the two men, haven't they? The mid-wicket and the cover coming in to try and save the singles there, and so he can bowl a number of deliveries at the same batsman.
Jadeja and India trying to contain these two stroke players, run scorers. Ducket pushes forward, defends again.
The only thing that's missing is that they haven't really got anybody attacking the defensive shots of any of the batsmen at the moment. Just a slip and nothing else.
Little flex of the knees from Ducket, who is forward and trying to flick this delivery that's outside off stump towards mid-wicket, but it stops on him a touch. A little yelp from first slip. Jaiswal. No, Gill. It is. Touch wider, and he's almost bowled it. I thought he went on the reverse, and that ball has not gone far from the stumps. Certainly got me excited. Jeremy Coney less so. Let's have a look.
I thought you were choking.
Oof.
But actually he's missed it completely, and it's gone just past the leg stump as he's tried to reverse sweep. So he hasn't covered the stumps at all. Looking for a stroke to go, perhaps to the man at deep at fine leg there.
Slightly more orthodox on this occasion. Pushed back to the bowler. One ball left of the session. 10-5 on the clock. And Ben Ducket, 53 not out. We'll just block and turn and walk back to the pavilion. Job done for now. England continue to fight back here at Headingley on day 2. Jadeja's 4 overs going for 14, one maiden in there. Jasprit Bumra, who was brought back for 1 over, picking up the 1 wicket. That is Zach Crawley for 4 after edging past third slip for his only scoring shot, but there's been no let up in the action. It's been a very close LBW shout going the way of Ollie Pope. If given out on field, he wouldn't have overturned it. Seen Ducket dropped at backward point. Seen one just drop short of gully from the bat of the same player, but off they trooped. And well done, England, and this game is alive, Jeremy.
Yes, another session to England, you'd have to say that. Lost a wicket with just 4 runs on the board, but since then a partnership of 103 between Ducket and Pope, and they've looked relatively comfortable. Yes, there was some chances while Bumra was bowling with the new ball under a bit of murk, and the lights were on also here at Headingley, and batting was a bit difficult. But once that period was over, Siraj, Prasad, and then finally Jadeja had opportunities to try and claim the second wicket, but they managed to handle all those relatively comfortably. So, well done. England are working their way back into this match. 107 for 1. They at the moment they trail by 350 or 60 runs, around about that kind of target, and they've made a good start towards getting back into this match, and there's plenty of time left. We haven't yet reached halfway through this game, and there's plenty of time for this game to sort of play out very interesting contours. And so take the tea time, and we'll be back shortly, won't we?
We will indeed.
You'll be back anyway.
I'll be back. You'll be back as well. Jeremy, thank you for your time. Just to rattle off those bowling figures: Jasprit Bumra's 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 23. Mohammad Siraj, whose first 3 overs are expensive, went for 23, I think. Well, his next 6 overs went for just 14, and he bowled well. He bowled better than his figures suggest. 0 for 37 from his 9. Prasidh Krishna, difficult for him. 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 32. Ben Duckett seizing on anything that was dropped short. And Ravindra Jadeja's 4 overs, going for 14, 1 maiden in there. So, England, after bowling India out for 471, in reply 107 for 1, trailed by 364. And the talkSPORT cricket team will be back for the evening session in about 17 minutes' time.
Welcome back to Headingley. It's day 2, session 3 about to begin. First test, England against India. And delighted to say that it's a beautiful evening. We are running a little late. Sorry about the timings, but we had a spot of bad weather around about the lunch and interval, so we can extend play until almost 7:15 local time. That will be a variety of times wherever you're listening to us around the world on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. There's another huddle. The Indian team are in a huddle. Earlier we had Jeremy Coney and David Bumble Lloyd discussing the merits and demerits of the modern day huddle. It's now, it used to be used in exceptional circumstances, a really important, crucial stage of the match, or perhaps even during a drinks break. You know, if there'd been a rebellious or a rambunctious session or an hour of play, the captain would get everyone together and issue very firm directives that he didn't want anybody lip reading. But it's now all the time. They have a huddle on the field before every session.
Well, you can do it in the dressing room. I think that's the best thing to do if they didn't want anybody else to listen. But I don't know whether it goes on now, but I do know that the England players of yesteryear would designate one person to tell a joke in the huddle. Nothing to do with the cricket whatsoever. They had to come up with something random. Now, I don't know whether that still goes on or whether it's deep and meaningful at the captain. Now, look here, lads, or the senior pro or the main bowler, this is what we're going to do. But a few years ago, one was said, right, tell us a joke.
Well, it's Jasprit Bumra is going to resume from the Kirkstall Lane end. I like that. That's good. That's good. I mean, I think it's any distraction. You can't live and breathe every session as if your life depends on it. 2 slips and a gully for Bumra. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. Oh, and that's edged in the air. Ollie Pope's looking at it. He was playing it down towards the unguarded third boundary, but not in the air. It brings 50 up for Ollie Pope, but he just looked heavenward. Not that he was interested in the weather, he was just thanking whoever it was that didn't go to hand. That was a false shot, but he hasn't hit that in the air on purpose.
I think he's played it. I think he plays this shot.
What?
We've got a
between
special...
second slip and
I
gully?
do. I think he played that. I thought he... So Gully's now gone fine. There's still a gap. No, there isn't. Is there? They're just moving. They're quite well spread, first, second and third. I think it's now 3 slips and they're well spread.
Well, honestly, that's here's Jasprit Bumra, and that is steered away to backward point. I mean, that's the cricketing equivalent of threading the eye of a needle. Why? Harmy's nodding in agreement. I can't believe it.
I'm with Bumble. I'm with Bumble. He's played that. He does play that a lot.
He plays it a lot. Yeah.
So when the ball bounces, he tends to play.
But Gully was pretty fine.
Yeah.
That was a small gap.
I reckon he guided it through. He just looked at him and thought, bang, there it goes.
Wow. That's that's impressive. The accuracy of shot placement there, as Bumra's in once more, and that was in at the pads and flicked away for a single by Pope.
I've got to tell you now, I didn't know Steve was coming. He's joining us. You know, I mentioned about the huddlers, and I said to English teams of yesteryear, he was one of the huddlers. He was in there, and I said sometimes there was a designated, someone had to tell a joke.
Yeah.
Am I right?
A joke. You know, Michael Vaughan would get somebody different to do the huddle every single time. There was always a joke of the day, so sometimes it comes first thing in the morning. There'll be a joke of the day to get the lads going. Somebody, the person that told it passed it on to the next person who was petrified for the sort of night's sleep to tell a joke the next morning.
Bumra around the wicket to Ducket, and he's forward and pushing up towards mid-on, no run.
And with you being here, Graham Smith, captain of South Africa, I had a chat with him about football. They played football. And I said to him, I've seen the worst footballer ever. And he plays for your cricket team. He said, come into the huddle. So they went into a huddle, and I went into that huddle and said exactly that. Boys, I've seen the worst footballer ever. Graham Smith said, you've got to point him out. I said, it's him, Morning Mortal.
Oh, dreadful, honestly. Yeah, no, it wasn't look like it. Gee, that Bumra's just nipped that one away from Ducket. Look, nipped it away so much it's beaten the edge and actually into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. I thought he'd nicked that. The amazing thing about Morning Mortal is that, I mean, he'd sometimes struggle to use a knife and fork. He lacked coordination so much, and yet, you know, you give him a cricket ball, that's the one thing he could do. I mean, and he's also, his feet are like size 16, so it's no wonder he couldn't play football. It's like wearing a couple of dustbin lids on your feet. I mean, he'd just fall over himself. Here is Bumra again, and that's flicked away nicely off his pads by Ducket for another single. It just, sometimes, you know, and he only had fast twitch muscle fibres that you were talking about before tea when it came to fast bowling.
But his action was pretty simple, wasn't it? It went straight up and down. You know, where mine was a little bit more moving parts. Things going round with my left arm. I'm talking about long range gangly bowlers, where Mornay's left arm went straight up, straight down. There was less movement for Mornay to get wrong.
The first time I saw him, Steve Harmison, was at Durham. Durham were quite a young team, against South Africa, against Hansie Cronje. And he bowled rapid, and Cronje took him on. It was a great encounter, and so it would be when South Africa...
99.
There we are, South Africa playing Durham,
yeah.
and he was rapid. Steve Harmison was rapid, young Steve Harmison, charging in, and he took him on. It was thrilling stuff.
I've told you that story about Jerry Liebenberg. I broke his thumb between first and second test match.
Oh, Ben Duckett now tries to play the reverse sweep, and against Jadeja doesn't make contact. Rishabh Pant fumbles. 98.
98, yeah. I think it was
summer of 98.
Because Hansie Cronje and Corey van Zyl came into our dressing room at the end of the game to sign me for Orange Free State.
Yeah.
But then I couldn't go at the last minute because I got picked on an air tour. And Matthew Hoggard went for 3 years and lived with Alan Donald.
Became fluent at braaiing in Afrikaans.
Afrikaans as well, yeah.
Jadeja, another reverse sweep, another failure to connect from Ben Duckett. I must say, but Jadeja, I fancy, isn't the man to be reverse sweeping. He's got this ability, the quicker ball. Anyway, there is so much space on the offside. That's why Duckett's trying to hit it there. There's a mid-off halfway back to the boundary and a deep backward point and a slip. That's it on the offside. It's incredible field. I mean, that is just, it's so, if Duckett's thinking that even if the reverse sweep goes wrong, I mean, lob it in the air, there's no one there, no one to catch it. Here is Jadeja in once again, and Duckett back and across, tucks it off his hip down to deep backward square leg. 6-3 leg side field Jadeja's bowling to.
Have you noticed with Jadeja's bowling on the crease to Ducket, you'd expect a left arm over to bowl close to the umpire. He's right at the extreme. He's bowling as wide as he possibly can when Duckett's on strike. And usually you'd expect a left arm spinner to get in tight and bowl wicket to wicket, looking for LBW. He's so wide, he goes around the wicket now to Pope.
But if you remember, Manners, they did this to Pope at Hyderabad when he got 190, and Rohit Sharma was like, let him hit it. He was like, let him hit it. I'm not bothered.
He's going to make a mistake.
He's going to make a mistake. And 170 runs later, he still hadn't made the mistake.
He did, he was dropped, remember?
Yeah, he was,
he dropped to 110.
Yes. But he kept reverse sweeping,
yeah.
And Rohit just said, let him go.
Here is Jadeja to the right-handed Pope now. There's the quicker one. Much quicker, pushed away by Pope. Just back to Morning Morkel. You know he's here. He's the Indian fast bowling coach. And I have this perverse fantasy of one day Jasprit Bumra going up to Morning Morkel and saying, Morning, I'm having trouble with my run-up. Can you give me any tips? Morning would be going, I'm sorry, I can't help you with that. You don't have one. Here is Jadeja again. Forward comes Solly Pope again, guiding that behind square on the offside.
You know who else didn't have a run up was Jeff Thompson, and he used to turn. He was Queensland, wasn't he? And he used to turn and look to the side where there was a tree, and he'd turn where the tree was and start running in, and that was fine. He'd hit the creases. Turned up one season, the tree gone. He was absolutely beside himself. Where's that tree? I turned round, I don't have a run up. And he started bowling no balls.
It's a strange, perplexing science, the fast bowlers run up.
Well, I mean, I can't get over this Jasprit Bumra. I mean, Steve's here is a high-class, fast bowler, fast 90 miles an hour. He hasn't got a run-up.
No run-up whatsoever. I sometimes think when he gets to the release point, I'm expecting it's like a javelin thrower to the ball to go up as opposed to come down.
Here he is, stuttering his way up to the... He only had 4 paces running there. Earlier he had 6. That was guided by Ducket defensively up to Sai Sudarshan, fielding at mid-on, and there's no run. But I mean, Eric Simon's one of the best bowling coaches in the world, and he says to me, he finds it infuriating when he sees bowlers out or the support staff out with a tape measure. He says it just doesn't work like that. You know, it depends on how many overs you've bowled, it depends on the wind, the grass, so many things. He says you need to feel your run-up. You can't measure it. It's different, it changes. Here is Bumra, and that's flicked behind square on the leg side by Ducket. It's a lovely piece of timing. Gosh, that ball travelled quickly. And some very good work out in the deep by Shazby. Is that Shazby? No, Jaiswal's in the gully. Is that Shardul Thakur?
Yes.
Does that make sense to you, Hammy?
I get that. And, you know, as we've worked so closely for a lot of years, and the last sort of month especially, my soapbox has been about overs bowled by bowlers being protected and everything that goes. And what Eric Simons is saying is about feel. Bowling is about feel. It's the biggest thing that you have. Can you feel it?
Bumra in once more, thick edge from Ducket, genuine edge, nicely fielded by Jaiswal, bounced well before him.
And what about rhythm? Because we've seen Chris Walks, who's a quality bowler, got a great record in the UK, all over the place yesterday. He'd no rhythm at all.
No rhythm at all, but I think you get a rhythm from the feel of your body. You know, your body feels in this. So there's always you revert back to type to what your strengths are, what your areas are. And if you've got a good feel about it, then you'll get the rhythm to come with it.
Confidence. How about that?
Huge confidence. They're all buzzwords, but yeah, in the feel, confidence, rhythm type.
Here is Bumra, and again he's just a little bit of width on offer there, and Ducket slaps it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's yet another single. He's worked a lot in them. Prasid Krishna sweeping on the cover boundary.
And when you're short of overs, and you're short of, I mean, Chris Fox is a very, very experienced character, and it just shows that the art of bowling is not as simple as just run up and bowling. You have to have things go in a row. You know, your run-up's got to be nice and fluid. You know, your actions have got to be nice and solid, and it comes with repetition. And even the amount of overs that Chris has bowled in his career, when you have a long layoff, you start again. And the hardest part about starting again is getting them all in a row, getting all the ducks in a row, and making sure that the rhythm's right, you know, the feel's right, the confidence is right, and then everything will go in a line.
Bumra in once more, and Ollie Pope's hurried, rushed by that one, and just guides it, gloves it, I think, along the ground to the slip cordon.
Just coming to the end of his 8th over, Bumra, so you'd expect a good spell from him here in this evening session. It's the best part of the day now. Sunshine. The lights are still on, which is a puzzle. We were trying to find out who actually says turn the lights off, whether it's the match referee or the umpires who are standing in the game. But you know, it's a gorgeous evening, blue sky, sunshine.
Yorkshire will not be footing the bill for this game, because they would have the lights off ages ago.
Well, you know, the skint at the minute, they need a bob or two.
The ECB are footing all the bills, aren't they? They're the hosts. Now we've got 3 slips spread slightly wider than usual gaps between them as Ollie Pope guides this again defensively to backward point where Jadeja fields, and there's no run. I can report the latest Jeffrey Boycott update is that he has vacated his seat but left his jacket, so I'm assuming that he's just gone for a cream scone.
Well,
he will be back.
It is that time. That's where I am. I'm with Jeffrey down there, just one level down, and he's just been sat with Sonu Gavaskar, so you know they'll be chewing the fat about yesteryears. Two great players, wonderful players, opening batsmen, and it's been a good scene down there. I've thoroughly enjoyed my day.
It was Bumble. He was last time me and Manners were on. He was. I mean, Mike Athett was sitting next to him, and you know that's not a man of many words, but he wasn't getting any in.
He's a man of no words.
In that conversation, he wasn't.
No, I mean it's nice to have a good listen.
Jadeja begins a new over, and that's blocked defensively by Ben Duckett. Well, he was doing a lot of nodding, wasn't he? He was having his left ear chewed off, and he was just sitting there nodding.
Yeah, he's like that Churchill pug, if you remember.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Jadeja in again, and this is pushed out towards mid-wicket, no run. So, I mean, Jadeja doesn't have much of a run up either. I know he's a left-arm spinner, but you know that Derek Underwood had a longer run up than most seamers.
Yeah, he did.
A little reverse sweep. Oh, he's hit it beautifully. Crunched that one for 4 as Ben Duckett. I mean, it is so tempting. There's just nobody there.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's absolutely leathered that. How do you do that?
He must be amphibious.
That wouldn't have hit another set of stumps down the leg side.
And I did say that on purpose. He's ambidextrous. He must be. Does he? What is he? Right-handed? Does he play
Throws right-handed?
Yeah. Well, exactly. There you go. Well, that explains it. They are going to change the field now. That was just slightly bonkers. That. I mean, you do leave a gap, don't you, in order to force a batsman to play a certain shot. But there's now no mid-off.
I mean,
have India got 11 out there?
This is a different game. On the offside,
there's no mid-off.
There is almost on the boundary, almost at deep extra cover and deep backward point. That's it.
Jadeja in. Duckett is pushing that defensively to mid-wicket.
Just look where he is, Jadeja, on the crease. He's right on the extremes. There's no mid-off, there's no cover, there's no point.
It is, and the square leg umpire's fielding at cover point, is standing at cover point. Down the wicket comes Duckett and pushes it straight back to the bowler. I had the inclination to take a photograph of that field because that was bonkers. Absolutely.
I understand the deep point, but not the deep cover. You're 350 in front. Why doesn't if you're going to move him round, at least have him inside what would be the 30-metre circle, and you've got a potential catch if he hits it in the air.
But he must also be being wide on the crease, bowling there, and darting it in to leg stump. It must be difficult to get him through cover point, to get him through mid-off, because he's not done it, and he's left it wide open.
Like we were saying before, Bumble, in Hyderabad when Ollie Pope got 190, Rohit Sharma stood at first slip and he just dismissed any idea of having that vacant backward point gap filled, similar to field to Jadeja, and the hostess bolted when they eventually put somebody out there. Jon Norman.
Bumra continuing in the sunshine here at Headingley. And it's Ollie Pope, and this is misdirected down the leg side. Pant can't get a glove on it. More runs going the way of England. We push towards half-5 here, and plenty of cricket still to come. 346 the deficit.
Is it that? I thought it was buys down the leg side, but he's just got a little tickle on it.
Oh, and was that a chance then? No. But yeah, 4 runs.
You said you're downstairs, Bumble. Me and John were talking about, obviously Dickie Bird was over there. How's Dickie? Have you seen him?
I haven't seen him this game, but he's fine. He's in his 90s and he's here early. Gets here very early.
Bumra again, and this is edged by Ollie Pope. It's going to be another run. It's just dropped short of third slip. He's just holding his hand in pain. Is quite far from us up here. Is it Jaiswal? And Ollie Pope comes through for a single, 126 for 1.
He gets here before the gates are open, Dickie.
Yeah,
He does. Yeah.
It's like our producer, Scott. He loves an early start, does Scott?
Yeah, he winds the clock up, the Dickie Bird clock. Mark Woods just told.
No, that's the Dickie ticker.
The Dickie
The
ticker.
Dickie ticker. He got a Dickie ticker. He paid for his own balcony as well, Dickie. He got plenty of money.
Round the bottom! Duckett's gone and Bumra has struck! Round the wicket, he's fired it in, and Duckett's tried to play this through the covers, he's missed. And you know what happens? And that is a wicket that India needed. 126 for 2. Duckett's got to go. And that is an explosive end via an inside edge, full-blooded drive, thick inside edge, back onto middle stump. And that's the end of Ben Duckett. Good knock. 62. But it's come to an end here at Headingley. And the boos will tell you. Well, they're not boos, are they? That's Root who's coming to the crease. Just going to wait for Ducket to walk off before he runs on himself. But it's a wicket, Bumble. It's come at a good time for India because it just seemed like they were starting to search into Bumra's third over after the break. He bowled one just before it. Now we'll see, because India lost wickets in a clump this morning. And England have got their best bat out there now. And India have got their best bowler.
Well, it's the main man into the attack with a full-length delivery. He's gone for the drive, Ben Ducket. Inside edge, and it clatters into middle stump. A good spell here. We talked about how many overs he would bowl, Jasprit Bumra. He's in for a little spell here. He's got good pace, he's got good rhythm, he's got a new batter, he's got a kingpin batter. Joe Root, Headingley's own Joe Root, comes to the crease, surveys the scene, has a look round the leg side. Bumra just moves fine leg, a little bit finer, and he can look behind him, Joe Root, and see 3 slips and a gully. Here's Bumra.
Here is Bumra. Joe Root about to face his first delivery on his home ground. The former Test skipper, and he just drops this down towards third. It's fielded at gully. Nobody scored more runs in the history of Test cricket in matches featuring India and England than Joe Root.
It was a good delivery, John, from Bumra around the wicket, and we've been talking about that Hyderabad game. Jasprit Bumra got Ben Ducket out exactly the same in Hyderabad. Big shot, inside edge from around the wicket. That was the first Test match of that series as well.
Here is Bumra again. 2 balls left of the over, and he's in, and he beats Root past the outside edge. Oh, the game. Tell you what, the crowd, it's unusual for a crowd to be louder in the afternoon than the evening, but the crowd here at the Western Terrace, they were going balmy for a good couple of hours, and it just seemed to have quietened down since that late tea, but suddenly they're back again and invested. Another key passage in this Test match. It's happening right here, right now.
Big spell this, Bumra.
126 for 2, with Joe Root yet to get off the mark. And he will see off the over. Meeting the ball on the front foot. Pushed the mid off. But it's the end of a successful over for India. 126 for 2, and Jasprit Bumra's taken both the wickets to fall. He should have had Ducket early on in his innings. Dropped it at backward point, but he's back. And Duckett's gone now. And the game has just flicked back into life again.
Well, just express pace. We've got Steve here. How many is he capable of?
What has he bowled? He's bowled 3 in this spell.
What would you be expecting? What do you say, 5, 6?
I would say 5. 5 with a view to 1 more, potentially 6. depending on how he goes against Joe Root.
So then do you come back later in the evening, or is that it?
No, you come back later in the evening. Yeah, I think you come. I think if you, for me, if he looks dangerous with 2 more, you give him another one to get the big wicket en route. If it's not, if it just settles down a little bit over the next sort of 4 overs, I think you take him out, give somebody else a go, and then get him sort of rattled up for the last sort of 15-20 minutes of play, and try and get 3 overs out of him. Then that for me would be a good day.
Here comes Mohammad Siraj. This is the start of his 3rd spell. He's switched ends again, and Ollie Pope will just run this square of the wicket to the offside for a single. He moves to 59. Ollie Pope was trapped in front by a ball that just nipped in, hit him on front pad, then back leg, given not out on field. Siraj wanted it, India wanted it, they went upstairs. The ball was shown to have been hitting the top of middle, but not enough to overturn the on-field call. So also beat the outside edge of Ben Duckett's bat on a couple of occasions as Siraj. So certainly his 2nd spell he bowled without much luck. He was more effective from the Kirkstall Lane end. That's where Bumra's bowling. That's where both wickets have fallen. And that's where Siraj forced those little errors. But he's back from the football ground end. The Howard stand to the back of him as he turns and comes in with 3 slips in place. He's past the umpire. And he's in, and he beats Joe Root with a ball that just seems to lift a touch more. Root new to the crease after the dismissal of Ben Duckett in the last over. England 127 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. Just beats him outside off stump with a defensive shot from Root. Wanders down the pitch, does a little bit of gardening, looks at the big screen. You see players so often turn and look at the big screen, and they look at the replay as to how they've played it. Flashes past the outside edge to the keeper. 3 slips again, 3 saving, 1 on the offside.
And here comes Siraj, this time wide enough for Joe Root just to withdraw the bat behind him and let it go through.
He's an all-action bowler, Bumble, isn't he? He runs up, he's got a quick run up, quickly through his action. And sometimes bowling from the football stand end, because it's slightly uphill, you tend to run in that little bit faster, and you just get out of sync a little bit, where running down the hill, nice and smooth, nice and rhythmical. He looked much better from this Kirkstall Lane.
Here he comes again. This is way wide, well wide, and Root will let that one go all day long. Yeah, he really seemed to hit a nice groove for the last 3 overs of his 2nd spell bowling from this end, didn't he?
Well, when you've got Bumra, world-class, best bowler in the world, and you just feel that the other bowlers, do they fret a little bit? Oh, we've got to back him up, and they can't think that way. They're in the team to take wickets also. You can't just be in there to say, oh, I've got to back him up, he's the main man. You've got to do your bit.
And the fielders need to do their bit, don't they? As Siraj is in, and Root, does that keep a little low? Comes forward and defends. Possibly looks a little quizzical at the bounce, but it beats him, and Rishabh Pant collects, but it's no damage done. There's movement actually, and it possibly kept it a bit low, didn't it? Bounced before being claimed by the keeper.
Saw 2 England warriors this morning coming into the ground, Ryan Sidebottom and Simon Jones.
I had them for 2 days.
Oh no!
Yeah, I've had them for 2 days.
And you went out with them last night.
They're sitting at the bar waiting.
And the night before.
They're sitting at the bar waiting for me. They've had a 3-hour head start on me. I'll catch them up within an hour, but yeah, it's been a good crack this week with him too.
Siraj again. Oh, this is good stuff. A testing spell. Joe Root coming forward and playing defensively, but the ball has just travelled past the outside edge again, Bumble.
Well, crucially, he's just holding the line. He's playing a feeling for the ball just outside off stump, but he's not following the ball. Once it pitches, he's not sort of going with it. He's holding the line, and the ball beats his outside edge. We're not absolutely in line here, but I reckon that he's passing his outside edge comfortably. And getting back to Sidebottom and Simon Jones, I've just chatted with them. What struck me, big lads. They're tall, big, strapping lads. So you can imagine, and like Harmison as well here, the size of them lads coming at you when they're absolutely in the pomp and in the prime, they'd be a real handful.
Hoggard's here as well.
Yeah, well, that's good and all. A bit of
Hoggard's here
swing,
as well,
bit of gentle
yeah.
swing. Well, a bit more than gentle.
It is now.
Bumra continuing. This is speared in onto the pads of Ollie Pope, who comes forward and clips it. Can't beat the fielder at short mid-wicket.
There's a few of Oldham's here. I think Flintoff's been here today.
Has he
He's here.
begun?
I think I heard. I've not seen or spoke to him, but I've heard Flintoff was here today. I've heard Keezy's here. Keezy was sitting sunbathing yesterday on the balcony up there. Me, Jones, side bottom, working with Richard Blakey. Hoggard's over in that corner. He's got a red shirt on over in the sort of third corner from where we're sitting now.
Pope cuts. It's a good diving stop, a backward point. Shadeja, I imagine, is on the far side of the ground from us. Gets down smartly to his left to field, but can't prevent the run. 128 for 2.
You mentioned Richard Blakey, who's wicket-keeper here, played a little bit for England. He wrote an extraordinary book. I don't know whether you saw that book, John, with a very odd title, Taking It From Behind. Wicket-keeper for Yorkshire. Yeah, it was an intriguing book.
Harmy might have even read that one.
No, I've definitely not read that. Hoggard had the best ones in because he had colouring pictures in it, didn't he?
He did. Again, this is full delivery on-off stump. And Ollie Pope tries to just push that. No, it's Joe Root, sorry. Just clip that past the mid-wicket fielder. If he does, it's away for 4. There's only one fielder, well, 2 fielders on the leg side in front of the batter. There's one at mid-on, but that lone mid-wicket fielder, Root's done well to pick him out twice. Get past there and it's away for 4. Madden, what was Hoggy's book? Wasn't it? Like,
yeah, he had doodles and drones in.
He did, yeah. It was quite an entertaining read, actually.
Yeah, he's an entertaining character.
As you'd imagine.
Yeah, entertaining character.
I think it's called Mad as a Box of Frogs or something. Again, he goes full, and Root gets off the mark, glancing the ball down to fine leg. And England move on to 129 for 2. I enjoyed both of your contributions. Talking about Freddie Flintoff, I popped along to Soho Hotel for the screening of Freddie's documentary.
Yes, yeah.
And you were both in it, came across very well. You both called him Andrew.
I always call him.
I do as well.
Yeah, you two do.
Yeah. It's that right? Everybody calls him Freddie. I've always Andrew.
I think if you met him before he was 18, you called him Andrew, and if you met him after, you called him Freddie. As a rule of thumb, I don't know if you can. I mean, you two know him better than I. Oh, struck on the pad, but an inside edge possibly from Pope. There's no appeal anyway. Bumra has just changed his mode of attack here. He's bowling fast.
He's bowling full. He's
bowling
getting
very full.
Really, really full.
Oh, it is an inside edge.
Getting a bit of shape as well.
It is an inside edge that saves him. Ollie Pope trying to tuck that one through mid-wicket, and that's one of the reasons. He's trying to get him to play across the line. He's giving mid-wicket to the batter if he's brave enough to play in that direction rather than playing it straight. Just a little edge, and it's dropped at third slip. Ollie Pope has a fiddle and a wide one, and third slip dives across. He gets a hand to it, does Jaiswal, but he puts it down.
It would have been a super catch, but he will think he should take that. False shot from Ollie Pope. He's diving away, it's really low, it's nothing round about waist high to chest height. He's got to dive away to his right, gets one hand to it, and it jumps out. It's gone quickly, it was bowled quickly. It's a life.
He was playing it as well, he was angling it down there like when Manners was on before Bumble, when we were talking about it, he guided it down there before it went for 4. And again, you open the face and he just tries to run it down to third. But that little bit more pace that Bumra's got, skiddier bowler than what possibly Siraj has. I think that's the difference of why it went so fine towards third slip.
Well, he bowled 3 full deliveries on the pads, didn't he? And then he just pushed one a little bit outside the off stump, and Ollie Pope's eyeing it up. He went for the shot as Joe Root just pushes this to cover, and he nearly got it. He nearly got it.
Just at this level, it's elite level, and to really talk to club and league cricketers, that is going so quickly into slip. It's delivered fast, 90 miles an hour, a flash of the blade, an outside edge, and it's rocketed at third slip. It would have been a super catch. and he's just got one hand to it and down it went.
The slip cordon, at no point have I felt they seemed close, but at that moment they did. That'll be 4. Siraj is just straight up to the pads, and Joe Root with deep square leg vacant has just helped himself to 4 through that region. He moves to 5 to score 133 for 2.
A nice shot from Joe Root, just waited for it was overpitched, yes, and a man of 13,000 test runs comfortably put that away to the boundary. But again, it's just Siraj just finding it difficult from that football stand end to get any rhythm whatsoever towards, you know, coming into the crease, holding his action. It looks as though his front arm, his left arm's pulling right across his body, and because of that he's getting no level of consistency of when the ball's coming out.
Here is Root driving expansively so, and he's beaten head in hands, or rather hands resting on head for Siraj, who's bowled a couple of loose ones but has also caused a problem or two along the way. Yet to pick up a wicket on another day. He gets Joe Root.
Go on, have a drive. He throws it out there full of length outside off stump. He's missed it by a hair's breadth. Aeroplane goes across. That'll be holidaymakers coming into Leeds from Mauritius and Barbados. A week in Leeds.
This time he's forward and no real timing. Ball pushed out to wide mid-on. There's a battle going on out there. Usually at this time of the day we're just starting to wind down, aren't we? 45 minutes to go, or cling on. But we've got a lot of time left today. We can play all the way up to 13 minutes past 7.
And they will play too, because this is the best part of the day.
Yep, the conditions have certainly eased. The floodlights are still on, but there's big patches of blue sky. The cloud that is here is high and light. The sun's out. Shadows starting to lengthen a touch. Mohammad Siraj at the top of his mark, yet to take a wicket, but he's come close. Joe Root is dropping this to the offside, no run. 133 for 2, India bowled out for 471. England would have taken that at the start of play. Just 3 down, and 359 on the board. They got up to 430 without losing a wicket, and then they lost all 7 and added just 41 runs.
7 for 41.
That's quite a collapse.
But damage was there. 471. You're happy with that? We're going to put you in. You can bat first. Thank you very much. 471.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 centurions. Rishabh Pant celebrating with a front flip. Siraj is in, and Jadeja at backward point making a lot of ground very quickly, and dives and stops and prevents Joe Root adding to the 5 runs he's scored. Ollie Pope will face the first delivery of the next over, which will be bowled by Jasprit Bumra. Bumble's off. Thank you for your contribution in this test match. David Lloyd will be back for the Edgbaston test. Jeremy Coney has replaced both Bumble and Harmy. Just been enjoying a little bit of the aircon, but actually it's quite pleasant out here now, Jeremy. You've actually put on a light jumper, light sweater jumper.
Yes. I'm not sure. What's the difference?
I don't know.
There you go.
Oh.
Well.
Jasprit Bumra has seen 2 chances go down behind the wicket, at backward point and at third slip. And one of those, Ollie Pope's still there, and he's going full again, and Pope can't get the ball past Siraj at mid-on.
Yeah, I would take the view a little more as a slipper that you had a few cues to that opportunity from Jaiswal. You've seen the ball go past the bat to Root already, and he's beaten the edge, so you've got an idea as it goes through to the keeper the speed at which he's bowling. You also know that Pope has looked to guide the ball through that area. He's done that as well since tee.
Here is Bumra again, defensively played by Pope, no run.
So you've seen the pace at which that's gone through as well. And that was the second time he's actually guided the ball off Bumra's bowling, isn't it? And okay, it's to his right, and everyone, you know, catches are not easy, but I thought it was at a comfortable height, really around about knee high, perhaps a little bit lower, but not much.
It went fast.
Yes,
though.
it went
really
quickly,
did go
but
fast.
you knew that was happening.
Yeah, he saw it all the way. He got his hands up to it. Once again, Bumra targeting the base of off stump. This time Ollie Pope does get a single to mid-on.
And what I'm suggesting is that you've seen him play that stroke and you know the speed at which it's coming off, because he's played that stroke as well. It went finer, didn't it? Went through the gap. And I just wonder whether he was too close and whether he could have, because he'd seen that, he could have been half a pace backward, further back, and you constantly adjust where you are and your depth at which you are standing.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't feel at any point that the slips were too close until that moment. But they're in there, aren't they? He's beaten. Flat-footed prod, really, from Root. And that ball has moved as well. He's taken well to his left by the keeper. Let's see this one again.
Yeah, he's hitting
no
the seam. It's
ball.
a no ball, but he's hitting the seam, and it is responding to his bowling. He's hitting it hard enough that it's actually, as it strikes the surface, it's able to grip and move. Some of them are moving away, some of them are moving back into the right-hander. So a difficult and uncertain start for Root.
Yeah, that jagged back. But it was a no ball, so Bumra has to bowl it again. This is a touch too wide, and Root's happy to leave alone. 135 for 2. Partnership of 9 after the dismissal of Ducket. In dramatic circumstances. Well, not circumstances, but it was dramatic. Full-blown cover drive, the inside edge. Fast delivery from Bumra and middle stump. Peg back.
Yeah, well, that nipped back from where, and that's why the inside edge was brought into play from Ducket.
I'm sure there's a photographer with a good photo there. Here comes Bumra again, and there's Root playing forward, clipping away to the leg side. Root pushes the first one very quickly, and in the end it's a comfortable 2. Root moves to 7, and the score 137 for 2. Still got another hour and a half, best part of. I mean, who knows where we're going to be? England could be within, I don't know, 240, 250, or they could be 5 down. I just don't have a clue. Don't know. I mean, one thing is, I suppose batting does come easier when Bumra's not bowling, so they can see off this spell. That's what the game's all about. Will India take their chances? They've dropped 2 so far as Bumra comes in, and this looks a touch more assured from Root. Places it back to the bowler, and that is the end of Jasprit Bumra's 11th over. 2 maidens, 2 for 43. In years to come, they'll look back at these days, and the questions will be asked about what it was like to watch Jimmy Anderson in his prime, what it was like to watch Jasprit Bumra in his prime. Certainly, unless you've got a vested interest in the team that's batting against him, which a lot of people here do, he's just a wonderful bowler to watch. It's just, the bowler is at the top of his game, possesses such an array of skills. Siraj, not without skill himself, and he's bowling with that much fortune here, as Ollie Pope will take a single down to 3rd. Ollie Pope moves to 62. It reminds me a touch. He scored a wonderful innings at not at Dharamshala. Where was it? It was the first innings, first Test match, Hyderabad. 196 against India in the first Test match. England won that Test match, despite giving up a huge score on first innings. But it was one that was featured as high a full shot percentage as you'll probably ever see from a batter, scoring nearly a double century. And you know, he made the most of his fortune, but he didn't come close in the remainder of the series to emulating that innings. Tote has had a moment of fortune along the way in this innings. Can he make it count again? As Root takes a step down the track and just lets his delivery go through to Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, well, he's looked relatively comfortable today, hasn't he, until those, well, that last chance there, and running the ball through. It's always a wee bit risky, even though it went quite high, the first one.
First ball of the session, yeah.
But other than that, I mean, he's cut the ball quite nicely. He's turned it through. He's played some nice drives.
Here is Root. Siraj is in, and it's driven on the bounce, collected at cover point by, well, I'll be guessing he's wearing Root's number 66. I don't have it in front of me. Either way, is that Krishna? Either way, it's not a run, and Root remains on 7. 138 for 2. We haven't seen Thakur. Krishna was expensive. Jadeja hasn't caused too many problems. He got a little bit of turn. Siraj continuing, drawing another defensive shot from the bat of Joe Root.
Yeah, India need another person other than Bumra, don't they, to bowl very tidily, very tight, not give any runs away, bowl to a length and a field that it's risky to take a chance at this stage. They really need a second bowler, otherwise there's too much of a fall off as soon as Bumra has had his spell. He's already had 5 this spell after tea. It won't be too many more.
That used to be India's problem. You know, they'd have a Zahir Khan and maybe an Ishant Sharma, but after they struck on the pad is Joe Root. The finger's gone up. Mohammad Siraj is celebrating. Joe Root's gone upstairs, but the on-field call has gone the way of India. And as things stand, England have lost Joe Root for 7. The score's 138 for 3. But let's take a look and see what the third umpire sees that maybe the on-field umpire hasn't.
The interesting thing for me, it wasn't an absolute immediate review from Root, so it wasn't as if he really hit the ball very clearly. I don't think he's got a touch on that. Now, is it going leg side is the only thing. It's certainly not height at this stage. You think it's hit about halfway up between the bottom of the pad, getting nearer the knee roll.
Well, he hasn't touched it. There's no inside edge that is going to save Joe Root. And now on the big screen, oh, this might have done a bit too much. It has. Umpire Paul Rifle will have to overturn his call. And Mohammad Siraj will have to walk back to his mark. Joe Root has had a reprieve, and that was a missed leg stump by a couple of inches.
Yes, and it's a key one too, isn't it? Key person in this game, Root. Struggling and uncertain at the moment.
Here comes Siraj again, and he's defending his Root. Cameras picked up and showed on the big screen Shubman Gill's reaction to what he thought was a big breakthrough. And Mohammad Siraj is a confidence bowler, and he's also a bowler that bowls, you know, he can blow hot and cold. And you can just tell as Shubman Gill was running up to him, you know, wagging his finger in celebration, trying to give his fast bowler a little bit of confidence. It would have been a big moment. Siraj needed a wicket. He wanted that wicket. India thought they had it. So how will Mohammad Siraj react? Well, India have reacted by changing the bowling. It's Prashi Krishna who is going to bowl from the Kirkstall Lane end. And well, let's just say he was expensive with his first 5 overs, bowled from the football ground end. Joe Root is going to change his bat.
Well, they really need a good spell from Prasad here. He was just too short in the first spell coming from the football stand end of the ground. Now he's swapped round and replaced Bumra. Bumra finished his, well, I guess let's call it his 3rd spell. The 2nd spell of only 1 over before tea.
Here he goes. Proceed is in, and this is clipped through mid-wicket. Certainly 1 here, and there will be 2. As Mohammad Siraj at square leg runs round to field at mid-wicket. And Ollie Pope moves to 64. 140 for 2 here if you're joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Joe Root given out on field in the last over, overturning the LBW call. Ball clearly missing leg stump. It wasn't that close, actually. As soon as you saw it straight on, you could see the ball was going to be going down the leg sides. Ollie Pope has been dropped at 3rd slip by Jaiswal. That's his 6th drop in tests. First in the slip cordon. Floodlights are still on here at Headingley. We're going to play till just in front of 7:15, as this is down the leg side, and Ollie Pope feels like he's missed out on a run there. And now we've just got another important phase, because Jasprit Bumra, who has taken both wickets to fall, has been taken out the attack. Might see him again. I don't know, he may come back for another couple of overs just towards the back end of the day. But he can't do it all himself, as Jeremy was saying. Somebody else has got to help him. That somebody else right now has got to be Krishna, who is in, and this is driven by Pope. No great timing, he's on the move, and it's fielded at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, well, that's the 3rd ball, that's quite full. There's been an off drive, there's been a tuck into the leg side, and then a straight drive, so he's bowling certainly fuller so far in this spell. Needs to just come back a little bit, if he can get one to nip back into the pads. Got to find a length to bowl on this surface.
There were too many 4 balls when he was bowling before. That does see Krishna just drag his length back a touch, but it's a bit too much. And a leg bye taken from England. 141 for 2, so they trail by 330. Still with a lot of batting, fast-paced batting to come. Harry Brook due to come in next. He played 1 game for Yorkshire in the county championship this year. Then, of course, Ben Stokes, the skipper, and Jamie Smith. And that applause that you hear, I think it's because Dickie Bird's just appeared on the screen. Joe Root playing deep in his crease and getting on top of the bounce and playing the ball right underneath his eye line, pushing back to Krishna, no run. 141 for 2 then.
See, for Root so far, he's basically looking at a defensive occupation. He hasn't been totally certain about where his off stump is. He's been beaten 3 or 4 times by Bumra and also by Siraj a couple of times. So he's feeling at the moment, unless it's a very full ball, he'll be defending it. As a slip cordon, you come up.
Left alone this time. Touch too short and a touch too wide from Krishna. End of the over. It didn't go for many, just the 3. But also didn't cause too many moments of concern. England 141 for 2, and Neil Manthorp's about to replace me after a word from Jeremy.
So that's just that position. The depth is very important to give yourself the best chance to take those catches, and not to have the stance too wide at the feet, so that you're nicely balanced and you're ready to go. Like a dancer, you're on the balls of your feet. Like a boxer, same thing, balls of the feet, so you're ready to could go from stationary to a very quick athletic movement.
One of my favourite moments on radio is when you were very frustrated, I think, after series. It was New Zealand and India, I think. Here is Mohammad Siraj continuing outside the off stump, and you gave a brilliant description of the art of slip fielding, because it was out of frustration. I think New Zealand had dropped a few, and you said that the weight distribution was wrong, and that you felt that they just, people, it was fairly basic coaching that you need to optimise your chances of catching the ball, and when you're on your heels, you're not going to do that. Here is Siraj again, his drive, lovely looking cover drive from Ollie Pope, but he missed it, and it's gone through to keeper Rishabh Pant. What are we looking at, Scott? Listening in Seattle. Great commentary, lads, from William Hung. Thank you very much, William. Oh, hello. Joe Rogan. Or Ro Jogan. I'm watching from Shenzhen in China. I've been there. It's interesting. I'm glad you haven't been geo-blocked there. That's pushed away defensively. Ricky Ponting said that when China decide to take cricket seriously, they will dominate the world. He says he reckons that he's seen enough ability in the early stages of cricket in China. He reckons that if and when China get the next Olympic Games, they'll put together a gold medal winning team. They need to crack America first.
Well, that's what they're trying to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right at the moment. So that'll be good. That'll be interesting. America versus China.
2032. Here's Mohammad Siraj running in from the far end. Ollie Pope just reining himself in now after that expansive cover drive which he missed, and this time blocks it defensively up towards mid-off. There's no runs. Glorious afternoon now, glorious evening actually. Plenty of blue sky directly up above. The floodlights are still on inexplicably because we've got bright sunshine, and England are 141 for 2.
Yeah, good time to bat too. 36th over in progress at the moment, so the ball will have lost that initial shine. There isn't too much swing at this time as well. Siraj has had a few overs. Prasad has come in as well, so it's not a demanding attack right now.
Chopped away by Ollie Pope, not timed, bottom edge, down into the ground, fielded by Jaiswal at gully. I find it interesting that India assisting with this fielder at deep square leg. He's in front of square as well. If he's there for the well, I mean, he's obviously there for the catch. Everyone's there for the catch, but if he's primarily there, it's going to be a heck of a hook shot from Ollie Pope. I mean, he's standing 75, 80 yards away.
It's well in front of square.
Well in front of square as well.
Really, and to get it from, if it's short and outside off, you'd think the cut would be the preferred shot, wouldn't you, rather than the pull.
Don't quite understand why he's there. Here's Siraj again. Ollie Pope now just takes a quick single. Nicely done, very nicely done. Thinking of a second. They will take a second on the overthrow. I think that Sai Sudarshan was well within his rights to have a shy at the stumps, but it had to be a direct hit. He was side on at cover point. One stump to aim at. Two men in the deep backing up, but they decided to take one on the throw and did so very, very comfortably. So 2 off the last ball of the over. England move on to 143 for 2. Pope on to 67. 2 men out. Zach Crawley, last ball of the first over of the innings, edging Jasprit Bumra to Karen Nair at first slip, and then Ben Duckett after a stand of 122 for the second wicket, bowled by Jasprit Bumra, an expansive drive. He went for 62. Pope still there, 67. Joe Root, an uncertain 7 from 27 balls. And it's Root on strike now as Prasid Krishna is in, and it's driven nicely down the ground. Bumra is in pursuit. He flicks it back just about to his captain Shubman Gill, who'd accompanied him on the chase to the boundary. They have picked up 3 runs. No, they only ran 2. No, they have run 3, sorry. There's a nice one off the middle of the bat for Joe Root.
Wasn't it? Back first and then into the ball and getting the stride in so that he hit it very straight, so he got close to the ball and just steered it really past the onside of the stumps, and Bumra chased hard.
2 slips in a narrow gully, almost in a 4th slip position really. Ollie Pope now again takes advantage of the fact that nobody's at cover point, just steers this gently into that gap and does completes the gentle single.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. I mean, that's a ball that's just outside the off stump. Okay, a tad short, but it's just been steered. There's a man on that angle, really, isn't he? But he's there for all those strokes, and the cutting, it just gets you off the strike, keeps the strike moving and changing and altering all the time. No 2 batsmen are the same.
Prasid Krishna in once more, and it's pushed in towards cover, not through point, so it's gone straight to the fielder, and there's no run.
And you'd kind of like a left-hander there, wouldn't you, if you were a fielder? Is that Jadeja in that position? It's not, is it? That cover area.
Sidasen.
Yeah. So he's got to run around that to get it. If it's hit into sort of cover point area, I think I'd want a left-hander cover if you got that with that field.
Krishna in once more, and blocked resolutely by Joe Root. There's no run. 147 for 2. India, we don't normally associate funky fields with the Indian team, but there really have been a couple of eye-catching formations. Jadeja bowling to well, it was a 6-3 leg side field, and with nobody at cover or mid-off. Krishna in once again. It's pushed straight back to him by Joe Root, and he picks up and has a shy at the stumps and hits Joe Root on the pads. He did immediately hold his hand up to apologise, or
I think he's pointing at the mark where the bowler stopped and propped in his follow through to actually stop the ball and throw it, and he's right in the middle of the pitch, so they're just doing a bit of tidying up. Where are we now?
Luxembourg.
Right, okay.
And Auckland again. Sarang Padey listening from New Zealand, Auckland. That's a short tempted pull from Joe Root, doesn't time it at all, and now sort of frustratingly attempts or goes through the rehearsal of the pull shot and swishes at an imaginary ball. He's frustrated, he hasn't been timing it. Loving the commentary, only option, it's the only option as there's no video coverage here in New Zealand, just like the good old days with a tranny. That would be a transistor radio in the 1970s. Good on you, Sarang Padey. It's Stuart May who's listening in Luxembourg. And more comments about India not including Kuldeep Yadav, given the weather and the conditions. But I think we will see Kuldeep at some point in the series.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree with you. Maybe when
Old Trafford?
When Bumra isn't, you've got a cutting edge coming with the
right.
left arm
Strike
spinner.
bowler
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just a thought. And certainly I would have thought Edgbaston, and I would have also thought the Oval as well. I think Seamer's more at Lord's. I think even if we think about the last game, it was basically Seamer's pitches, wasn't it, really, in the first 2 days of the 3.
We've got about an hour's play left in the day here at Headingley. The crowd is beginning to thin out. The Western Terrace away to our right. It's got lots of empty seats now. People have decided to call it a day. It is 6:15 local time, so it's been a long day in the sunshine and a bit of drizzle around about the lunchtime. Hence the late finish today at the end of the day. drinks being taken at the moment at Headingley, the last scheduled drinks break of the day, although we had loads and loads of unscheduled ones yesterday. Hope you're enjoying what has been a second consecutive highly competitive day, but this time a fight back with the ball after bat dominated on day one, with India reaching 359 for 3 and then taking that score on in the first hour this morning to 430 for 3 before losing 7 for 41. Remarkable collapse. It's actually the second biggest collapse in Test history for a team that was 3 down and over 400. But England have now got a job to do with the bat. It's they will, yes, certainly have felt buoyed by the fact that they did take those last 7 wickets so quickly, but 471 is still a lot of runs. What are we looking at, Scott? Oh, I see. Edmonton, Alberta. Jagjot Singh listening from Edmonton, Alberta. And Azizul Haq from Sri Lanka. Oh, Stuart Mays says thanks for the shout out. Man, it's just on my way back from Luxembourg's 2 T20s against Switzerland. Well, I mean, Harmy has been following the Luxembourg-Switzerland series. Be able to tell us what happened in the second of those games.
It was a good game, apparently. Nearly as good as the one we've got here.
Fancy that.
I couldn't even guess who would be winning that one.
I tell you what.
We'll have to find a scorecard and give it a
one thing we can be sure of, though, is that both Luxembourg and Switzerland will have a couple of South Africans in their team.
Absolutely, yeah. A couple of South African, a couple of Indian, a couple of Pakistani, a couple of Sri Lankans. Yeah, I would imagine we'll have a whole host of expats into Luxembourg and into Switzerland. But who are we to complain? We got Kevin Peterson.
We're not complaining at all. No, absolutely. South Africa's been a net exporter of professional cricketers for very, very many years. There's too many of them. There's
fine wine and good cricket.
There's too many good facilities and sunshine, and there's too much cricket played. Too many good cricketers produced for South Africa to give them all jobs. So that's tremendous. Thanks, Stuart. Just if you're driving, but presumably you're on some excellent form of public transport in Luxembourg, let us know how that series went. I didn't know that Switzerland were playing. I didn't know Luxembourg had a team either, actually, to be perfectly honest. 147 for 2. Drinks have been taken, and it's Mohammad Siraj continues putting the work in. Mohammad Siraj, gosh, he's into his 14th over already. He's bowled more than anybody else. I don't know what's wrong with Shardul Thakur. We haven't seen him bowl yet, and I keep going on about the fact that I'm a fan of his medium pace swing bowling, but I think he's been on the field, so he's not been off the field. He's been on the field the whole time. I can't think that he's carrying an injury. Perhaps he'll get a little bowl later on. Siraj aborts his run-up halfway through. What do you think of Rishabh Pant's wicket-keeping gloves? Do you know those men that park aeroplanes at the airport?
Yeah, the big paddles, isn't it? Yeah. Symbols, yeah.
They're the same colour. They're fluorescent orange. Here's Siraj again. Flicked away nicely through the leg side by Joe Root. That's a good shot. Sign of a quality player, and we know John Root's been a quality player for over a decade, but he didn't allow himself, or you can't stop yourself being frustrated, but he didn't allow his frustration to impede on his start. It was a ropey start. It was what a shocking LBW decision, I thought, from Paul Rifle, which he reviewed pretty quickly and rightly was given reversed and given not out, but he played and missed 3 times in his first 8 deliveries, I think.
Yeah.
Siraj in once again, and Root once more flicks it away out towards a deepish mid-on. Shardul Thakur slides to his right and does the fielding, and there's an easy single. But he's just worked his way through. Sometimes, you know, he's played a lot of cricket, over 150 test matches, and you know, he'll just metaphorically shrug his shoulders and say, yeah, well, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you don't make a good start.
That's exactly what this game tries and tests it. It's all in the mind. And you know, the ones of weak mentality and weak nature, when they are having passages of play where they're battling themselves, they'll succumb in lapse of concentration, and out they went. Interesting though, he changed his bat. He changed his bat after about 20 balls.
154th test to be precise for Joe Root. Siraj in again. Pope pushes it out towards cover, and there's no run. Would that just? Well, I mean, was the handle come loose, or would that just have been a psychological thing? It's like, number 2's not working for me today, let me give number 4 a go?
Yeah, possibly, quite possibly.
Why am I asking you that?
I was going to say, you're asking me, who probably had four bats in his whole 18-year career. Joe Root takes 4 bats out to warm up. This is an older bat, though. It looks a bit of an older bat, where the one before, when he first came out, it looked a different colour, a whiter wood, which looked at a brand spanker.
Short, pulled away through mid-wicket towards the fielder on the boundary there. He's a long way away, it's the longest boundary, and go through for a single. What you will know, of course, is the answer to my next question, which is, how much does a bat like that cost? And the reason you'd know is that you probably had to buy a few for Charlie, your son.
Yeah, the bats now, I mean, there's a bat manufacturer on site, the bat manufacturer of obviously of Ollie Pope, Gray Nichols, and I was looking in the shop before as I walked past, and I mean, the starting prices are about 500-600 quid. Cricket's expensive for children. For kids now, cricket is it really is an expensive sport. The school system and everything that goes with it, but cricket is expensive. We're trying to get into schools.
Drive and a complete mistime from Joe Root. Beautiful looking shot, but unfortunately it's been the story of his day. Little bottom corner of the bat, didn't time it at all, and trickles away out on the onside. He was aiming it through extra cover. Goodness gracious me. Hugh James has just messaged us in the chat panel underneath the talkSPORT cricket YouTube channel to say, I'm listening from a ship leaving Antarctica.
It normally feels like Antarctica here at Headingley around about this time at sort of 6:30 in the afternoon, but yeah, we've got a nice lovely day. Have we got the Luxembourg score yet?
We haven't. Oh yes, we do. Stuart, thank you very much. 2-0 to Switzerland so far. Oh, it's more than a 2-match series, is it? Fancy that. Well, I mean, when Luxembourg and Switzerland get together, they might as well play a handful of, a fistful of games.
A fistful of games, yeah. It's not that far though, is it? Luxembourg to Switzerland? Can't be that far.
Don't they border each other? They share a border, don't they? There's appeal for leg before wicket now from Prasid Krishna, but it was without conviction at all, and Ollie Pope knew that was not out. The floodlights have been turned off finally.
When you said they're the share a border, you looked at me as though I should know. I mean, I haven't got GCSE in English, maths, and well, definitely got an English spoken word, but yeah, geography wasn't my top subject either.
I'm sure they do. They're right next to each other, so not far to travel. Ollie Pope's up to 70. Joe Root has 13, and I tell you what, we've had some listeners, some funny places, Cambodia, Vietnam, China, Antarctica, Luxembourg, Switzerland. That's driven now by Ollie Pope straight up towards mid-off, and it's Shubman Gill who does the fielding. Just a reminder, only the 4th time in India's test history that they've had 3 centurions in the same innings in a test match. The last time before this test match was also here at Headingley.
I got dropped on the morning again. I was spewing, I was seething when Michael Vaughan said I wasn't playing. About 2 days later, I was over the moon.
Tendulkar, Ganguly and Dravid, wasn't it? Short, pulled away, out towards the man on the deep square leg boundary. He runs around towards mid-wicket and puts in a powerful throw.
Yeah, Tendulkar, Ganguly, Dravid. And there was a passage of play for about 2 hours in the dark where the batters, and then you got offered the light. And when they offered the light to Sourav Ganguly and Sachin Tendulkar, instead of walking off, they decided to dispatch, I think it was Kabir Ali, Alex Tudor, Matthew Hoggard to all parts of Headingley. I mean, I think they got about nearly 200 in a session when it was pitch black.
Fielder was Nitish Reddy. He's on his 12th man. That one is driven by Ollie Pope. He did close the face of the bat at the moment of impact, but it was a little bit inside edgy as well. But he does pick up 2 more runs. Why were you dropped? 156 for 2. What did Michael Vaughan give you a reason?
No reason. Not Michael Vaughan. It was Nasser Hussain, I think it was.
Yes, it would have been.
I just played in my debut, and it was the next Test match, I think it was. And I think it was to try and freshen things up. Alex Tudor didn't play in the Test match before, so they brought Tudes back in.
Short and wide, and not very short, not very wide, but enough room for Ollie Pope to flap this one away to the man at deep backward point on the boundary, and it's another run. So England's fast scoring is it's a very good example. I mean, they're not flying or tearing along at the moment, but there's been very few boundaries in the last hour and a half either side of tee, but it's the fact that they play at everything, and there's just a constant trickle. If there aren't boundaries, there's a constant trickle of ones and twos. This one driven, as I said, that was a dot ball. Joe Root drives it straight to Shubman Gill at mid-off, and there's no run. Ben Duckett, we know, is just a compulsive player at everything. He just doesn't leave the ball. But I have noticed that Ollie Pope's very similar. I mean, he doesn't leave very much at all.
No, he doesn't. And the ones that he probably should leave are the ones that he sort of fidgets at outside off stump, where he got dropped. You know, we were on commentary last stint with Bumble, and you know, in the stint before, you hit a 4 down here, and Bumble was saying, yeah, he's open to face. He's meant to play it that way, and that's what he does. So that's the ball he probably should leave, probably would leave. Maybe it's a year or 2 ago, but now the way this England team tried to, you know, manoeuvre the field, manipulate, and get bowlers in positions that, you know, they want them to bowl, rather than a bowler going, right, I'm going to bowl my best ball, stick it on a good length, and you'll leave it, and I'll build up some pressure that way. You know, England don't give you, any respite when it comes to, trying to find a way of putting dot balls together. Here's your man.
Yay! Here we go. Finally, Shardul Thakur. Got a career best of 7 for 61. You watch, he's going to go all over the place now. He's going to be pulled into Wakefield. Shardul Thakur finally into the attack. Starts with a loosener, long hop outside the off stump, which Ollie Pope flays away once more to deep backward point, fielded by Jadeja. I find it slightly curious that Ravindra Jadeja has not been in the thick of the action in the field. Normally you put him where the ball is going to be played to most, and actually almost always in the infield. He's got an incredibly powerful throw, so yeah, I mean, he's good anywhere in the field, but he's not in the thick of things. Here's Shardul Thakur once again, and it's steered away. That's a lovely shot from Joe Root down towards third, and it's Jadeja with that bionic arm of his, who runs around from back point, gets a throw in. They've scuttled back for 2. I was advocating a slightly earlier bowl for Shardul Thakur when there's a bit of cover.
There's a bit of cloud cover on, and he's like an English type seamer.
A little bit of lacquer left on the ball.
Oh, he's like an English type seamer, isn't he? He runs up, he's quite a strong fella, and he runs up and hits the deck quite hard, and you'd thought he would be suited to bowl in England.
Here is Thakur once again, and it's defended by Joe Root. Tell you who he reminds me of a little bit. He's slightly bigger, but you know, the burly build. Mark Elam.
Just about to say that, Ely, yeah. Mark Elam sort of floated it, didn't he? He kissed the surface, but you're right. He's run up probably not as Ely didn't run that far because it was probably too much to exert himself. He would have been. He's a good man, Ely. He'd have been devastated on a day like this. I mean, he loved a bit of cloud cover.
Here's Thakur once again, and Joe Root once more guides it away, just steers it, uses a little bit of whatever pace there is from Shardul Thakur, uses it and steers it, runs it away. Does Mark Elam still hold the world record for the most LBWs in a one-day international?
Yeah. Did he get 5?
5?
4 or 5? Yeah.
Do you remember where it was?
Is it Trent Bridge?
No, it was at the Diamond Oval, Kimberley.
Oh, right. Just before my time.
Yeah, 5 LBWs.
You got 6 for, didn't he?
Yeah.
He got something like 6 for 30 or 6 for 40, because I think Collie went past him as the best figures. It was something like 6 for 15 or 6 for 20.
Thakur in again, and Ollie Pope drives it up towards extra cover. The thing about Shardul Thakur is also that he bowls wicket to wicket. You know, he bowls straight.
That's an English type seamer who bowls, and he's got some overs under his belt. Just looking here, the Lions game. In the first game, he bowled 28 overs. He had 2 for 100, and in the second game, he had 0 for 40 off 15. So he's come into the game with nearly as many overs under his belt in two games than Chris Woakes has.
Bright sunshine now, glorious weather. Thakur in once more, driven by Pope. That is a wonderful shot. That's just a square drive and a very old-fashioned piece of fielding, a la Courtney Walsh from Jadeja, who tried to field it with his right foot. And it's been a long, hard day. Do you know what? That's very un-Jadeja-like. I mean, that was sloppy, if I may permit myself to use that word. I don't mean to be disrespectful. He's one of my favourite cricketers ever, but that was
Manners, you're going to get
less than full on.
You're getting invited into the India huddle tomorrow morning to see Moni Morkel. You're not the worst footballer I have ever seen. Ravindra Jadeja is now.
That was Courtney Walsh used to do that all the time, but he'd bowled 28 overs.
Yeah, he probably had size 14 feet, which is a little bit more to stop her with. So, yeah, Jadeja's had a poor day in the field. I thought he bowled okay. There's a little bit of turn. He had a little bit of a plan against Ben Duckett from over the wicket, but he dropped a catch. He misfielded a couple, and then there he's just let one go through for 4, not like the gun fielder that Jadeja is.
165 for 2 then. Joe Root facing Krishna. And it's dug out. Full delivery from Krishna, bowling from the Kirksall Lane end. Yeah, that was a big moment in this match, wasn't it? Ducket dropped at backward point by Jadeja from the bowling of Bumra. The first of 2 catches that went down against India's #1 fast man. 39 for 1, should have been 39 for 2. As this ball is guided down to 3rd by Joe Root. How many times has that been said? He moves to 17. India have been a little bit sloppy today, almost like possibly they felt subconsciously they'd done the hard work yesterday. England haven't dominated. Well, actually, they pretty much have dominated in the same way as India did yesterday, but of course, after giving up 359 runs yesterday for the loss of just 3 wickets, they were so far behind the game. And they still are. You'd still rather be in India's position than England's, but one thing that is starting to become evident is that there is a big drop-off once Jasprit Bumra is navigated.
Yeah, absolutely, and he possibly got 3 or 4 overs to go tonight as well.
I think so. This is an attempted guide through vacant second slip by Pope. He's 80. He's enjoyed a little bit of fortune, dropped on 60. That was the second of those 2 chances. And there was a close LBW shout as well from Siraj. If finger had gone up on field, it would have been maintained. A review wouldn't have saved him. We've had a few questions in, I believe, on talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel chat facility. I will just find that now, as Joe Root will just help him. No, it's Ollie Pope will help himself to 4 more. He has cut this. Has he cut it over second slip or into the ground and it's bounced over second slip? Either way, it's zipped along to third and across the boundary. Yeah, he's just cut it up and over the slip cordon. Safe shot, in control, and Pope is 16 away from a century. If he reaches that, the dressing, the balcony will be an interesting place to position a camera, as this is a short delivery, acrobatically saved behind the stumps. And what is that? Is that a wide given? We've seen a few of those in this, haven't we? Keith Heathcote is listening in Gran Canaria. Greetings.
Me and Manners were having a conversation before about Luxembourg against Switzerland. And my
Eurovision Song Contest.
My geography wasn't great, T20 competition I think it is. And Stuart's been back in touch. We're not neighbouring, Manners. We border Belgium, France, Germany. Switzerland is about 4 or 5 hour drive. I'm sure you'll both be very welcome here.
Short again, pulled by Ollie Pope, who'll pick up a single.
I think that's a following on podcast from over in Switzerland there, Manners.
Well, if you drive there, get you on Zoom. Rocker222 is listening in from North Carolina, and William Hung listening in Seattle. Basusri 1120 is angry that India erred by not selecting Mohammad Shami. Never had any confidence in Krishna, he feels. Joe Rogan, Jogan rather, that'd be a coup if Joe Rogan was tuning in, is watching from China, Shenzhen. He also says stupid decision by Gambia not to play Kuldeep on this pitch. There was all the journos in the press box are saying something similar. Full, and it is caught on the bounce by Jaiswal at Gali. Sarang Paddy is listening from Auckland in New Zealand, loving the commentary. Says, oh yeah, I think you've read that one out. Just like the good old days of the tranny in the 1970s. We all had trannies in the 70s, Scott, the producer.
I'm not going to tell you what Scott thought, that what we were talking before.
I think we know. Azizul Hack from Sri Lanka's tuning in. And as you say, Stuart May, thanks man, it's just on my way back from Luxembourg's 2 T20s against Switzerland. JDR says, I feel like Pope's going to score 120. We were talking about that innings, you were there, weren't you, in Hyderabad for that 196. He had a touch of good fortune along the way, and he has today.
He did, yeah, but there was a lot of calmness about this point in his innings.
Thakur, this is cut down to the fielder just below us here at third, just a single. Shadeja, who did misfield one a couple of overs ago. Loving the show, guys, says Stephen Peel from Riga in Latvia. I mean, Rojogan now is listening from the Kremlin in Moscow.
I think we've just had an international space station in as well.
William Hunk says, I once guested for the British Antarctic 11. Fortunately, it was an away fixture. Defended up to mid-on by Joe Root. He's staying on 17. 2-0 to Switzerland so far, says Stuart May. Listening from Transylvania, Romania, says Mike Ormsby. That's a Transylvanian name, if ever I've heard one. Drop in for a bite, you'll live forever. Sandy Kay says Jasprit Bumra has the lowest bowling average of any bowler in the history of Test cricket that has taken a minimum of 200 wickets. We'll check that out. Thakur again, trying to dissect first slip and gully as Joe Root, but Jaiswal just smartly gets down to his left to prevent that from happening. Pete Norton says, I'm in Sardinia, but saw Gavaskar score 221 at the Oval in 1979. He might still be batting. Dave is up with the newborn in Adelaide at 3 a.m. He's English because he says he's worrying about the Ashes already. Well, I assume he's English. Maybe Dave is an Aussie. I think both sides would be a little bit nervous. Shout for leg before by Thacker, with Joe Root coming forward and defending into the covers, but Thacker feels it might have hit the pad first. He's joined by absolutely nobody.
No, I know Paul Rifle gave a shocker before, but I think that's to an extreme. He's on the front foot, he's about 3/4 of the way down, it's hit the middle of the bat, about 5th stump, and it would have gone probably about 2 foot over the stumps. But good appeal for him.
Yeah.
Exciting, yeah, just clearing the vocal cords.
Walter Lockwood is listening in Brooklyn. Cut away, definitely, and there's no fielder just below us. Tried that shot a couple of times, and this time he gets 4 for it. Moves to 21, and the score for England moves to 177 for 2, and India are starting to look a little bit tired now. They've got their second and third change bowlers on. Neither has picked up a wicket. Truth be told, neither has looked particularly threatening.
Yeah, there's a conflab going on here, because if you remember 2 balls ago, John, Jaiswal dived and stopped one, didn't he, from a similar shot? And I think he's gone a bit dozy here and gone back to his normal position, which was the regulation gully, and Shubman Gill is not happy that he moved and probably gone to the wrong place.
Thakur again. This is a fuller delivery, which is clipped away, and what a second run that is. There's never 2 there, 3 fielders converging, and Joe Root seen the opportunity, and Thacker's overstep, which bowling at his pace I'd suggest isn't really what's needed. Dave is a concerned Aussie. Dave, tell us why. Why are you concerned? Good evening from Kathmandu, says Oz. Hope to visit the English Stadium someday. The atmosphere sounds lovely. Yeah, it has been lovely. It's been lovely this evening. The afternoon, I'm not sure I'd describe the atmosphere in the Western Terrace as lovely. And all those wickets are falling. It was raucous. There's a party going on. This is now placed to the right of Gully. Another single. The runs are starting to come very, very comfortably for England. Krishna's gone for 51 from his 9 overs, and Thacker's gone for 17 from his 2. And Shubman Gill, who enjoyed a dream start to his captaincy yesterday, is on the other side of the coin. England 181 for 2, still 290 runs away, but looking good.
Yeah, 290 runs in the bank, but we're getting a little bit of a run around, and we're getting more and more animation from Shubman Gill again. He lost his toys 5 minutes ago with Jaiswal, because I think Jaiswal was in the wrong position. I think he had been moved and then had a conversation like he is now, him and Keir Rowell having a conversation, and I think he's just gone back to a position where he was about an over ago. He's supposed to be moved finer, and Joe Root capitalising on that by getting the boundary. So it really has irritated the new India captain. I think we're going down the short ball route here.
I think we are. Krishna continuing. This is not particularly short. There's a leg slip in place, and Joe Root has found him accurately enough. The ball scoots along the floor. And look, we've got more movement here. As deep point.
Yeah, they've got their angles horribly wrong. They've got Jasprit Bumra at deep point. If they're going to go down the short ball route, they need them more around towards third. Got a catching leg gully, catching mid wicket.
And it's Krishna in. There is a short delivery, and Root takes it on with a pull shot along the ground. He moves to 23, 182 for 2. It's just an exchange of words, I think, between bowler and England's number 4 bat. It's actually been played pretty pleasantly, this game. I mean, Rishabh Pant and Ben Stokes yesterday kind of set the tone, didn't it? Smiles all round.
Yeah, it's been good nature, good humour.
It's a long series, though. full, and Pope misses out here. Again, just a little wayward, going down the leg side. There is that leg gully in place, though. And he'd do well to catch anything bowled at that length.
Yeah, he's gone for the double bluff and tried to hit the base of leg stump. I think and I'm not sure leg gully would be too happy if Ollie Pope got a little tickle on that, because that's going at some rate.
That's flying, right? That's absolutely flying. Two fielders out for the hook. This is short, and Ollie Pope just attempts just a little dab as he drops to his knees. He realises that the ball is there just to be clipped over the slip cordon, but misses, collected by Rishabh Pant. No run.
Yeah, he's gone for the ramp, the ramp on the knee, the knee ramp.
Well, he
plays it well, doesn't he? He does play that shot well.
It's called the Paris Pope.
Paris Pope, yeah.
When he was playing T20 cricket, he used to play a similar shot. Playing T20 cricket for Surrey, that is, when he was just making his way.
Jasprit Bumra's now gone, instead of being probably gully line on the boundary, in the deep down at third, he's now gone right behind first slip.
Krishna again, and Ollie Pope takes it on. He's going to pick up 4. Ball has travelled to a fine leg. And Ollie Pope moves to 90. 186 for 2.
Yeah, good shot from Ollie Pope. Not high enough. And Ollie Pope's not the tallest fellow. He just helps it over the top of leg gully. He's trying to hit it up. And it is, I mean, from this end now where Krishna's bowling the short ball, they're going to try and hit it up because it's going to go that little bit further. It's all downhill towards the Howard stand, and especially into the corner of the western terrace. So imagine with the short ball, that option that they're taking and they're going for, that Ollie Pope and Joe Root try and keep it down. But Ollie Pope is now going to probably, like Harry Brook, he goes up with it and try and hit it for 6, basically.
So that leg gully has gone back to fine leg. There's a long leg, deep square leg, just in front of Ollie Pope, who's 90. There's a fly slip, short pulled and fielded at mid-wicket, no run. I'm not sure about all this.
I hope and pray that Ollie Pope gets 100, and the nice human being that he is. I'm not sure he's going to do Nasser Hussain Lord's 3 figures, if he gets 3 figures and give it to the balcony, give it to the press box in the balcony or anything like that. But I really do if he does, because I'm off for a little break here. I hope if he does, I hope this young man celebrates like he should, because he's played wonderful so far.
The England dressing room is to the left of us on the Dickie Bird players balcony. Ben Stokes is already out there. There's a couple of the support staff, and if he does reach 3 figures, I just wonder whether they do turn up to the press box. Just have a little look.
I think you might have to worry that Ben Stokes doesn't go over the balcony.
I thought this might happen. Jadeja's been brought back into the attack. Thakur was as anonymous with the ball in hand as he was with the bat. Not sure that's an experiment that will be visited again, as Jadeja comes in and Joe Root just props forward and defends. Another beautiful morning here in San Francisco, says Stephen W. One of my bucket list goals is to see Test cricket in person, but for now this is second best. They play a little bit of T20 cricket over there now, don't they? San Francisco Unicorns. Touch shorter from Jadeja. Joe Root just eases back and cuts through backward point for a single. He moves to 24, and England move to 187 for 2. It's a shame that Harmy's disappeared, because Finn Tate is watching on holiday in Lanzarote. It's somewhat new to cricket, and I know for a fact that Harmy visits Lanzarote nearly every year, Jeremy Coney. Have you ever been to Lanzarote?
No, I haven't. Where is it, please?
It's Canary Islands. It's just it's a very, very pretty place. Very hot, but you get those nice trade winds coming in from the Atlantic, so you always feel nicely cool, even though it's 30 degrees. This keeps a touch low, and Ollie Pope trying to cut, does so, but hurried a touch, no run. 187 for 2. Deja again, and Ollie Pope playing back deep in his crease, moving to the leg side. I suppose the islands you would visit if you were to over in New Zealand would be the Tonga or Samoa.
Yes, all those, that's right, those ones.
The Cook Islands. Pope comes forward, and short fine leg runs in, doesn't claim the ball cleanly. It would have been comfortable enough single anyway. 188 for 2, England.
Yep, plenty of islands around New Zealand too, really. So the South Pacific.
How far? I've never been there. I guess today's again, full delivery, hit back to the bowler.
2 to 3 hours by flight. Yep.
2.5, 3 hours. Stephen W says they play over in Oakland, but I happened to be out of the country last week, so sadly missed it. Next year I'll make sure to catch a game. I mean, there's so many New Zealanders playing county cricket and the Blast this year in England, but there's even more playing in the MLC, it seems. You've got your Seiferts, your Allens, your Bracewells, your Bolts.
Yeah, well, the New Zealand cricket itself has purchased part of a team, hasn't it? That's hasn't really started to play yet.
2027, I think, that team will start.
But what it does is it allows when it comes around to contract time, New Zealand cricket can now offer them more than just a year's contract for money. They can offer them also almost a place and an opportunity to get more when they play in the MLC, when that team comes into the competition, which I think's next year.
Cut away by Ollie Pope. He's going to pick up 4 more. Thacker hasn't been taken out the attack. He's just been put to the other end. But the result is the same. England are enjoying themselves now. Pope moves to 95. Yeah. That was just short wide and no protection out there. And off it goes to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that's a gimme, isn't it? The conditions are good at the moment for batting. They've had to withstand some slightly murky ones with the lights on. The lights are now turned off, and overheads are nice and predominantly blue, so good time for batting.
5 away from a century. Ollie Pope, has he got a little bit of bat on that? Thacker is now straight down the leg side. It's come off the pads, so it won't be 4 to the batter, but runs starting to flow. England 196 for 2 now. An answer, a reply to India's 4-7-1, and change of ends hasn't changed anything for poor Thakur.
No, Thakur is actually, he's not getting any movement in the air. He's normally an outswing bowler, but there's nothing much there for him, and he's starting it at about leg stump, and it's not going anywhere else.
Pope playing defensively this time, no run to mid-wicket. I don't know if you were on commentary at the time when Thakur was out just before the lunch break, and the camera panned up to the dressing room and there was Gautam Gambhir just shaking his head. It was a wild hack from a batter new to the crease with the break just about to come. England didn't even celebrate the wicket, really. It was poor.
No, it was a bit wide, wasn't it? And Smith took the catch, I think.
Yeah, it was
not tongue.
Here comes Thakur. Oh, it's an interesting shot from Ollie Pope, who again tries to cut on the move. And the ball just bounces down and balloons up to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, and just to make matters worse, he's overstepped for the 2nd time in his short spell, and he's not bowling express pace here. He's overstepped at both ends. It's not getting any better anytime soon for the bowler, Thakur. This will be frustrating, real frustration.
Oh yeah, just India making basic mistakes, catches down, overstepping.
Here he is again, full delivery, clipped away, certainly going to be one here. He runs the first one too, but just slips Fielder coming in, I'm not sure they would have gone for it anyway. Jimmy Radcliffe, lovely evening here in Durban. Cup of tea and coconut biscuits. Wonderful listening to the commentary, gentlemen. I do love a coconut biscuit.
We were talking about that before, weren't we?
Were we? Coconut biscuits?
Well, yeah, oat
yes.
and coconut.
Oh,
very nice.
It. Well,
tuck into it.
They're called,
tuck into it,
they're
Jimmy,
called
yeah.
Nice biscuits here. They're branded Nice, and they're coconut biscuits.
Yeah.
Once you eat one, you just can't stop. Here comes Thacker again. Full again. And Root will take a single. Down to fine leg. He moves to 25. The score 199 for 2. So England trail by 272. We've got about, 20 minutes to go in the day. They might score another 10 or so, 10-15. Let's just say they trail by 250 at the end of day 2. 2 wickets down. Let's just say that's where we are. They're going to be up where India... They're going to be going past India's first innings score, potentially, if they're still batting by tea tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just past the halfway stage of the game.
About that time, depending on what happens with the second new ball.
Full again. Once again, Pope comes forward and just helps us fine. He moves to 97 and he'll take the first ball of the next over, and that's a 200 up for England for the loss of just 2 wickets, with Ollie Pope 97 not out and Joe Root 25.
Yeah, continuing England their advance in this game. They've changed things around from the first hour today, and it's all been England taking wickets, 7 of them very cheaply, to dismiss India, and then since then they've looked pretty comfortable with the bat, having survived the first bit in slightly tricky conditions, but now they're looking pretty comfortable.
Here is Pope, and it's Jadeja. He's down and he is thrashing through the covers. He's not going to celebrate yet though. Fielded at deep point. Gone through the little square of the wicket. That would have been a chase on, and possibly the moment that I think Ben Stokes will enjoy even more than the batter, if he's to get there. 201 for 2 here at Headingley on day 2 of this first test match of 5. We're bringing you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Joe Root facing 25 not out. Jadeja is in and he pushes this through the covers for 1. Brings Ollie Pope back on strike. He's on 98.
Well, he got 100 against Zimbabwe, a big one, didn't he? And there's still a lot of talk about Bethel, and he's certainly joined the squad for here this game. Didn't make the side, and Pope's really nailed it again, hasn't he, with another 100 by the look of it, just on the cusp anyway.
Well, that decision by Jacob Bethel to continue playing for Royal Challengers Bangalore, whether it was taken by him or the franchise.
They could have brought him back though, couldn't they?
Well, no, they couldn't.
I see.
Well, I mean,
really?
I mean, they could have. Yes,
he's contracted, isn't he?
But what happened was last year they did bring the players. They did bring them back to play in a series against Pakistan, if memory serves. And this year, 2025, they promised the IPL owners that they can essentially have them for the entirety of the campaign as Pope comes forward. And so even though there was a suspension of a week because of the border problems between India and Pakistan, Bethel stayed out there, and that meant that instead of playing in that first test against Zimbabwe, we never know whether he would have played if he'd been back here. Ollie Pope played, scored 170 odd, and here he is now, and he is going to take a single. Is he going to chase a second one? No. Sends Joe Root back. Just for a minute there with the fielder coming in from third. It's Siraj. It's always Siraj. Just maybe caught on his heels. Might have been the chance for 2. As it is, Pope at the non-striker's end with 99, and Joe Root with 1 ball left of this over is on 26. May just defend this. No, he won't. So it was on the reverse actually, and manages to evade the leg slip fielder along the ground, and it'll be Joe Root who faces the first ball of the next over. 204 for 2 then. England trail by 267.
Yeah, and runs coming pretty freely at the moment. The batsmen are well in and well set. There's been cuts, there's been drives, there's been a reverse sweep in that over. And so they're being able to have the answers to whatever the bowlers are providing. And then the field set as well by Shubman Gill. They just haven't been able to really put together even sort of half an over where they've been able to bowl at one batsman all the time. So it's very much England in the ascendancy and pushing on for the rest of the day if they can, to complete what would be a very good day for the England side. There's a bit of a chat just between the two batsmen at this stage. It looks as though Shardul Thakur, is he going to continue? No, he's taking his helmet, is he? And is that Bumra coming back? Yes, it is. Bumra's going to come back with Joe Root, and who's now got established a bit more on 20 odd, and Pope on 99.
Yeah, Root on 27. It's been a scratchy start. Just when you think that he's coming good, he finds the middle of the bat, and he edges another one. But all of his experience, I was saying this to Harmy, you know, he'd be very phlegmatic about it. You know, you can't make a good start every time, can you? You just got to battle through it. Here is Bumra back for a final dash just before the close of play, as Joe Root opens the face of the bat, steers it away down towards deep backward point, and is off the mark. What am I missing? There's a unusually loud cheer for that
I think
signal.
it just meant that they changed ends, and so Pope was now facing, and Root getting himself off strike,
and giving Ollie Pope the chance to
don't want to jinx it. Bringing
jinx
men
it.
up, surely, yes. In comes square leg up to save the single. In comes Point up to save the single. Just behind Point now.
You know, Ollie Pope has got 800s. It was a long time he'd played about 30 test matches, and people said, well, he's only got 200s, but he's catching up. Here is Ollie Pope on strike. Might this be the moment? He's on 99, 205 for 2. Bumra in, bowls. Pope drives and gets a thick inside edge, but it's enough for a single through square leg, and there's a little leap as he completes the run at the non-striker's end. There's his 100. A 9th test 100 for Ollie Pope. Absolutely thrilled. Speculation about his position at number 3. He dropped down to number 6 in New Zealand on England's last tour to fill in as wicketkeeper, but he has a strong attachment to the number 3. He's answered emphatically anybody that thought Jacob Bethel might be a pretender for that position, with 170 against Zimbabwe a couple of weeks ago, and now another 100 against India in the series opener. And it's had its skittish moments. Not always 100% convincing, but when it's been convincing, it's been very, very convincing indeed. Here is Bumra now bowling to Joe Root, and he edges to slip, taken by Karen Nair. Root trying to guide it down to third, and he steered it instead off a top edge straight into the hands of Karen Nair at slip. And Root has to go. Not his day today, not really at any stage. Just when you thought he was getting into a rhythm, there would be another edge, and this time it's an error really, perhaps of his own making. I mean, he was trying to steer it, and he did steer it, but a lot finer, and it's 206 for 3.
Yep, just outside, maybe 4th or 5th stump. And it is just a steer, as you say, but there's no chance of getting enough bat on it like that. He's actually almost closed the face, or opened it so wide that it's always going to go fine, and it did go fine, just a first slip. So Root goes, and a timely wicket and a timely change, and Bumra deserves a wicket like that, frankly, because he's been the main bowler who's looked really to carry any threat for the England batsmen. And Pope certainly has played quite aggressively for his 100. And now he deserves that, and he was delighted, and he certainly, I think probably this one will mean a lot more, it'll sound a bit odd, than the 170 against Zimbabwe, and I'm not trying to run Zimbabwe down there at all, but I do think the 100 against India really will mean a lot to him. And so he's, as you say, emphatically made a statement here about his position in the team and at number 3. So Brooke coming out, no night watchman at this stage.
Yeah, well, it's
No
7 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And it's Bumra, and it's Harry Brook.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if ever you were to define a time where the night watchman might be a decent investment, it might be right now.
Yeah, well,
It's Brooks' decision, of course.
yeah, absolutely it is. I think you always ask the next man in. I think that's probably the convention nowadays. Some teams take it as, you know, they have their policy that they're going to have a night watchman from, say, normally 15 minutes, whatever it is, but a lot don't.
And a 4th slip added now. So 3 slips and maybe a 5th slip, so not really a gully. Here's Bumra, bowls. Brook beaten outside the off stump. Ooh, that wasn't far from the outside edge or the off stump itself. What a delivery first up. Really, England.
Well, this is an important little session here, Manners, isn't it?
Well, it's
Suddenly,
important 2 balls.
Yeah.
And the next over, he'll have one more, won't
yes, yeah. So, I mean, this is like this is India, of course, losing 2 wickets just before lunch on the first day, bang bang like that, and that can happen.
As I say, 4 in the cordon, backward point, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on. He does like a whip through the leg side. Brook now forward, playing defensively to Bumra. Just drops that one down with an absolutely dead bat, and it trickles a couple of yards away. That's all. 206 for 3. You know that Bumra's going to be bang on the money. And one more wicket now. Doesn't matter if it's Pope or Brook. And suddenly India have emphatically wrested back the advantage, you would think. If England had been 2 down, I mean, you were saying, hang on a minute, they're still 260 behind. But if England 4 down at the end of the day, then India, I think, have more than a noser in front, a couple of body lengths ahead, actually. But if Brook can survive and Ollie Pope can resume on the 3rd morning on 100, then they will still believe that not only can they match India's 470, but earn themselves a wee lead, maybe. Here is Bumra once again, bowls the last ball of the over. Brook steers it away to backward point, where it's fielded by Shardul Thakur. What an over, what a man, what a bowler, rising to the occasion. There was a discussion, wasn't there? I mean, Shubman Gill and Bumra had a little chat there, and Shubman, I suppose, saying, "I'd like to bring you back.
Yeah.
Are you up to it?"
Yeah, he's on 99, and probably weren't thinking of Root, were they? They were thinking of Pope, and so it was a good decision as it's happened.
Bumra, I mean, Bumra didn't seem to say, you know, immediately, yeah, absolutely, yep, bring me back. And he's gone off, hasn't he? He's just gone off. He's just left maybe a rub down, so concerned that something's feeling a bit stiff. But I mean, it's so. I don't think it was a straightforward decision. Just sort of from a fitness perspective. Jadeja is back into the attack now, bowling his left arm spinners, and that one is defended away by Ollie Pope on the leg side. Anyway, Bumra's done the job that Shubman Gill wanted him to do, and Pope now comes forward, plays this defensively out behind square on the offside. Jaiswal fields 300s for India in the first innings. the lowest test total with 3 centurions in it. A little record for India, 471. He lost the last 7 wickets for 41 runs. Chop from Ollie Pope behind square on the offside. And there's no run. Bumra, of course, has got all 3 wickets for India now, with figures of 3 for 45 from 12 overs. Big appeal for leg before wicket from Jadeja. Unfortunately, no support from Rishabh Pant. It's always brings a smile to the face when the keeper hasn't uttered a single decibel and then tries to catch up. You just never get a decision that way. The umpires think, well, no, sorry, it's not out. Jadeja is in again, and forward comes Pope. And I think there was a facetious LBW appeal from somebody in the crowd.
Well, the entire Western Bank, I think, came up in accord.
Quicker one from Jadeja, love his quick one, and Pope forward pitches it out on the leg side. It's only the hardy and perhaps the foolhardy who remain at this time of day. It's just gone 10 past 7, and so we're probably down to about 20% of the crowd that we had. Bumra's come back onto the field, so he literally went off for 1 over, and he's going to bowl the last over of the day.
It's been a fascinating day, though, hasn't it, really? I mean, at the start of the day, and certainly after the first hour, it looked like one team was going to forge ahead in this game and be rather difficult to catch if they kept on pushing to what looked like between 550 and maybe 600, depending on wickets falling. Well, they did fall, as we know, and suddenly the second side has forged back into this game, and so we've got actually the makings of a really good contest here.
4 slips again. It's Harry Brook on strike. It is the last over of the day as Bumra is in. Brook plays defensively. The floodlights have been turned back on because suddenly it has got a bit darker. We've still got blue sky, but you know, it's 7:15. I know that the sun actually officially doesn't go down until something like 9:45. It's the summer solstice today.
Yes, it is.
It's the longest day of the year.
Yes, it is.
We'll have to have a glass of that Rioja to celebrate.
Yeah, he poured a red one for a start, and I said, no, I'll have the white Rioja, please.
Very, very nice. Really pleasant, surprisingly. I'm not sure I've had much of it before, if ever. Here's Bumra again, and Harry Brook is forward, rock solid, defending that one straight back to Jasprit Bumra. I tell you what, the floodlights are on, and actually you can see they're casting shadows from the players. So that means that the electronic light, the artificial light, has taken over from the natural light, and there is a strange sort of mixture of artificial light and natural light. As I said, it's still blue sky up above, but the sun is obscured, and it's a strange combination of the two forms of lighting. Here is Bumra once again bowls, and Brook is again playing defensively, just momentarily thinking about trying to steal a single, but it's gone straight to backward point, and it's fielded by the substitute Nitish Reddy. Is it a no ball? No ball? Ah. They're called by the third umpire these days, of course. On this occasion it's Shafadullah from Bangladesh doing the electronic duties. I reckon after the first session of the play of the test match, he might have been thinking this is going to be quite a quiet test match for me. Everything hitting the middle of the bat, maybe a few run outs, but he has actually been called upon to make a number of decisions. Here's Bumra once more. Brook plays defensively, and there's no run. 3 balls remaining in the day at the moment. Are you going on as even, or are you still got India slightly a few points ahead?
Well, I think because they have the runs.
Yeah, runs on the board.
Yes.
Count for more than runs you might score.
That's right. I think so.
Well, I mean, England back right down to number 8. Of course, they got Jamie Smith and Chris Wokes at 7 and 8. So they'll Bumra, slower Yorker, love it. It's probably the most exotic ball there is. The slower ball Yorker. Brook
There's
was
Harvey
up
beside
to.
us, look, showing us how to do it.
Well, he bowled one of the most famous slower balls in Test history, didn't he? And he knocked Michael Clarke over. Oh, Harmy says Michael Clarke's the only person who's never picked his slow ball. Well, you did him absolutely perfectly in that Test match. Short top edge up into the air. Oh my goodness me, Brook has gone. Brook has gone, hooking the penultimate ball of the day. Mohammad Siraj takes the catch. Oh my goodness, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. He's overstepped. He's just changed the course of the Test match, and then it's been stuck into reverse. What a let-off! What a let-off! What a mistake! First by the batsman, well, first by the bowler. Oh my lord! Yeah, you just can't help feeling what a big turning point that could be.
It was onto him too quickly. He was late on the shot. It got very high on the bat, and it's a close no ball too.
Bumra in, goes for the Yorker, and Harry Brook digs it out. There was a bit of menace in that. That was quick. Perfect Yorker. What a dramatic change. What end to the day.
Extraordinary.
It's the third no ball this over. When they produce a wicket or not, Bumra very phlegmatic about it. He just turned and stomped back the top of his run up. You can't appeal. There's no DRS for no balls. Bouncer outside the off stump, left alone. There'll be lots of old-fashioned people saying, "What was Harry Brook doing? Why was he hooking it?" And he just let it go. But it's not the modern way.
Well, you've provided the answer as well. Yeah, you're right. But he felt he could play it. It was on to him rather more quickly than he anticipated. And up she went.
Well, it's the last ball of the day. Maybe. If it's legal. What a last over. Drama at the end. Bumra in, bowls another bouncer, quick one. Harry Brook evades it with both feet in the air. He wanted a duck, but he couldn't. He didn't have time. It was that could well be one of the fastest balls of the day, that last bouncer. And Bumra has his cap from the umpire and is heading towards the changing room. He's had two catches dropped, definitely, maybe three. He's taken a wicket off a no ball. England are 209 for 3. Pope is 100. Harry Brook's not scored. He had a torrid 10 balls to face from Bumra.
Especially that last one, Manners. That really hurried him up, really. It was short and he wanted to play it. And he got high in the air looking to play it, and it was still coming towards the head. And he looked very uncomfortable playing that last ball, but he got away with it, and he still survives, despite being caught hooking on a no ball. My word, it's a thin line in the game sometimes, certainly, isn't it? You overstep by such a small margin, and it's very costly.
Incredible drama. Wow, you just need to put it behind you, don't you? You need to get over disappointments and not allow yourself to dwell on the possible ramifications of getting Joe Root and Harry Brook out in the last couple of minutes of the day. How important that could be. Just not forget, Harry Brook averages 60 in Test cricket, and it's a decent enough sample size to know that he is the quality cricketer that he was cracked up to be when he was promoted to the England team. But he will resume on the third morning. He lives to fight another day. He's good enough to make the best of that chance. Remember, he was given an early life in Rawalpindi and he made 300. So I'm not suggesting that he's going to do that, but he is good enough to make the best of it. India were bowled out for 471. England will resume on the third morning on 209 for 3. They are still considerably in arrears, trailing by 262. So there's a lot of work to do. But such is the rate of the scoring and the numbers that they put on the board in the last couple of years that 262 somehow feels like not quite as many as it used to.
No, that's true, but they still have to confront Bumra, don't they, who is just extraordinary. He just changes the whole temperature of the game when he gets hold of the ball, and certainly batting is a different proposition when they're facing someone like Jasprit Bumra, and as soon as he has a rest, there's kind of a collective sigh of relief from all the batsmen sitting in the changing room, and also the ones at the crease particularly. And so there's still plenty of cricket to be played here. How many overs have we had, Manners?
49.
49. So still 31 overs to go before a new ball. So that's after the first session's play tomorrow. And once you're into that second session of the day, so England wouldn't be past India at that stage, and they'll then have to survive a second new ball for the Indian bowlers. The Indian side, I thought, just a little bit rough and ready today. I thought with the bowling, I thought that the bowlers themselves, not enough of them were able to put the ball in the right place for long enough, and so made batting a little easier perhaps for the top order for England. Crawley not getting away, but then Pope getting some run, Duckett getting some runs as well. So it's been an interesting day. We've now got two sides that are closing the gap together in this match, and that's the important thing in the narrative of the whole Test match. Let's wait and see what happens tomorrow.
Going to be very exciting if the first 2 days are anything to go by. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage, listening as you have been doing from around the world, not including the International Space Station, but pretty much every other corner of the universe. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thank you for the feedback and the comments. It's great to be interactive. We'll be back with you shortly before 11 o'clock on the third morning. But for now, from the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel commentary team, cheerio, chat tomorrow.